multiverse exist? It's a very deep and profound question, and we need to find the answers. And in today's live stream, I will try and explain the question, this particular question, and try to evaluate whether it is true, what are the proofs that we see around us, and how we can actually ascertain that there are multiverse exist. We know that there is universe, that one of the universe we live in. We also have planets, galaxies, stars, and the universe itself seems like infinite thing. And then here we're talking about parallel universe existing together, and hence we call them multiverse. So to find the answer, let us look at the recent victory at Oscars, where Michelle Yeoh in this scene, as you can see, she has got the Best Supporting Actress award for this movie called Everything Everywhere All at Once. So as the name suggests, everything everywhere all at once, that means in this series or in this movie, the producers of the film are trying to say that not only there are multiverse, there are parallel universe, but the concept of time also is being debated. That means the time can exist together. That means past, present, and future can exist together. So although this is work of fiction, but very profound questions are being raised in this particular movie, which is Everything Everywhere All at Once. So there must be some truth behind this. And what is the truth? In fact, there is another work of fiction I would like to discuss here, and that is called the Star Trek Discovery. Very popular series. Now, this is a series in which the Star Trek Discovery is a ship which actually travels not only through time, faster than light travel, even faster than warp speed, but also is able to cross over into a parallel universe and conduct maneuvers inside the parallel universe. If you have seen this this particular series, you know what I'm talking about. Nevertheless, the people who are actually behind these fictional work are constantly talking about parallel universe being there, and they are actually showing a lot of scientific information, the science that we know as of today. So let us answer this question: does multiverse exist, and how we can prove it? So when we talk about the multiverse, let us look at the basic nature of the universe, which is quantum in nature. The basic nature of our universe, our own universe, is quantum in nature. So we know that the Einstein theory works for large things, for planets, for galaxies, etc. But when it comes to explaining things which are quite small, then there is another theory called the quantum field theory, which works, and that explains how atoms behave, how electrons, how photons work. And when we talk about the quantum theory, then it shows that the quantum nature shows that the particles are behaving in a dual nature. The particle as we know them, for example, electron or photons, protons, etc. And there are so many other, and there are nearly 250 different particles. They do not behave like particles at all. They actually have dual behavior, which is at times they behave like particles and other times they behave like waves, and that is the quantum nature. So if there are duality in our stuff that we are made of, then what is stopping us as human beings, as our cars, our ship, to also demonstrate the quantum behavior? And that is a big mystery. So if we are able to prove this at a larger scale, so this quantum theory has been proved at a smaller scale, but if we are able to prove this at a larger scale, then the unification of quantum field equations and the Einstein theory of relativity will actually happen, and then we will know exact truth behind this universe itself. So This is where our understanding is. We don't even understand the universe, and here we are trying to basically draw conclusions about multiverse being present. Why we talk about multiverse being present? Simply because these equations, quantum equations, shows that when you are not looking at the quantum particles, they may be doing something else. When you observe them, they actually appear or manifest as particles in your universe. While this is also happening, there are big questions around dark energy, dark matter, and also gravity, because we know gravity is there. Gravity drives the entire universe, but we don't know what creates gravity, how gravity is so weak as compared to other fundamental forces like electromagnetism, nuclear forces, etc. Gravity seems to be a million billion times weaker than these strong forces. So we do not know what causes gravity, and how gravity is so weak. Even though gravity can be very strong at certain places, for example, Earth, gravity is strong because we are standing on Earth. Gravity pulls us back on Earth, and we need to exert a lot of energy to get out of the clutches of the gravity that Earth exert on us. However, at the same time, the gravity of certain bigger objects can be humongous. For example, the gravity in black hole is so high that even light cannot escape the effects of the gravity. So how gravity functions, what is dark matter, dark energy, these are unanswered questions. Maybe the dark energy and dark matter is basically work of fiction. It does not mean anything. Therefore, there must be a multiverse from which is actually affecting us, and that gives us a notion that there is some other material which we cannot see, which we cannot interact with. At the same time, we have a lot of confusion about time also. Well, whether time is a force or it's is it a force? Is it a thing, or is it a fundamental force, or is it just a direction in which we are traveling? Because we know that using our scientific knowledge that time can we can also travel backward, but traveling backward requires a lot of effort, but we can definitely move forward. That means we can go forward in time. So what is time? Time, is it a force? Is it a thing? First of all, so we do not understand time fully. We have our theories that makes us more wiser, but we do not understand. So there are a lot of unanswered questions. So let me summarize at this point. The unanswered questions are related to the real nature of the universe, which is quantum, and why we do not see that behavior at a larger scale at our level. Second thing is the questions about extra energy being present, but we do not know what causes these energies, which is dark matter, dark energy, and also gravity, and why gravity is so weak, yet it can be very strong. So there are a lot of abnormalities in our understanding of the gravity, and also what causes gravity is not fully understood. And the third thing is, what is time? Is it something which is a figment of our brain, that brain creates it, or is it some sort of a force? So these are the questions which causes us to basically think there must be a multiverse. So in order to basically draw certain conclusions, even though these are all theoretical ideas, nothing has been proven, let us look at the particles, how they behave. So the particles that we look at, whenever we look at different atoms, electron, etc., they appear like, or for example, light itself. We know that light is a wave. It can travel like a wave. Our radio waves, in fact, we call our radio signal, which is nothing but a portion of light spectrum, we call it as a wave because it travels like a wave. However, we also know that the wave is associated with a particle called photon. So now there is a wave which is nothing but a vibration, but then we also registered that light is carried by a quantized particle called photon. Quantized basically means that it is the smallest possible particle. It's called photon. So when we look at a photon or any other elementary particle like electron, we look at them, they seems to demonstrate dual behavior, which is a wave at times, and at when we measure them, they become particle miraculously. But when we do not measure them, they move around like a beam of light. So this is surprising. So the theory, the quantum theory, said that these particles can continue to do their own thing until they are observed, and when they are observed, they manifest themselves to us as particles. So this is very strange. And when you are looking away after this, then they start doing their own thing again. So when they are not being observed by you, and when we say that they are doing their own thing, is it that these particles exist in universe of some other observer? When we are not observing these particles, that means somebody else is observing, and that is how these particles become reality for that somebody who's not part of our universe. That means straight away the quantum nature helps us deduce that there could be multiple observers in different parts of our multiverse who may be observing same particle at different time. And that is how the multiverse theory of multiverse basically can be imagined, that these particles, sometimes they are with us, sometimes they are with somebody else, and some other time they are with some other entity. And literally there is no limit to how many times these particles can manifest and show themselves as photons or electrons or protons or neutrons. There is no limit. They can do it infinitely in that infinitely small time. That means there could be a possibility that the basic nature of the universe is a wave. It's like a wave, like an ocean. But when you look at the ocean, it basically starts showing you different particles, and that these particles then come together and start showing you planets, etc., etc. So when you observe them in your universe, you get a feeling that these objects which are made of these elementary particles exist as Earth, as humans, as planet Mars, or as Sun. Similarly, in some other part of universe, in some other universe, there is an observer who's observing the same particle located at the same location as something else. So these particles basically manifest themselves for that observer in the same location of space-time as something else, or maybe the similar thing, we do not know. So since this is a theory, no proof can be provided, hence there must be a multiverse scenario existing, and these multiverse can be infinite. This is what these dual nature of particle probably tell us, and therefore more research may be required to understand this dual nature in nutshell. However, since there are multiverse, and these multiverses which are basically based on the quantum nature of these different particles, therefore the multiverse must exist in order to prove that there is nothing called dark energy, there is nothing called dark matter, and the gravity, because the material which creates the gravity, as far as understanding goes, that if there is material existing concentrated in one place, as a byproduct you get that feeling of gravity. So if these particles exist in one location, but then they manifest in different universe at different times, and to different observers as in different energy state, the matter exists at the same location, but in different universe different observers see them as different things. Therefore the gravity may be leaking into multiverse, and that is why this is one of the reasons that we feel gravity is a weak energy as compared to other forces, because gravity must be leaking into other universes, whereas other forces exist at a very lower level. So that energy may be manifested across all multiverses in a similar manner except gravity. At the same time, there is no limit of how many times these particles can manifest themselves based on the observation. Therefore the multiverse may exist at the same time, and there could be infinite multiverses being observed at the same time. And that is why this movie starring Michelle Yeoh, this movie has explained this concept beautifully, that, and the name of the movie is Everything Everywhere All at Once. And she obviously got the Best Supporting Actress award. And I also told you about the Star Trek Discovery. So they have beautifully covered this aspect of multiverse, how different different kinds of beings living in multiverse, their life can get entangled if something is broken in this universe, some force barrier breaks down, then you will not know who is from your world, who is from your universe, because everything exists together. It's all jumbled up. And the feeling of universe is probably given by the dual nature of the nature itself, dual nature of the particles that create this universe. And therefore, when they are showing duality, that means they are not creating universe, because if they are not being observed by you, then somebody else is observing them, and at the same time. And that is the biggest mystery, that how these multiverse exist, if they exist, and what is the force which keeps them apart, how these multiverse with all their complexities and entropy can exist at the same time, and how the interaction between these multiple infinite multiverses cannot happen and they are kept apart. That is the biggest question. So I basically end my live stream at this point, and I look forward to receiving your comments, your suggestions. What do you think about this subject? What do you think about this whole idea of multiverse? I will be more than eager to receive your comments. And friends, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, welcome to this live stream, and today we are going to discuss about something very interesting. And since we are live, you can actually communicate. Your messages will get displayed here on this side, and I can actually pick and choose your questions, immediately display your name and answer your questions. So this is Akulmach, and my name is Chandrakant, and the topic of discussion today is the lava tubes on other planets, and why we need to explore these lava tubes. See, the whole point is that we are now talking about going to Mars, settling down on the surface of Mars. And there are so many different strides humans are taking today in order to establish colony on the surface of the Mars. We need to build habitat, check. We need to arrange for water, check. We need to have an atmosphere, check. We need to basically explore. We need vehicles, check. We need 3D printers, check. We need schools, establishments. We need to build roads. We need to build different kinds of launch vehicles. And above all, we also need to build communication devices. We also need to provide internet services 24/7 and 365 days in a year. So for Mars, there is a huge requirement. But friends, Mars is a long way away. Mars is pretty long way away. Why I'm saying so? Because Mars is having a much wider rotation around the sun as compared to Earth. And the Martian year is almost twice the size of Earth's year. So therefore, when Mars go around the sun, the closest opportunity from us to hop on into a rocket and reach Mars arises only after every 3 years. So every 2.5 years to 3 years, we are the closest, and that is an opportune moment for humans to travel from Earth to Mars and return trip. So if you actually hop on on a ship and provided everything is ready on the surface of the Mars, then the idea is to at least stay there for minimum 3 years before you take a trip back. So the sprint for humans while they are on Mars will be a 3-year sprint. That means they will be there for 3 years in continuously and so on and so forth. So they have to prepare for 3 years journey. Now these things are not so simple. These actually these kind of preparation offers logistical nightmare for people, and therefore we have a similar body very close to Earth, which is just a 3 days ride away, and that is Moon. Moon is also a celestial body, and it takes quite an effort to basically go to Moon also. But the whole point is that it is just 3 days away, and it is lot easier to set up a human colony on the surface of Moon than building the same thing on the surface of Mars. So first time is always difficult, and then you can always do a cookie cutter and replicate that effort and establish a colony on Mars. So if you have done it once on the surface of the Moon, the chances are you can replicate some of these processes and establish better colony or even enhanced colony on the surface of the Mars. So that is why we are actually having a live stream here for the scientific buffs and people who are interested in basically understanding this in more detail. So since I'm live, you can actually, and if you're watching me live on social media, you can actually engage by sending your messages. Your messages will displayed here and I can read them out. So the topic is that when we have decided that the first pit stop for us will be Moon, then the challenges of establishing human base on Moon are also immense. We need to build habitat, we need to create communication network, we need to send vehicles, we need to have robots, we need to have AI, we need to have plant life, cultivation, we need to arrange for food, and we need to also arrange for water and oxygen. So before all of this can be arranged, you can't imagine any human going and settling on Moon. So the first few missions on the Moon with the aim to establish a permanent colony on the surface of the Moon will require people who are engineers, scientists, archaeologists and explorers and people like that. And they will not be going there for on a permanent basis, because remember, trip to Moon is only 3 days away and a round trip is about a week. So suppose you plan your trip for a month where your objective is to explore and map out the place, then your trip cannot be more than a month. But what do you do when you're there on the surface of the Moon for a month? Where do you live? How do you breathe? What do you eat? So I think even before you start exploring, you need to basically build this infrastructure. Now, we know that on the surface of the Moon, there is water. There is scientists are working on different processes. By using the lunar soil, you can actually get the water out, you can get the oxygen out, and you can also convert the lunar soil, which is also known as regolith, into useful material like aluminum, iron, etc. So you can build your habitat. But one of the biggest challenge today we have is where do we build? Because on the surface of the Moon there is a lot of radiation, there is no atmosphere, so the solar wind or the solar radiation is immense on the surface of the Moon. And then you have to bring your water, you have to also create a close confined structure to hold your atmosphere. So you need to start building this. In fact, there has been a lot of competition, especially to the startup community, where people have won awards of the best building technology using the local material. And so we have the blueprint of the kind of habitat we can build on the surface of the Moon. We have the machinery which will work in an autonomous manner, but I think still there is a problem of radiation, and in case there is a some sort of a meteorite strike, then how do you protect yourself? So that is why today's topic about lava tubes on moon is very, very important. And what I'm talking about is that first we need to explore where these lava tubes are. And in today's stream, we will also understand a little bit of lava tube and how, in the first place, lava tubes are found on the surface of the moon. And then we need to basically map these out using some sort of rovers, because human intervention, if the humans have to explore the entire surface of the moon, it is going to take a lot of time. And the challenges are humans will demand food, oxygen, water, living space, psychological problems, etc. Whereas rovers will not have that. So rovers can be sent out on the surface of the moon to explore, to map out these lava tubes, and that is why we are discussing this. And why we are discussing this? Because typically moon does not show any sign of any lava activity today. However, this picture actually gives us a hope. This is a picture of a fallen roof of a lava tube, which is called a lava cave, or a lava tube, a lava cave entrance. So this picture has been taken by a satellite, and this shows that if there are structures like this underneath the surface of the moon, that means in the past moon would have been geologically active. That means at some point in time in the history, the lava must have flown on inside the surface or over the surface of the moon. We know that some of these scars are visible of the ancient lava activity, and these scars actually give the the spots, moon spots or moon scars, as we can see them from Earth. And it is all created by the lava activity in the past. But in the recent years, in past few million years, there has been no lava activity. In fact, moon does not show any geological activity at all. So, which is a good thing, because if there are ancient lava tubes available on the surface of the moon, not too much in depth, then our habitat problem is solved. And that is why this find gives us a new hope, that we don't have to spend a lot of we don't have to spend a lot of money in building the habitat for humans. And if we find the good lava cave there on the surface of the moon, we can actually build our habitat, we can build our fields to grow plants, we can actually get water there. We can basically build walls to basically create artificial atmosphere so that humans can live inside. And since they are underground, humans living inside these lava caves will be completely protected from the deadly radiation. And this is why this picture gives us a lot of hope, and our strategy also changes. We don't have to build any structure on the surface, rather look for these lava caves and start building the structures inside these lava caves. Now these lava caves are very similar to the lava caves found on Earth. So we know how the lava, the molten lava behaves, because Earth is still active geologically, and these lava, there is a lot of lava activity on the surface of the Earth. There are volcanoes and there are lava tubes. In fact, most of the caves that we have seen on Earth, which are like many miles long, deep inside the Earth, are basically created by the flowing lava. And this is a picture of a lava hole, sinkhole, similar to what we have seen in the previous one, which is found on moon. So we know exactly, because we live on Earth, we know exactly how the structure looks like from inside, because we have done a lot of exploration. And if such holes are there, we can actually enter the lava tube through this hole. So now we get a ready-made entry point into the lava cave system, which is underground. And then we don't have to dig anything. We just have to start building our habitat. And when we start building our habitat, we will be able to build different kinds of habitat, in terms of, for engineers, they should have a lab. For doctors, they will have a different lab. For physicists, there will be a different equipment, etc. So once we have this ready-made structure available on the surface of the moon, we will have an opportunity to create different habitats, different laboratory, different kind of systems for different kind of requirements. And we know that how this system is found on the earth. We have done a lot of exploration, and eventually we know that how these systems would be on the surface of the moon. So there are a lot of similarities. So now let us discuss about the lava tubes. Lava tubes, which we expect now that there are lava tube networks on the surface or just below the surface on the moon also. Looking at the recent finding, the lava tubes are basically the rivers of flowing lava underground. So as we know that the water also flows underground, and there are underground rivers which we already know that there are water flowing underground. Similarly, if there is a molten lava, and lava actually is quite hot, it's almost like 3000 degrees. So whenever lava come in contact with the frozen solid ground, it melts it, and it actually drills through a sort of a tube structure through the earth, and it basically build a sort of a river inside the earth, and then carve this tube out. And then what the lava is looking for is an opening basically on the other side. So it carves the whole lava tube out, and then eventually through an opening it will find an exit and leave the tube. And then over thousands of years, this tube will actually solidify. It will actually cool down and become a lava tube, just like what we see here. So these are the typical cave systems that we see on Earth, which are basically ancient lava tubes. There is no lava flowing at this point in time. There is no lava activity. There is no volcanic activity at this point in time happening. However, these tubes are there, and ancient humans have found shelter in such tubes in the past. In fact, we see that humans had rather perfected living in such lava tubes, because these lava tubes provide them whole structure, and they are pretty large. Some of these lava tubes are pretty big, so you can actually have different kinds of living quarters. The smaller tubes will offer living quarters, and larger one will give you a hall where humans who are living inside the lava cave system can actually gather on occasions, etc. So we have seen that such human settlements have leveraged these lava tubes, because it can protect them from weather, it can protect them from a lot of other calamities, and they can be from the animals, etc., tornadoes. So they can find shelter inside these lava tubes, and they have done that in the past. They have actually built permanent settlement inside the lava tubes on Earth. So lava tubes actually offer a lot of these advantages, and if we find such lava tubes on the surface of the moon, then there is a clear game changer, because these lava tubes will also protect humans living inside from the deadly radiation which exists on the surface of the moon. Why we are talking about surface of the moon? Because that is a it's a step forward in order to establish future colony on Mars. So when we also look at the lava tubes, it's not only one tube it will carve out. What we have seen as per our experience on Earth is that the lava tend to flow like water, because it's now liquefied. It is basically become a flowing material. and whenever it finds softer ground, it will drill a hole through it and find its way out through that hole, and in the process actually create multiple channels inside the ground. So typically lava tube is not one single tube inside the ground, it actually comes with a huge network. So you can have a city type establishment inside a lava tube. So if you currently we are living on the surface of earth because we have a protective atmosphere on our head, but we can actually find a big lava tube network and pretty much establish the entire city in that area without having to ever come to the surface. So what is happening in places like Singapore today? You are actually building an artificial network of rails, metro system, etc., and then you tend to live inside the ground. So humans are now already building the underground establishment artificial, but then here there is something natural available where the ancient humans were leveraging, and these kind of lava tube networks we have explored. In fact, most of the cave systems on earth are made in this similar manner, which were basically once upon a time there was a lava flow, and because of that this the lava tube network was created. So I think the prospect of finding a lava tube network on moon offers great opportunity. It actually reduces a lot of our work. If we are able to find a lava tube network which is very close to the source of the water, then we can get the water inside the lava tube, and the structure is already ready-made, given to us. We don't have to build roofs, walls. These are all given. Protection from radiation. All we need is basically bring the water in, process the water into hydrogen and oxygen. Then once we have oxygen, we can use it for our atmosphere, building the atmosphere inside this structure inside the lava tube. Hydrogen can be used as fuel combined with some other elements which we can extract from the lunar soil, which is also known as regolith, and then we can actually create the entire support system for human establishment. We have the water, we have the atmosphere, we can actually carry plants from earth, which we can actually grow inside the lava tube in ultraviolet light. So I think that technology is available. If we find a network suitable for human settlement, all we need is basically a plan. And that is why this is very, very exciting, that if we are able to find a suitable big enough lava tube network on the moon that is close to a source of water on the moon, then the whole establishment on the moon becomes a lot easier. And we need to explore, we need to find these holes, and we need to basically see if we can actually start living inside these lava tubes. At the same time, if we are able to live inside these lava tubes permanently, then it will give us a lot of time to basically create new systems, new kind of systems which can be replicated. It will also help us create a permanent establishment outside earth on the surface of the moon. And when we are established on the surface of the moon, we can do a lot of research and development. We can also create new age equipment like new telescopes, which we can use to explore the outer universe. And remember, moon does not have atmosphere, so if we put a telescope on the surface of the moon, then it is like putting a telescope in the orbit around the earth. So it offers us a lot of opportunity if we are able to find a lava hole, sinkhole, along with a huge network of lava tubes, and very close to the source of water, which is frozen ice on the surface of the moon. Get that ice, then convert that ice and into atmosphere and useful material, and that will help us establish only the walls, the roof and the floor is already ready made, given to us by nature, and we know that there is no new eruptions happening on the surface of the moon. Geologically, there is no activity happening on the moon. Geologically, there are no earthquakes, etc. So these lava tubes can be converted into a long-term permanent establishment for humanity, for future expansion beyond moon onto the surface of Mars. Because in fiction it's fine that we hop on ride on a rocket and land on Mars and then start living as we have seen in the movies. But it's not so easy. You need to basically establish food. You need to establish education for your children, because remember, if you're gone on Mars, you're gone for 3 years. So if you have a family, what the family will do, what will your kids do, where they will study, will they get new inputs in terms of education? So all of this will not even start if you don't have place to live. And that is why first we need to basically start experimenting with the surface of the moon. Can we establish a permanent human colony on the surface of the moon, which is protected from deadly radiation and meteorite shower, because on the moon there is no atmosphere, so human people will be completely exposed to anything which is falling on the surface. So if you live underground, it will be much better for you. And then we can actually when we find such holes, we can build the entire habitat, entire city inside these lava tube network, and also create these airlocks. So we can also pressurize the entire lava tube and bring the atmospheric pressure similar to Earth. So that will be a very big game changer for humans who are living on the surface of the moon, because they will not have to wear these space suits all the time, because the pressure in their lava cave will be maintained through this airlock system. And you can actually create multiple airlock systems, and I think this technology is already well proven. Every spaceship today comes with not one but multiple airlocks. Even space shuttle comes with at least 2 airlock systems. So these are all perfected technology, and it is already being used globally. All we need is basically create these airlock systems, pressurize the lava cave, build our habitat, and then roam around wearing t-shirts. So people who are living on the moon will not have to, obviously they will have to undergo some training, but then if we can migrate, if we can actually start sending civilians with minimum training, that will be really the game changer. And that will happen only if you have a decent living quarters which is similar to Earth, and a working area which is very similar to Earth. So I think the lava caves provide that kind of opportunity to you, for you to basically make a permanent establishment on the surface of the moon. And why this is important? Because I've already explained that we need to establish our colony on the Mars, and if we don't do practice, we will not be able to start traveling to Mars, which is further away, quite far away. And so we need to basically start practicing on the surface of the moon before we start going and start looking at the Mars. So that is why it is important for us to first do a cookie cutter approach on the surface of the moon. And this is where we need to build these AI enabled rovers whose only job is to map out the lava tube. So first we need to detect a lava tube network on the surface of the moon. Then we need to explore. We need to physically send these robots which are connected, autonomous, and they communicate with each other, similar to our fighter pilots. which basically gather the intelligence during the wartime, during a battle. Their aeroplanes, their helicopters, they are all connected. So similar to that, we need to develop these autonomous AI controlled robotic rovers. And as you can see that this is an artist picture, but they have to have low profile so that they can get into all kinds of areas inside these lava tubes, so that they can actually map out and explore the entire network, so that when human go, there are less surprises. And we need to basically build several of these autonomous robots in the shape of rovers, which will have the capability to go inside. Probably they are powered by small atomic engines, so that they don't have to depend on power from the sun while they are inside in the dark in the caves. So, and they have to be controlled by AI. They have to have capability of seeing in the dark, probably start using infrared cameras and start taking pictures, start mapping them, and giving it to the human counterparts for their utilization. So these rovers will be completely autonomous. They will be controlled by AI. They will have an objectivity. They will also have a mapping capability, and they will be able to communicate with each other. So you can create some sort of a relay between different rovers, so that they know exactly which part of the cave system is being explored by which rover. And all of this information can be stored in a database, either on moon or in the controlling center on Earth. And once we have a clear picture of this network cave system, then we can start looking at the next step, where we need to start building. So architects will get involved after these rovers have finished their mapping job. Architects can start getting involved. They start looking at each section of the cave network. Then they start deciding where what equipment will be put. If there is a hall where we need to put eating dining room, etc., where we need to put our plant system, where we need to put our physics lab, etc., etc. So all of that planning, all of that designing work can be done once we have the entire map of the cave system available with us. So I think these are all different steps that people will have to take. They have to start thinking in these lines and start looking at establishing a habitat on the moon very, very seriously, because that will help us build our next steps towards the next journey of settling on the surface of the Mars. And there are a lot of people who have already set their eye on the surface of the Mars, but then the problem is that how do you survive, how do you live, because Mars is no better than Moon, because still Mars has a very small atmosphere, but still there is a lot of radiation. So you need to protect yourself from the deadly radiation even on the surface of the Mars. And through our surveys, because Mars has been surveyed quite a bit, through our survey robots on the surface, we have also found lava tubes on Mars. There are lava tubes available on Mars. So once we are able to establish a lunar colony, we have the mechanism now to explore these lava tubes which are on the Mars. So what we need to do is, as first step, is send those rovers, probably more advanced rovers than what we have used on Moon. Send them there, start mapping the lava cave system on Mars, then start designing the habitat on the surface of the Mars, start building them using AI robots, and then start sending humans. And until unless such steps are not taken, it will be very difficult to send humans to the surface of either moon or Mars, and it will remain in the fictional arena where people will keep seeing movies and they will not know how to basically convert their dreams into reality. So we have to be realistic, and the lava tubes offer a good opportunity, a ready-made structure where we don't have to spend too many resources. All we need is proper planning, proper infrastructure, proper thinking, and also start building communication network, so that these rovers can communicate with the satellites in the orbit, and they can be controlled, or their inputs can be taken by the command center built on Earth. So all of this infrastructure is not a one-day job. It's not imagination. We need to start thinking in these lines and start building infrastructure, specifically starting with moon, because once we have done that, it can be replicated very easily on the surface of the Mars. So friends, I have come to the end of my live stream. I would like to know, what do you think about this? If you have any opinion, feel free to send it across. If you have any questions, feel free to send in your questions. We can cover them in the next edition of Science Show. Until then, I'd like to say that thanks for watching, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Bye bye for now. Hello friends, we know that there are colossal objects in our space known as black hole and neutron stars, and they actually exhibit remarkable properties. So we pretty much know, how the black holes are formed and how neutron stars are formed. So what we are going to discuss today is this particular object. As you can see, the name is very complex. It is called J1858.6-0814. This object is actually is a neutron star which thinks it's a black hole. And why a neutron star will think it's a black hole, we will actually understand and show you actually what is going on in this particular object. But first, let's discuss about the accretion disk of black hole. Usually when the black hole is formed, before it actually formed, it was actually a star, and that star rotates on its axis, and as the size of the large stars, which are many times, at least 10 to 15 times the size of sun, shrink down to something which is like a 10 kilometer or 5 kilometer small ball, which we call black hole, the entire mass of the star actually falls into this black hole. And since it is rotating at certain speed, and as the size decreases, in order to basically conserve the angular momentum, the rate of rotation of this resultant black hole is extremely fast. We don't know too much about this, but we believe that the rotation may be equal to the speed of light at the event horizon, and that is the reason that any matter which falls into the black hole which is beyond the event horizon becomes invisible, because at the event horizon the speed of rotation is equal to the speed of light itself. So these extreme body black hole have extreme properties, and one of the property is the rate of rotation. And these black holes have the huge potential to basically grow. They can actually keep consuming things, keep absorbing things, and keep growing. There is no upper limit so far that we know for. We have seen ultra massive black holes which are almost 100 billion times the mass of sun. However, in the center of every galaxy, we have supermassive black holes, and if you measure the mass of these colossal beasts, you would know that of any galaxy, 99.9% mass of the entire galaxy lies in the central supermassive black hole or ultramassive black hole. So, if you have a larger black hole, you will have a larger galaxy. So, nutshell, these bodies are very extreme. They have a potential to grow bigger, but then how does it grow bigger? It's basically by absorbing material from open space, and as the material fall into the black hole, and since black hole has such a huge gravity, it actually bends the space-time, and as the material starts to fall into the black hole, it start rotating, because the entire space-time, the space itself is very heavily being rotated also around the black hole. So the material which is actually in this accretion disk is also moving very, very rapidly, and this is actually made of subatomic particles, because at this high speed, which is almost one third the speed of light at which this material is moving, and therefore there is the particle which are forming this accretion disk are essentially the subatomic particles, and they are heated up to trillions of degrees of temperature. So although the black hole in the middle is black, it does not show any activity, but the accretion disk which surrounds it basically shows that there is a black hole here, and the accretion disk actually emit all kinds of radiation, starting from gamma ray to X-ray, and that's how we know that there is a black hole. And the accretion disk also is very peculiar, very, very specific to black hole, and normally we see these accretion disk around the black hole itself. However, scientists have been able to find a neutron star which exhibits similar properties like a black hole. That is why the topic of the video today is that there is a neutron star out there in the universe which thinks it's a black hole. So we'll come to that in a moment. Let us understand what is a neutron star. Well, neutron star is sort of a midway step to become a black hole. So in nutshell, a neutron star is something which is sort of a failed black hole, and there is an upper limit. And if the neutron star size goes beyond 2.5 times the mass of sun, it will actually collapse into a black hole. So usually neutron stars are not so extreme like a black hole, but they are fairly extreme. And if the sun has to become a neutron star, the neutron star resultant neutron star will not be more than 10 kilometers in diameter. So the entire sun will shrink down into a neutron star which is about 10 kilometers. This 10 kilometers is less than any normal city today. So you can imagine that the entire mass of sun will shrink down into a neutron star, and therefore a 10-kilometer body will exert the entire gravity of the sun. So neutron stars are also very extreme object, but not as extreme as a black hole. And these are the perfect spheres. These are the examples of matter existing in perfect spheres. And as you know, neutron stars are made entirely of neutrons, and their structures are supported by the neutron degeneration force. And if the neutron degeneration force also will not be able to hold the pressure of the gravity, if the mass of the neutron star is more than 2.5 times the mass of sun. Therefore, when a neutron star absorbs a material, it keeps increasing in mass until and unless it actually reaches 2.5 times the mass of sun. At that point in time, it explodes into a type A supernova and then becomes a black hole. So neutron star is a eventual midway to becoming a black hole. That's why I call that neutron star is very similar to black hole, but not all the way. However, there is a neutron star which thinks it's a black hole, simply because scientists have been able to locate this object, as I said, very intuitive name, J1858.6-0814. Now this object is actually a neutron star, because we see that there is a neutron star in the middle. However, this neutron star is surrounded by an accretion disk. Usually we see the accretion disk around the black holes, but this neutron star is also having an accretion disk, which is very surprising. Usually what happens is that the behavior of neutron star is slightly different, because these are not so extreme like a black hole. Black hole even bends light. Black hole even does not allow light to escape. Black holes are so powerful that even light cannot escape, whereas neutron stars are not so extreme. So having an accretion disk around a neutron star is very surprising. However, this object is having an accretion disk, and the accretion disk is similar to a black hole accretion disk, which is moving at very high speed, very rapid. It comprised of subatomic particle moving rapidly, and also giving out all kinds of radiation, starting from gamma ray, x-rays. Very energetic outburst is being noticed coming out from the accretion disk around this neutron star. So we don't know too much what are the reasons behind this accretion disk forming around a neutron star, because typically when we look around, we will see accretion disk around black holes only. We have never seen a neutron star with an accretion disk. So this is a very surprising fact. Scientists are baffled, and they are doing their research and trying to find out if a neutron star, or if there are other examples of neutron star hosting accretion disk. Then we will actually start understanding more about these extreme bodies, or also find similarity between black holes and neutron star, and where the boundary between the two basically diminish. So I think this is going to give us more information. Research is on. However, I like to know what you think about this find. If you have any more inputs, I will be more than eager to hear from you. And friends, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the science show in the next edition. Until then, bye bye for now. Hello friends, you know that communication has become the hallmark of human society development, because without communication we cannot even exist for one day. Forget about existing for one day, we can't even exist for more than 1 minute, because without the communication satellite over our head, we will not be able to calculate our time, we will not be able to send emails, we will not be able to have video call, and we will also not be able to stream the data that we are so accustomed to and used to. However, when we're talking about Earth, our access to the lifestyle is largely dependent on where the network is available. We always keep checking whether the network is high, low, strong, how many lines, etc. So now we are not fully covered on the surface of the Earth. At the same time, we are thinking of going to Mars. So when we are going to Mars, are we going to solve the communication problem, or are we going to first enhance the communication problem on Earth and build a separate network on Mars? That is a topic of discussion today. And the topic of discussion is how do we establish a practical communication channel with Mars, with the colony, and with the people who are either on the way, or they settle down on the surface of Mars. Well, Mars is, believe it or not, is long way away. Mars is almost, the year of Mars is almost twice the year of Earth. So we know that the Earth go around the sun, and it takes about 365 days to take one full circle around the sun. However, Mars takes a lot, and because of that, because of the position of the Mars, the distance of Mars and Earth may vary. Because there could be instance where the Mars is on the other side of the sun, and that is a long way away. Therefore, when we look at traveling to Mars, we, with the current technology, we think that we can reach there in next 6 to 7 months. But that window of 6 to 7 months comes every third year, or rather 2.5 years. That means if we have to make a travel from Earth to Mars, we have to wait for almost 2.5 years. And then if the people have to travel back from Mars to Earth, they will have to wait for another 2.5 years. So it is not only that the Mars is long way away, it has a bigger circle around, it has to draw a bigger circle around the sun, but traveling from Earth also to the Mars could be very tricky, and it will be very controlled in a very in a very calculated manner. And because of this cycle of 3 years, we need to plan our resources and travel plan, itinerary, when the food is required, when it is not required, in case of emergencies. A whole lot of requirements are there for traveling from Earth to Mars, and we will not achieve any of these things if we do not have proper communication, because right now the communication is largely dependent on the satellites. So if we want to build a proper communication network on the Mars, on the planet Mars itself, it's a good good exercise. We need to basically cover the Martian planet with satellite network like we have on Earth, or probably enhance the Earth-based satellite network and then replicate it on the Mars. So that will solve the local communication problem. What about the communication problem between Mars and Earth? Especially, Mars draws a much bigger year around the sun, and therefore both the planets may be long distance away. How long? Because Martian year is pretty long. How long that would be? Believe it or not, our signals, even our signals are traveling almost at the speed of light. There is a lag of, on the average, of about 12.7 minutes. So if you say hello to somebody on the other side, he will receive your hello on an average after 12.7 minutes. And then he will say, hey, hello, reply back. Then you will actually have to wait to hear him back for at least 12.7 minutes. So even though Mars is quite close, but it is not that close. It is quite far. Even at the speed of light, our signal takes about 12.7 minutes to reach. So in such a condition, how do we establish a proper communication between Earth and Mars? It's a big topic. It's a big problem. So even before we start sending people to Mars, we need to establish not only their habitat, we first have to start by building the communication network, because I think that is a first thing that you will tackle. And then second thing would be to look at how you can actually build a habitat, how can you use the Martian regolith and convert that into useful product. You can convert that into oxygen. That all comes secondary. The first thing is to basically build a satellite network, communication satellite network, so that you can effectively communicate between Mars and Earth, whichever location these two planets are. Because remember, there is a lag of 12.7 light minutes between Earth and Mars, simply because they are long way away. Even though they are quite close, if you look at the solar system size, they are quite close. But solar system is a big place. I think that is something that we need to understand. So we need to establish this satellite network. That is understood. But as I'm trying to show you here, a straight line of sight communication will not be possible anyway, because if the Mars is on the other side of the sun, then obviously this network, this picture is not valid. So you need to have some relay station on the surface of the Mars, like we have on the surface of the Earth. Then we need to have certain satellites orbiting the Mars in different locations, so that proper communication sort of umbrella is provided on the surface of the Mars. And then we have to also enhance the network capability of satellites on the Earth, so that at least local communication on Mars and Earth can be taken care. And then we need to basically look at building satellite network, which is known as deep space network. So beyond the Earth, beyond the Martian planets, if you have to communicate between two planets, that is going to be accomplished by deep space network. Now, deep space network is not such very easy to establish, because where are you going to put satellite? It's a big challenge for mathematicians, scientists, because physicists, all three branch of people to come together and specifically decide where they need to put the satellites, especially for communicating with Martian colonies. And the deep space network needs to be built, and it depends really, how do you decide the strategy that you want to use. So let me use the my board right now to drive a point where I will tell you exactly why it is so important to basically plan the whole deep space network with the intention to communicate with Mars. So let me show you this picture which I have drawn on the blackboard, and this is Earth as I'm trying to show you, and fortunately the Mars has gone to the other side, unfortunately. So what has happened is, in between there is a ball of plasma which we call sun. So plasma will stop all communication coming from the other side of from its other side. So if people on Mars send a signal in this condition to Earth, then as you can say that 30% of this blockade will be provided in any case. So even if you put a satellite somewhere here, those satellites will not be useful, because they will not be able to send their signal to Earth. So what you need to do is basically look at this point as a satellite where the Martians can send message here, and then this satellite can relay the message back to Earth. So we can probably put a couple of satellites, maybe one on this side, and then it will have the same effect. There is nothing much we can do about the lag, which is almost 13 minutes of lag, because that is going to be there. So we don't know what to do, because the maximum speed that we can achieve is the speed of light, and nothing can exceed the speed of light, not even our signals. And the speed of light itself takes about 13 minutes to reach Earth from Mars. So we need to really look at the lag. However, in future, if we can come out with quantum way of communication, that may solve the problem. But I think that is beyond the scope of this video. So let's go ahead and look at why we need to put these satellites. And so if we put satellite anywhere else, the distance, say for example, if we put satellite here, then this distance may be longer than if you put the satellite here. Now this distance can even be shortened if you put a satellite somewhere near the Mercury. Then the distance can be shortened, and then we start receiving the signals quickly. So the whole calculation of where do we put the satellite so that we have year-long communication possible, irrespective of whichever location the planets are located during the year. That means we will need to put, first of all, we need to decide where we are going to, which orbit we are going to put these satellites, and then probably we need to put the pearl of satellites, I call them pearl-like satellites everywhere, so that wherever the Mars is, wherever the Earth is, the satellite network will establish communication between Mars and Earth throughout the year, irrespective of where the planets are located. So you understand, this is where the problem lies, and that is why it is so important to basically decide before we start building the deep space network for Mars and Earth, we need to basically study all of this and then decide where we are going to put our satellite. And once we decide that, then then we will be able to cover the entire Earth and Mars planets, always available. And then probably we can basically launch telephony services, we can launch TV transmission between the planets. Martians can produce something which we can see on Earth, and all we have to do is basically tune into that channel and start seeing the Martian channels. Likewise, the people living on Mars can see Earth channels, and so on and so forth. So if we have this kind of a deep space network available, then we can probably start creating this environment and start looking at the coverage, as we call it, coverage today. So we need to basically send a lot of satellites first to increase the coverage on the surface of the Earth, then create a network on Mars, so that the coverage of the Mars can be achieved. And after that, as step 3, build the satellite in Pearl constellation, so that both planets are always connected. Maybe at least one satellite or at least two satellites, they're always connected to each other, so that the proper communication or constant communication can be built between Earth and Mars. Now you can imagine that these satellites are not going to be small satellite. These satellites are going to be high and very powerful satellite, because they need to transmit high gain beams of data between the planets. So these satellites are going to be large. These satellites are going to be bigger and powerful. They would need to be powered by either atomic reactors or very big solar arrays. So I think that is a major expense. Even before we start looking at settling people, sending people and settling down into colonies on Mars, these are the 3 things that we need to do. And this is even more difficult than setting up your colony on the surface of the moon, because moon is only 3 days ride, and even the signal takes about 1 minute, 1 light minute away. So even if there is a lag of 1 minute, it is manageable, and it's much easier to basically send our communication waves on the moon, because moon is still part of the Earth system and Mars is a separate system. So we need to basically establish an array of satellite and basically create some sort of a wide area network between these 2 planets, so that people living on these planets will be able to have communication throughout the year. And it should be as simple as picking up a phone and calling your friend who's living on the surface of Mars, or vice versa. So friend, this is a big thing. I like to know what you think about this issue. And as always, thanks for watching. If you have any comments, do send in. I will catch you in the next one. Until then, bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome to this live stream, and today we have a very important question to discuss, and this is about the ultra massive black holes. We know that the ultra massive black hole exist, although they are not too many numbers, but how they are formed, it's a big mystery, and that is what we are trying to solve in our show today. So let's move forward, and we know that there is a supermassive black hole which is in the range of millions of times the mass of the sun, and there is one that exists in the heart of every galaxy. And we believe that these supermassive black holes are basically driving the entire universe. However, these supermassive black holes are not alone, and there is a bigger cousin called ultramassive black hole, and they are so massive. The starting weight of these giants are almost like 5 billion solar masses. That is really the starting point. And we have seen quite a few of them, but they are not in abundance as compared to the supermassive black hole, because supermassive black holes is found in most of the galaxy in the middle. But there are certain galaxies which actually host an ultra massive black hole. The size of these ultramassive black holes can start from 5 billion solar masses, and so far we have actually seen ultramassive black hole the size of 100 billion solar masses. They are really, really huge. The galaxy that they are hosted in is also huge. Scientists do not know what may be causing these ultra massive black holes to grow so large, many times larger than even the supermassive black hole. So that is the big mystery. But I think to answer such mystery, we need to basically rely on scientific methods, and one of the scientific method is to basically use the simulation. So the simulation that the astrophysicists have been trying to use to answer this question, that how the ultra massive black hole can become so large, is basically feeding in all kinds of information in this simulator, starting from gravity, even dark matter, and also dark energy as one of the parameters, the rate of expansion, and whole lot of other parameters which are required to simulate the universe. So the simulator has been basically at work, and these are using multiple supercomputers, because these simulations can be very, very tricky, very complex. So the simulator is now given us a model which explains how the ultra massive black hole would have formed in the first place. And people generally believe that now, as per the simulator, is that these probably were created about 10 to 11 billion years ago, during the era of cosmic noon. Now let's understand what is this cosmic noon. Probably you have not heard about this before. Cosmic noon is the era when the universe was expanding gradually about 10 billion years ago, and things were not so far off as they are as of now. And since things were very close by, and there was more opportunity for things to collide with each other, and there were a lot of gas available in a smaller area as compared to universe of today, and therefore almost 50% of the star which you see in the night sky today were formed during the cosmic noon. So about 10 billion years ago, the era is called cosmic noon, because almost 50% of the matter that we see, visible matter, was created about 10 billion years ago. So probably now the simulator tells us that the birth of this ultra massive black hole would have taken place at that era, during the era of cosmic noon, because the galaxies were closer at that point in time, and there were a lot of collision, galactical collision, that might have happened during that period. And so basically, to form an ultra massive black hole, you would need at least 3 supermassive black holes to merge. And the only way these supermassive black holes will be able to merge, when there are at least 3 galaxies colliding with each other at the same time. So when the galaxy collide, it's not only the matter which combines, it's also their supermassive black holes in the middle of these galaxies will also merge into one large, giant, very heavy black hole, which is now known as ultramassive black hole. So that is the answer given by this simulator, which try to solve this issue, that how these ultramassive black hole would have formed. So the answer is that during the cosmic noon, multiple galaxies would have merged together, may have collided, and that is the reason for creating ultramassive black holes. So in numbers, as compared to supermassive black hole, ultramassive black holes are not too many. We don't see too many examples, but they are there and they are huge. Once in a while we come across these ultra massive black holes, 50 billion times the mass of sun, etc. They are really huge. The galaxies in which they exist are also very big. So it shows that these elliptical galaxies would have taken birth along with their ultra massive black hole because of the huge galactical collisions that would have taken place during the cosmic noon. Now, the simulator also tells us that these galaxies were so huge about 10 billion years ago, and they must have been very active also. So when we have the active galactic nuclei, these bodies are called quasars. So the chances are that when these galaxies were merging, 2 or 4 galaxies or 3 or 4 galaxies were merging, they must have been active at that point in time. And when we say active, that means they were all quasars. And normally if you look around in our space, quasars are basically huge galaxies. They are bigger galaxies than that we see around. Really, the large galaxies actually have the potential to become quasars. So the chances are that these galaxies, when they merge, 3 galaxies or 4, when they merge, they would have been in their active galactic nuclei stage. That means they must be behaving like quasars at the time when they merged, and because of that their core supermassive black holes would have been eating a lot of material. They were growing naturally even without merging, and when they merged they became ultra massive black holes. So I think the simulator has given us the answer, but where is the proof? So now we are looking at back in time using the James Webb Space Telescope, which is going to look at these big mergers, and probably JWST will help us prove the finding of the simulator. So although this theory is not proven yet, but this is a simulated one, but it gives the best probable answer around the birth of ultra massive black hole. So friends, thanks for watching. If you have any suggestions, any comments, please feel free to write in, and I will catch you again in the next edition of Science Show. Until then, goodbye for now. Hello friends, welcome to Science Show. This is Akulmach and my name is Chandrakant. As you must be knowing that in today's discussion in the Science Show, we are discussing about the something new that the Blue Origin company is doing. In fact, they are building the solar cells out of lunar regolith. And as you know, that regolith is nothing but the normal lunar soil. And you must have seen that in numerous pictures that the regolith is very grayish color material, and it's very dull. But regolith is supposed to have mixture of lot many things, including oxygen. So Blue Origin is working on this research and development, and they are preparing for future human settlement and things which are required for humans to thrive, survive, etc. And one of the key requirement is the power infrastructure. Humans, when they settle, when they build their colonies on lunar surface, the most critical item that will be required is the power infrastructure. Basically, a power plant which will generate power for humans while they are on the surface of the moon. And how do you build this power? I mean, the only solution is the solar cells. And when you actually put solar cells on the surface of the moon, as it is, sun has very strong solar radiation, but then you have to carry all of that material from Earth. And when you put that in your spacecraft, it will add to a lot of weight, and therefore it is probably impractical to carry so many solar cells prefabricated from Earth. And that is why this company Blue Origin is working on it. And Blue Origin, as you know, is owned by Jeff Bezos, who is also the founder of Amazon. So their initiative the R&D initiative has been nicknamed as Blue Alchemist, and they are working on a solar cell. I mean, they are working on the technology which will help them create the solar cells while they are on the moon. And when the astronauts or the 3D printing device or future manufacturing abilities, they can just simply take the gray color, very dull soil from the surface of the moon and convert that into several things, several useful things. And we will learn about them. But I think the main topic is, by using the solar soil or regolith, you can also convert that directly into solar cells, which will start generating the electricity for the human settlement. And this is exactly what the Blue Alchemist is all about. And they are actually working on creating a solar cell technology. So you don't have to send all these paraphernalia from Earth along with the astronauts. And the solar cell will be entirely constructed on the surface of the moon by extracting the required material from this solar soil, this gray color soil that you see here. And this soil is very rich in certain key elements. The Apollo program actually brought down a lot of samples, and we know exactly what this soil contains. It contains a mixture of water, also oxygen, iron, aluminum, and titanium. And then there are other things. So this lunar soil can be used to create. Can be processed and extract various elements, and then you can have construction material available locally from the soil itself. So it is amazing thing that Blue Alchemist is trying to do, and I think the biggest requirement is the solar cell. And Blue Origin or Blue Alchemist has been working on basically perfecting the solar cell manufacturing technology for quite some time. They have been working on it for since 2021, and they have been able to extract the glass and other things successfully. And now they are working on towards getting these silicon silica from the lunar soil, using which they will be able to convert that into solar cells. And this is a simple process. What it takes is basically you need to raise the temperature of this soil to pretty high temperatures, and this regolith, and it will get molten. And once it is molten, it will it melts completely. It starts generating the electric current, because now it is conducting the electric current based on their ionized particle. And hence this process, when you are actually melting the lunar soil, will also generate electricity. Just by increasing the temperature, you will generate electricity, and as a byproduct you will start getting O2 and other powdered metals like aluminum and silica, which can be further processed for variety of things. As you know that aluminum and iron and oxygen, they are quite rich. We know that the lunar soil contains these elements in abundance, and we would need all of these elements for building our structure, for protecting us from radiation, and also for breathing. Oxygen is very important for breathing, for our survival. And in case we are growing plants, we would need water. And to produce water, we would need oxygen. So if we can extract oxygen from the soil, lunar soil, then we don't have to carry the oxygen from Earth, because carrying oxygen is going to increase a lot of weight. So I think this is what the Blue Alchemist is trying to do. They are going to perfect this technology, which may be useful for us in future. And believe it or not, oxygen comes out from this uh, the solar panel technology, which is being developed by Blue Alchemist as a waste product. Now, oxygen can be a waste product out of this process, but oxygen is utilized for breathing. It is utilized for producing water. It is also utilized probably as a future rocket fuel to basically come back home or go to Mars from moon itself. So oxygen is very, very important if we are able to process this whole thing into aluminum, iron, oxygen, and other things which can be reused by the human colony. So this is a process that Blue Alchemist is working on, and when we have enough iron and aluminum, we can actually start building the structure using this very strong material. And the iron and aluminum are carrying them from Earth. Especially iron is very heavy. It's one of the heavy elements. So if we can extract iron from the lunar soil, it will be a pretty good alternative, because all we need to do is basically perfect the Blue Alchemist technology at an industrial scale, and then probably automate it using robotic technology. Send these robots before human arrive, and they can start producing iron in abundance, and then start building these structures which are made of aluminum and iron. So all in all, this research by Blue Alchemist looks very interesting, very promising. And also, as a byproduct, they are going to produce glass. Now, glass is silica. This glass can be used as a solar cell, and also as windows. So now you can actually generate the electricity and also put this glass into your windows. And this way you are now utilizing the solar soil, which is like a dirt, into very, very useful products. And that is why this blue origin technology is very, very promising for future space exploration, and also help future humans to make settlement on various planets and satellites. And this is something which we should do actually. So all in all, this is very interesting, and I thought I will talk about this in Science Show. If you have any thoughts and comments, feel free to send in your comments, and as always, I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello, friends. Welcome to the Science Show, and today is March 2nd. So, let us find out what is happening in the area of science and what are the new discoveries. So, today in our show, we are going to discuss these three latest findings by the scientist. Number one is the nature of life in the red dwarf system. This is going to be very interesting, so stick around, friends. Number two is determining how cold is our universe. What is the mean temperature of our universe? And number three is again very interesting. How can we see in the longest wavelength? Can we actually see in the can we meaningfully create an image in the longest wavelength of light, using the longest wavelength of light? All right, so let us continue with our first point, which is life around the red dwarf system. So, friends, I think many of you who are the science buff know that nearly 70 to 80% of the stars in our galaxies are these red dwarfs. Red dwarfs are many times smaller, at least 10 times smaller than the sun. The sun is a relatively large star. Red dwarfs are small stars. And why we call them red dwarf? Because they glow red. They are very small. They also produce little visible light, and most of the light is reddish in tint. And as you know that the red light is less energetic compared to white light, yellow light, and blue light. We know that from our school days. If you remember your rainbow waveguide, you know that the most energetic light is the violet and the least energetic light is red. This is in the visible spectrum, and anything after the red light is called infrared, and anything above violet is called ultraviolet. We know that. So the entire electromagnetic spectrum consists of very high energy to very low energy, and therefore the red dwarf systems actually produce low energy, and because they produce low energy, they burn very slowly. The life of our sun is approximately 10 billion years, whereas if you compare that with red dwarf may live for 100 billion years, many times longer than the larger stars. So since these stars are small, they have a long life, they produce little heat, and therefore and they are smaller, so they will have less gravity. Therefore their solar systems are also very small, not as large as our own solar system. They are small, the planets are close by. So if there is a civilization, or there is some life which evolved in this kind of a system, then it will be a lot easier from hopping from one planet to other, because in our own solar system the planets are quite far off. On the other hand, if you look at the red dwarf system, the planets are close by. However, there is one drawback in red dwarf, because once in a while these red dwarf stars flare up and they produce so much solar wind and solar radiation, at least 10 times more than what sun would produce in a typical flare up from sun. So these red dwarfs are known to basically fry everything in their system, and we do not know why they do that. But once in a while, these red dwarf systems actually produce huge flare. So far, assumption has been that red dwarf are ideal for life, civilization to develop, because they have longer time in space. However, since they flare up, they output so much radiation that scientists believe that there is no provision that any life can exist in such high radiation, because even if there is some life, it will just die in a flare-up incident. However, now scientists started to basically contradict what they have been believing, which is just to prove whether the plants can grow irrespective of the flare up, but whether the plants can grow in a red dwarf system or not. Is the life low energy light sufficient to kickstart the photosynthesis process in plants? Because that is the starting point of any life form. Even for us, if there are no plants, we will also perish. So the first life form which evolved on earth is basically the bacteria, which could do processing of sunlight directly. So the turning point on earth was the photosynthesis using chlorophyll. Certain bacteria were able to get the sunlight directly and use the sunlight to break down different elements into useful compounds, and that is how the life is driven on earth. Even today, plant produce food for other animals so that the other animals can live. If plant dies, other animals on earth will also die. Plant produce food because of the sunlight. and the process is called photosynthesis. So if red dwarf stars are such unique places, is it possible to grow plants in their low light? That is the experiment. And the good news is that the scientists were able to create red dwarf kind environment in a lab, and they were surprised that the cyanobacteria survived. Not only survived, they thrived, they grew in their population. And there is absolutely no difference if there is life on any planet in the red dwarf system. The speed of growth of these bacteria will be similar to the growth of these bacteria on Earth. So this is a very good, very positive sign that in case one of the planets which is much larger, has sufficient gravity and atmosphere, water, etc., all the conditions which are suitable for life in a red dwarf system, then the chances are that the life can evolve. And probably the atmosphere has magnetism, strong magnetism and thick atmosphere that will also protect this life from these radiation which is coming out from the red dwarf. So I think all in all, this is a very good indication that most of the stars in the galaxy, 80 to 70 to 80% stars are red dwarf, and many of these red dwarf systems have larger planet, ocean worlds, even terrestrial planets like Earth with thick atmosphere, water and magnetism. So I think this kind of study proves that I think there is huge potential for alien life to not only be found on these planets but also thrive and probably become more complex life form just like we have on Earth. So it's a good news, all in all. Let's move to the second item that we had on our list, which is the temperature of the space itself. We know that the temperature that the humans require is something like room temperature, as we call it. Something like 25 to 35 degrees is the best temperature for us to live. Even though people live in very low temperature on Earth and also very high temperature, but all in all, the average temperature that we expect for us to live comfortable temperature is about 20 to 35 degrees if we just average it out. But it's not only for humans. Most of the life, almost 80% of the life, like this temperature. But if you go out of the Earth system, then if you go out in open space, the temperature drops rapidly. However, does it become zero or zero, not 0 Celsius, but 0 Kelvin? It is not zero. So there has to be some temperature, ambient temperature in the space itself. And that is where the challenge is. And in fact, the scientists have been trying to find what is the mean temperature of the universe. Because when the Big Bang happened, obviously temperatures were probably infinite. Scientists say that it became, there was so much high temperature located at one point that its entire system became sort of imbalance and actually exploded into a Big Bang. And since that point, temperature is only reducing. It's becoming cooler and cooler. But if it becomes zero, then the temperature will prevent any new activity happening in space. So the temperature cannot be zero, and the difference in temperature, the fight between heat and cold has to continue for a successful propagation of the universe itself. So what is the temperature? So when it was millions and billions of degrees at the time of Big Bang, and then Big Bang happened, taking that temperature out in the open space. So there are places in our universe which are very hot, like sun, stars, different stars. Some are hot, some are cold, and the temperature is very, very high. It runs into trillions of degrees sometimes, and whereas in the open space the temperature is not so high. And on planet like Earth, temperature is very moderate. That is what the humans and living things expect temperature to be. But if you go to Venus, temperature is still high. So what is an average temperature? Now, there are different techniques scientists have used, because we have to know exactly how rapidly the universe is losing the heat, so that we can determine how long we have to live. So I think the scientists have actually carried out this study, and they have actually uh, calculated accurately what is the average temperature of the universe, and this is something like 3 Kelvin. 3 Kelvin, which is equal to, if you follow Celsius thermometer, it is equal to minus 271 degrees. That is the average temperature of our universe today. So from our standpoint, it's quite cold, but it is not absolutely cold. It is having some heat still left in it, and that heat is 3 degrees. And absolute temperature cannot be achieved. I hope you know that absolute temperature is minus 274. So it is 3 degrees higher than the absolute temperature, and just like absolute heat, absolute zero cannot be achieved. And to reduce temperature to absolute zero is impossible. So right now, that mean average temperature of universe is 3 degrees Kelvin, which is minus 271 degrees Celsius. All right, let's move to the last item on our list today in the science show, which is how can we basically image various objects in the longest wavelength. And as I told you about light consists of electromagnetic waves from very high energy to very low energy. So highest energy that we know is gamma ray, which is also part of light only, but it is gamma rays can destroy life instantly, because these photons, gamma ray photons, are so energetic they will burn everything. And after that, x-rays, and these particles are so energetic they can pass through our bodies, and that is why these because of these properties we use x-rays to take our x-ray photographs to find out what is going on inside our body. And therefore, so as the energy of these electromagnetic wave keeps reducing, it reaches a point where we start seeing this, our eyes start seeing this, which is what we call the visible light, which consists of 7 colors. But then that the energy further reduces after infrared, and the lowest energetic light waves that we know of are the radio waves. And typically, lower the energy, longer the wavelength. That is the equation. Higher the energy, shorter the wavelength. If you look at the gamma ray, the wavelengths are in nanometers. They are so energetic, vibrating so much, and the wavelengths are also very, very short. Whereas in the case of radio waves, the wavelength can be almost a kilometer, because these the photons of light in the radio wave spectrum has become so less energetic that their wavelength is almost equal to sometimes 1 kilometer. So if we have the capability to convert that into vision, the challenge is, how are we going to see the things? How do we see the universe? How do we see different planets in the longest wavelength? And this idea has basically come up after the Starlink project of Elon Musk, where Elon Musk Starlink project started sending low-cost satellites, low-cost, low-intensity satellites, smaller satellites, but many in numbers, to cover the entire Earth in order to provide internet services across the surface of the Earth. So these kind of satellites are also very suitable to basically make a planet-wide array to capture the long wavelength. So this idea has come that, can we use some of these satellite or similar satellite network, just like Starlink satellite network, to convert using some sort of software into a long wavelength image of our space, of the things that we see. So when we use very high powered telescopes like JWST, which is also seeing in the red spectrum, but then even smaller, longer wavelength and less energetic photons can we see and create an image out of it. So I think this is a very good idea, because we will learn things. Probably we will start seeing things which no other telescope has been able to see before. I think this is a holy grail of next development, because there could be objects lying in our open space with very little heat in them, and they may be sending information in the radio wave, a very very low intensity radio wave, which we tend to ignore, because it's very difficult to capture them. But if we have a planet wide array of these smaller satellite spread across, then using the combination of various satellites, we will be able to capture these long wavelength and convert that into an image. So if we have that kind of technology, we maybe start to see things which are usually not visible in any kind of visible light or infrared or any kind of way. So if we are able to create this system, and if follow through what scientists are saying, then we may have a totally different view of our space time. So it's very exciting from my point of view. But I like to know from you, what do you think about this? I look forward to receiving your comments, and I will catch you again tomorrow, same time in the Akulmach Science Show. Until then, please take care. See you tomorrow. Hello friends, welcome to the science show, and we are actually presenting live to you every day. And today we have three very interesting discoveries and invention from the space of science. So without further waste of any moment, let's go and discuss about what are these three things. And by the way friends, I am live, so you can actually reach out to me, send in your comments live, your name will get displayed, and I can address your queries instantly. So the first item on the list is a planet that should not exist. So there is a solar system not very close. It's roughly about 287 light years away from Earth, and this planet system or the solar system is known as, very intuitively, TOI 5205. So this is like a normal star system, a red dwarf star system, and typically when we look at the red dwarf, we don't find a large planet, and this particular red dwarf is actually a smaller red dwarf. As you can see, we are actually showing in this screen where the yellow star is actually the sun, and the large planet that we are showing is the Jupiter. And look at the size of the other star, which is the TOI 5205. It's many times smaller than the sun, and it's a red dwarf. But surprisingly, TOI 5205 has a large planet. This planet is as large as Jupiter. So the understanding so far that we have got after studying nearly 5,000 solar system in the close by vicinity of Earth, we find that usually if the star is large, it will have larger planets. But if you look at the hot Jupiters and other gas giants which exist in different solar system outside our sun, then we know that because the star is large, and that is why it is able to harbor larger planets. However, it is a very surprising find to see a small red dwarf star having a similar size planet as big as Jupiter. So this actually shows that our understanding of how the solar system evolved is not really mature as of now, because we do not understand the processes how these planets are formed, what are the criteria or parameter to form these large planets, because even this small star is able to harbor a large planet like Jupiter. Obviously this big planet must be exerting a lot of gravitational pull on the central star system. So I think more studies required. However, this is a very strange solar system, TOI 5205, and that is why we have stumbled upon this kind of planet which should not exist. So this is something new. Let's move to the next one, and this is our favorite subject. This is regarding the supermassive black holes, and also regarding the dark energy. We know that there is a lot of dark matter, and there is a lot of dark energy which is responsible for expansion of the universe. And as we know today, the universe is expanding exponentially. That means as the time passes, the speed of acceleration will keep increasing exponentially. So the force which has been made responsible for this expansion is not really known, since we do not know what causes this kind of a expansion, what are the objects, or what energy is involved in this expansion of the entire universe. We have no clue. So because we don't have clue, we just call it dark energy. So far we have not been able to identify the particles of dark energy. We have not been able to identify what are the different objects in our space which basically create that. But I think scientists are evaluating various options, and one of the option that scientists have found is that maybe the supermassive black holes may have some sort of negative gravity. They are capable, very much capable, because they are huge. They are millions of times the mass of sun, and there are so many black holes, and especially if the black hole, the supermassive black hole, exists outside the galaxy, there is no way even to look at it, because they will be just lying dormant. So scientists now believe that there are several supermassive black hole. There is one in the middle of the galaxy. There are instances where these supermassive black holes have been found, more than one black hole in one galaxy. And it's not necessary that one galaxy will have only one supermassive black hole. There could be more than one, but we have no idea how many supermassive black holes exist outside the galaxy in the void of the space. If there are a lot of these supermassive black holes scattered in the void of the space, then these supermassive black holes may be exerting gravity and gravity pulls, as you know that. So from our point of view, there could be a chance that the supermassive black holes may be responsible for this pull or the expansion that we notice in our space. And because we don't know what is causing them, we call it dark energy. So the supermassive black holes which may be floating around in the void of the space, the supermassive black holes which are not having any stars or any galaxies around them, may be causing this kind of phenomena which we call dark energy. So I think there is nothing definitive at this point in time. So this is a work in progress. Until unless we are able to exactly zero down on the cause of the dark energy, I think this will be speculative in nature. So this is one of the theory that the scientists are proposing. All right, let's move to the next item. And the next item is our twin planet in our own solar system, known as Venus. We know that Venus is actually much closer to Earth as compared to Mars, and it is also having a shorter year. So if you want to basically go to Venus, it is actually a lot easier to go to Venus than as going to Mars, because it's first of all close by. It's only a 3 months ride as compared to Mars, which is nearly 7 to 8 months ride, and the window of opportunity to go to Mars comes every 2 years. So if you actually try and go to Mars, you will get the next window of opportunity only after 2.5 years. whereas Venus is much more reachable, it's much closer. However, Venus is hell. We know that Venus is very hellish environment. It has very thick atmosphere, 100 times thicker than Earth atmosphere, so it is not livable. So that is why humans are not showing a lot of interest in trying to make to Venus, and we are trying to explore our opportunities on Mars. However, Venus is Earth's twin planet. The gravity is very similar to Earth. The size of Venus is also very similar to Earth. It is close by. And apart from the hellish surface temperature and the hellish atmosphere, which mostly comprise of sulfuric acid, the similarity between Earth and Venus are not many. Apart from these hellish conditions on Venus, even the structure of the planet is rather different. Well, even both these planets are of equal size. The heat of the formation of these two planets are retained equally, and they slowly dissipate this heat into the space. But in the case of Earth, most of the surface of the Earth comprise of the tectonic plates, and the ocean and the continents are the land masses on top of these tectonic plates. So the tectonic plates are quite thick on Earth. They move around, they grind with each other, and the movement of the gaps between these tectonic plates, there could be volcanism between these gaps. There could be gases coming out of it, and because of that, Earth will slowly lose its heat, and the tectonic plate keeps moving. However, the twin planet, which is Venus, we have not seen any tectonic movement on the surface of the Venus, and yet we know that the Venus, just like the Earth, is losing heat in the gradually in the equal proportions, very similar to Earth. Earth is also losing heat as the time passes, but we know that the Earth heat is being lost because of the tectonic plate movement and the volcanism. So in case of Venus, since there are no tectonic plates, how this heat is being retained or being lost? Now the scientists found that the real reason for Venus to lose heat, even though it does not have any tectonic plate movement or any major volcano systems, it's primarily because the outer shell of the Venus is much thinner than Earth, and it is almost like 1/3 thickness. So because of the outer shell being thinner as compared to Earth, it is primarily losing out heat from these thin areas. So now we know that the Venus is also losing heat, and it has a different geological processes as compared to Earth. Venus is a different planet, although it is very similar in size and it's rather close by, but it has a different kind of a geological movement, and it has a different characteristic altogether. And now we know that it is also does not have any tectonic plates, and the outer shell of Venus is much thinner as compared to Earth. So there are a lot of dissimilarity between Venus and Earth, and this is one of them. Now we know a little bit more about Venus, as humans have not shown too much of interest in exploring Venus, sending different kinds of probes to study more about Venus. So our information, our knowledge is primarily based on Earth-based observatory and using our knowledge of science and mathematics. So friends, this is the latest information that I have shared with you today. I will meet you again tomorrow, same time. Until then, keep rocking, please take care, and bye for now. Hello, friends. Welcome to this live stream about science and new discoveries, new inventions. So, welcome to Science Show. And today I have compiled, latest information which has happened in the area of science. So, let's move to the first one. And this is coming from Mars. You know that Mars is a very rocky, very desert type planet, and different. We have been doing a lot of study. In fact, there has been a lot of study done on Mars. If you look at the human exploration after Earth, Mars is a second planet where there's a lot of exploration that humans have done. So what we have found is that since Mars has a thinner atmosphere, whenever it is struck by a meteorite and there is a huge explosion as soon as the meteorite hit the surface of the Mars, just like it would actually happen on Earth, but at Earth has a thicker atmosphere, so many times meteorites actually burn up in the atmosphere. Only ashes fall on the ground, or probably they just get dispersed and they don't interact with the rock of the surface of the Earth. But on the surface of the Mars, since the atmosphere is quite thin, the meteorite impact happens and the connection between the material of the meteorites and the surface, the Martian rock happens. And over time, because of these different collisions which has happened on that red planet, the ionization of the rocky material has happened, and that is basically pretty much controlled by the material which has been brought up from the space onto the surface. So most of the surface is kind of re-engineered by the meteorite impact on the surface of Mars. So what implication that has on the future human exploration, it's hard to say, but the latest discovery is that the surface of the Mars has been reshaped, shaped and reshaped again and again because of this meteorite impact. And if we are trying to find something original on Mars, at least on the surface, it may not be original because that has been reshaped by the impacts of meteorite. All right, let's move to the next invention in the area of science. Now, this is related to supermassive black holes. And you know that the supermassive black holes are really kind of an anomaly which the human scientists don't understand how the supermassive black holes take birth. The formation of the supermassive black hole is largely misunderstood so far. We have various theories, but none of these theories are proven yet. And if the theories are not proven, they live in the area of speculation. So still it is unknown that how, I mean, it is known as far as the theories are concerned, but no proof has been given for in favor of one theory or the other one. No definitive proof. So we don't know how these supermassive black holes, which are in the range of billions of solar mass, would have taken birth. However, when the supermassive black hole has taken shape, then from that point onwards, the growth can be very well explained. And James Webb has recently seen in the past, of course, because James Webb is seeing things which are quite far off. James Webb has actually shown that there are two dwarf galaxies very early, very far off, far away from here, very early in the early part of the universe when the galaxies were dwarf. They had supermassive black hole in the center. When these two galaxies merged together, the supermassive black hole also merged together to become twice the size of a supermassive black hole. So this kind of merger has been recently seen by the JWST, and in fact it is throwing light that having formed a 1,000 times bigger black hole than the mass of the sun, the journey to become ultra massive and supermassive from that point onwards is rather easy. But the challenging part is we don't really understand how these colossal beasts would have taken birth. So I think the search is on to find the correct answer for that. All right, let's move to the next information. This is regarding the human colony on Moon, and when the colonization of Moon has has to happen, because now the Artemis probe is being sent. In fact, Artemis is a complete plan by itself, where the aim is to settle humans, to build colonies on the surface of the moon, before we actually set up our own colony on the surface of the Mars, because moon is close by. It is just a 3 days trip, and it will be easier to establish the colony on the surface of the moon because it's close by. Mars is still, say, 7 months away every 2 years, so it is a lot easier to set up on the surface of the moon. So Artemis program of NASA is actually aiming to establish a lunar colony, but when the humans arrive there, they would need food apart from oxygen, etc., the essential items. They would probably need movies, and they will also need to do some games like playing cards, carom board, etc. But food is paramount, food and water. So water has been found on the surface of the moon, so we can probably use that water for our utilization. But what about food? So is the lunar soil fine for growing plants, the plants from Earth, or any kind of vegetation on the surface of the Earth? But typically plants actually take their nutrient from the soil, all the magnesium, potassium, sodium, etc. Whatever minerals and requirements the plant has, they actually absorb directly from the soil. So the earth soil has the capability to feed the plant, whereas the lunar soil may not be nutrient rich. We know that for sure. There is a lot of difference when it comes to vegetation. The lunar soil is not suitable to grow plants. So therefore, what about food? If we want to settle on the surface of the moon, what about food? So the scientists have found a new way. In fact, you might have seen that also. You don't actually grow plants in soil. You actually grow plants dipped in water, and you mix your nutrient into the water, and plant will be able to absorb the nutrient directly from the water. Since water has been found on the surface of the moon, you don't really have to farm your vegetables on the surface. You actually build pots and feed the plants hydroponically. That's the process. If you're growing your plant without the soil, you know what nutrients are required for which plant. Add that in the known quantity into water, and then the process will happen, and the plant will thrive on the surface of the moon, even without growing or creating a sort of farmland on the surface of the moon. And that would suffice the need for food when the humans are on the surface, and the first human settlement is established on the surface of the moon. All right, let's move to the next one. Now this is about Europa, and Europa is the very promising body in our own solar system where we can expect to see aliens. Why? Simply because Europa is basically it's a moon of the Jupiter in the Jupiter system, but Europa has a huge ocean. Europa is much smaller than as compared to Earth, but it has a huge ocean. The size of the ocean estimated to be 3 to 4 times the ocean of the Earth. Now, Earth is a large planet, so imagine a smaller body like Europa having 3 to 4 times the water or the ocean as compared to Earth. It is estimated that Europa ocean is so large that the depth of the ocean is up to 200 kilometers. Compare that with Earth. The deepest point that we know of on Earth is hardly 10 kilometers. So imagine an ocean which is 200 kilometers. It is warm water, and it is covered with ice. Ice which is covering the ocean is also 5 kilometers thick. That kind of thick ice will be able to stop all kinds of radiation coming from Sun and from Jupiter, and therefore Europa is a very good candidate to find alien life within our own solar system. And now scientists find that Europa's ocean, subterranean ocean, may be salty in nature, and that is a very good evidence, because even Earth oceans, which probably kick-started the life on Earth, are also salty, and therefore this is a very good find. This is amazing discovery, and the Clipper mission is going to study the Europa starting from 2030, and from that point onwards, our knowledge about Europa will immensely increase, because Clipper is going to study only Europa. As the only mission for Clipper is study Europa and give us more information about what kind of life we can expect in the oceans of the salty ocean of Europa. So it's very exciting, friends. I think I will keep track of this and bring more information as and when I hear about it. All right, let's move to the next one. Now, this is about another satellite in our own solar system, but this time not in Jupiter system, but this time in Saturn system. This satellite is called Enceladus. This is very similar to Europa. It is basically covered with ice. It has water inside, but our knowledge about Enceladus is very little. It is even lesser than Europa. There could be a ocean, a salty ocean inside, but Enceladus is quite active. What we have found is that Enceladus has this jets coming out from the one of the pole of the satellite, and the heat generated inside this body is because of the tidal gravity, because it goes around the Saturn, and whenever it goes around Saturn actually put its effect on the interior of the satellite, not only Enceladus but also other satellites. So because of that, because of the push and pull in the rock, the heat is generated, and because of that the water melts, and there is so much of pressure that this water is coming out as long jets from Enceladus, as you can see in this picture. And now the scientists have detected that these jets are not only water, but it also has certain traces of other elements. More important, silica. Silica is nothing but rock. As we find silica, the most of the rocks on Earth are made of silica, and these jets which are coming out of Enceladus are the water vapors, basically steam mixed with silica powder. And essentially what is happening is that this is actually creating one of the rings of Saturn. So all this silica which is coming out of Enceladus is actually helping creating one of the ring of Saturn. But the important thing is that this proves that there are rocks inside Enceladus. There is water and there is rock. So it's a very different kind of concoction which may be happening. So more studies required to study this particular moon of Saturn. Maybe after we have finished our study of Europa on Jupiter, we can actually then turn our attention to the Saturn system, which is further away from us, quite far off from, even further down from Jupiter. So we can then start understanding more about the Saturn system. So friends, these are the latest discoveries and information in the area of science. I will meet you again tomorrow at same time in the next edition of Science Show. Until then, please take care. See you tomorrow. Hello friends, we know that the humans have to take the next leap in their evolution, in their advancement, and we know that the brain chip has been around for a very long time. So in today's video, we are going to discuss what is going on in the area of brain chip and where it is going to take the humanity. All right, so I think when we talk about brain chip, it has a lot to do with the brain itself, and brain is a naturally occurring electronic device. It is like a computer which can naturally exist, and it actually offers memory, it offers processing power, it also offers a whole lot of other controlling mechanisms which you expect from an electronic device. And since it's an electronic device, we should be able to control a brain somehow, or probably give more control to the brain using some external devices. And this is exactly what the brain chip is intending to achieve. Well, there are several companies who are doing research in the area of brain chip. Brain chip is a device which will be installed just inside your head with connectors all across. And there is a company which is funded by Mr. Elon Musk. His name is company's name is Neuralink, and they are actually doing a lot of research. And he is not the only one. There are others who are also doing research in the area of enhancing human capabilities. So the brain chip requires a chip to be installed inside your brain or on top of your head on the screen, so that it creates sort of an interface between other devices like your mobile phone or internet or visual devices or even limbs directly to the brain, so that you can actually do many activities. So when we talk about installing a brain chip, we have to basically so brain chip is like a interface between the outside world and with the brain, which is your brain. So that is why the next set of evolution will be determined by brain chip. And when we talk about brain chip, it has to be connected to the brain itself, because we know that there are certain areas in our brain which controls different aspects. Some areas in our brain control their thinking power, some controls their visual, audio, movement, etc. So in order to have an effective brain chip technology, the brain chip has to be connected thoroughly with the brain itself. So it requires surgically implanting the connectors with the areas where all these different activities are taking place, and that is a very, very specialized surgery. Touching the brain, it's like very, very specialized. So Neuralink and others also are developing a robotic surgeon which would accurately connect these connectors, these wires, to respective areas inside your brain. And these wires will be extremely thin, probably 100 times thinner than the thickness of the human hair, and there will be at least 20 connectors in different parts of the brain, so that these impulses can be transmitted via the brain chip to the external devices, and these inputs can also be brought into the brain, so that the brain now has more inputs for processing further. So this is where the core of the technology is. We are not basically going too much in depth, but I'm just making you aware that using this brain chip technology, I think when we start implementing the brain chips, we will actually look for certain ailments which cannot be cured, things like blindness. So if there is a permanent damage to your optic nerve, there is nothing you can do about it. However, if you can send direct input from a camera into the brain itself, it won't matter if your optic nerve is damaged or it is not working. So therefore, when we talk about when we start implementing brain chip in humans, I think the first implementation would be to basically look at these disabilities like blindness and also paralysis, because once you are paralyzed, certain strokes of paralysis will actually even prevent you to speak. So if you are paralyzed, then your movement is not possible, and also speaking is not possible, and sometimes eating is also not possible. It's a life-threatening situation, and it happens because of the when the link between the body and the brain snaps, then the paralysis happens. So I think if you basically implant a brain chip and create link wirelessly or using a wire directly from the brain chip to your limbs, then it will be you are providing a solution to paralysis. It won't matter that you are paralyzed. And this is where the starting point is. There could be other ailments which the brain chip, if by installing brain chip, you can actually resolve. So I think the next level of push with regard to brain chip technology in human would happen because of the advancement in AI. Now, the promoter of Neuralink, and generally people by and large know that if the AI becomes self-aware and becomes a sentient being, if the AI start thinking that they are living, then as per the theory of evolution, they will go behind the next competition, and that is the humans. So humans need to also evolve. So I think there will be a push created because of the advancement in AI to also enhance humans beyond the capability of the natural means. So that is where the brain chip will play a major role, and there will be a major push when it comes to adapting the brain chip technology. So that is why, as we know that AI is already advancing and exponentially, and so is the brain chip technology is also advancing. It has been around for many years now, I think, starting from very basic one, and now the processing power has increased when it comes to brain chip technology. Yet we have not done any experiment or any implant in humans to basically resolve some of these issues, whereas the technology is available. So what else can be possible if we have the brain chip? I mean, just to think of the possibilities, if you have a brain chip or a link between your brain and the outside world, you can be directly connected to internet, and you can access the information that you need just by thinking about it. And the brain chip will establish the wireless connection with the internet and get you the information directly inside your brain. And this way, you will not need any device, a mobile device or a PC. You can directly start processing information, access the information directly from the internet, and start seeing, the processing or different pages. You can flip around, read a book without even opening your eyes. You can just read it inside your brain. So these are the advantages. In fact, if the brain technology is utilized in this way, the usage of different devices and even televisions will not be required. You can actually start seeing the movies directly inside your brain. So I think this is going to revolutionize the social fabric. Also, how do we perceive, how do we connect with each other, interconnect with each other, how do we speak, how do we make calls. So I think all of this will change, undergo tremendous change if the brain chip is installed. And this will also enable the instant communication. So for example, you want to speak to somebody, then you need not dial through a mobile phone. You can directly reach out that person, think about it, or probably there will be some gesture based commands or thought based commands using which you will be able to speak to somebody either through video or through some sort of a link or through some sort of connection directly between your brain and the internet. So instant calling, instant messaging, that will happen. And this is something which is changing the society completely. We will not need to travel for a conference. We will not need to travel for recreation. You can reach directly wherever you want, and you can get the direct real input. Say for example, if you're traveling somewhere, you can get the direct input of that place. So this is going to change many things. And then once we basically become expert in using the brain chip technology, resolve the social fabric, obviously, because once we have the brain chip installed, the new applications will come into existence. New way of doing things will be adopted by the society, and society will become truly a global society, or probably multi-planet society, and with instant communication happening from brain to brain. So once that happens, then the next step would be to retrofit your body with specialized parts. So you start becoming more of a cybernetic organisms, where you can actually replace your limb on need basis. You can actually you have fitments where you can connect different things to your body, and become a sort of a superhuman. You can plug yourself into the spaceship, and directly spaceship can take care of your life support system. So there could be many possibilities in future. So society of future will completely undergo a tremendous change with this brain chip technology, because it opens up a huge step forward for the future evolution. And now the evolution will be taken up by the, not by natural means, but it will be taken up by the humans directly. And the ultimate step would be not to die. You can actually live forever. So if you want, and if you basically want to live forever, your memories can be directly downloaded, and the memory itself will think that you are a sentient being but living inside a computer. So that way, there is no need for your physical body to die. Your physical body can perish, and you can keep retrofitting your physical body. And once the moment comes that no more fitment is possible, you can actually download yourself completely, your brain with all its memory, directly into a computer program, and you become a sentient being, just like an AI, living forever inside a supercomputer. So that is the ultimate possibility. So the brain chip technologies offer a lot of pros. I have covered at a high level what all are possible, but I think we have to also think about the cons, because every good thing also has a flip side of it. So when we talk about cons, I think the biggest con is that you will always remember your memory, because now your memories can be accessed at any point in time on demand, because the software solution will bring all memories whenever you want to see them. So maybe humans are not designed to access your memory all the time, because your memories are although stored in your brain, but you don't access them all the time. So what psychological changes will happen to humans, we don't know, but I think this is a very big thing, where access to your memories always can be a very big change to the human psychology, and we don't know how humans will react to this. So this is one of the big things that I see will happen to humans. Maybe there has to be some sleep pattern changes. How do you access memory? What impact your memories, accessing your memory all the time will have on your psychology? I think that is something that we need to really understand. And then the big thing is about hacking. You can be hacked. Since you're connected to internet, a human will be able to will be prone to hacking and losing control of your body. So there could be a chance where you can be hacked by a malware or a virus, a software virus, and you can become a zombie, or you can be controlled by somebody. And this is a very big risk, and we don't have an answer to this. Although the whole technology about human brain resolving your medical issues sounds very good, but then if you're prone to hacking, then it is a very serious matter which we need to understand. And definitely the hacking will be something which will evolve. Even AI start to hack, because AI can start developing their copies and start hacking you, and that will be the end of it. So I think very serious issue, very serious con about installing the brain chip. And today we are so bothered about advertising. The advertising happens whenever we are watching our a favorite program on TV or watching a movie on the mobile phones, and suddenly there is this ad which pops up. Obviously you don't want to keep seeing these ads which keep popping up in YouTube videos also. So the holy grail of any company's existence today, whether it is Google, Microsoft, they want to basically track your behavior. They want to do predictive analytics on your behavior so that they can sell better, they can sell more to you, they can take your money. So you don't want the advertising to just pop up in your brain and you're not even prepared for it, some ad playing in your brain. So apart from utilizing your memory 100% and remembering everything in the past, you are also being bombarded with so many ads which will happen in future. I think that is another thing that we need to know. The whole ecosystem has to evolve. So this is a very big con, because advertisers will start looking at where you're going and then start bombarding with different kinds of advertising. Forced labor, there could be a situation where the jobs are available, and suppose you don't want to put a brain chip, or you don't want to basically install a particular software, then the employer can say that, hey, this is a prerequisite. If you don't install a brain chip, or if you don't install a software in your brain chip, then you will not get this job. So prerequisite for getting a job would be to either install a brain chip, so the society will move forward in a very collective manner, or the people who opt out from the brain chip program will be left out from any benefit of the developing society. They will not be getting any jobs. And people actually who install brain chip, they will be controlled by some third party. Maybe they will get work, they may get employment, they will get money, but they will also be controlled by some third party. So this whole technology of brain chip can take this kind of a shape where the forced labor will be become the norm of any employment, because any development that we do in a commercial environment, it has to be backed by the money flow. So I think some of these companies will start utilizing the brain chip technology and start making you a controllable computer, even though you are your own personality. So I think what will happen to the personality, we don't know. So this is where the current situation, I am bringing back you to the current situation. So in any case, these companies who are doing a lot of research in the brain chip technology are American companies, and in order to do anything with humans, they need a FDA approval. And believe it or not, all these companies have applied for FDA approval. FDA has not given them any approval as of now. But if the FDA gives the approval, then they can start with human trials. But until this approval comes, they are actually doing research on the animals. And whatever I have told you today is basically a result of brain chip technology tests being done on different animals. And they have shown that the brain chip actually works. Although animal, when they install a brain chip, nobody is asking them to basically take their consent and say that, hey, I'm going to change your personality, I'm going to enhance your different skills, visual skills and physical skills, mental abilities, but do you want it or not? The consent, you have not taken it from the animals. So I think that is one thing which is going on right now. A lot of successful testing being done on brain chip. The animal's brain is getting enhanced, thinking power, etc. is getting enhanced as we speak. But since the trial on humans are not allowed, we don't know where this brain technology or when the brain technology will be launched. So it looks very promising for certain cases. It looks disastrous for certain other cases. Nevertheless, I would like to know your thoughts on this, and look forward to receiving your comments. So friends, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello, friends. Welcome to this live stream. And many of us have certain primal fear in all of us. Some are scared of the Elm Street, where you get the very horrifying dreams, and others are also scared of zombies. And in fact, there are a lot of movies that has been made on zombies, attack of the zombie, infections which spread within 15 minutes, and then suddenly all these horrible looking humans start biting other humans which are not infected. So we know about all this. And hey, by the way, we are science based channel, so we would like to analyze this. In fact, there has been lot of movies, lot of serials, and there is one which is called Last of Us, which is becoming very popular. So I think while the zombies are described in fiction, but is it really real? Let us find out. So when it comes to zombies, we see that the zombies are infected by some sort of viruses or some sort of fungi. In the movies, we have seen that both variation of the zombiness can be found. In some movies, they show that it's a viral infection. In other movies, they show this as a fungal infection. Nevertheless, it's an infection in humans, and it spreads very quickly. And if the other infected human bite another one, within 10 to 15 minutes, the other one will become a zombie, or it is also known as undead. Well, in reality, in the movies, horror movies, they show that the undead is somebody who is actually dead, but is still being controlled by something, some other kind of sense which is prevailing in this infected human, which is asking this human to do things which otherwise it is impossible asked by any other human. So I think they show that. But in my opinion, when we say undead, it is basically means that the infected zombie will carry out the activity which has been instructed by a third party until it is dead. So it is dead. The end result of a zombie infection is that the human will die eventually, unless it will complete its task. So what are these tasks which the zombie, fungal, or viruses are asking the infected person to do? To understand this more in detail, let us look at the basics. Let us look at the virus. We know that viruses are remarkable living organisms. Viruses can exist in suspended animation for thousands of years, and then if the situation becomes favorable, they become active. So you can actually make the viruses sort of dead, which you think it's dead, and then they can come alive one fine day. So it's very difficult to destroy a virus completely. And viruses are very simple life forms. They are absolutely simple. In fact, if you remember your school biology, you know that the viruses can be grounded into powder and can be stored in bottles. And at the right time, if the moisture is introduced, they become viruses again. So it is very difficult to destroy a virus completely. So therefore, virus-based infection are very difficult to cure. In fact, most of the virus-based infections have no cure at all. Starting from a common cold, you know that there is no medicine for common cold until and unless the virus which has infected you and has given you common cold, it mutates after 3 to 4 days and then disappears. But then there are other deadly viruses like AIDS virus, Ebola. Recently, we have seen the pandemic viruses. There are absolutely no cure, and only cure we have is vaccination, basically protecting ourselves from the symptoms that viruses give us. So we can control the symptoms, but we cannot really destroy the viruses. So that is one thing which is very peculiar, and these are very, very basic form of life forms which can live in a suspended animation form, where they can live between the boundary of living and dead. So that is very peculiar about viruses. Okay, so let's move on to the next one, which is bacteria. Well, if the life started on the earth billions of years back, it would have been a bacteria. And most of the bacteria, we know that they are called good bacteria. They actually help us to live our life in a very healthy manner. They help us processing our food. They also help us transmit certain signals in our body. And in fact, a certain bunch of body mass within our body consists of bacteria, which are called good bacteria. In fact, there are bacterial drinks which are given so that they can replenish your bacteria inside your gut, which will help you improve your health. So there are good bacteria, and there are very few bad bacteria which will give you ailments. And so in a way, we are very similar to bacteria. All the life form on earth probably evolved from one of these single-celled living cells, which exist in nature as bacteria. But if they decide to become one as one animal, a bunch of bacteria come close to each other, start living like a colony. We call this as an animal or a bird or an insect. So there are a lot of similarity between the bacteria and the rest of the living form. Bacteria is not viruses. In fact, they are infected by viruses. As a life cycle of virus, bacteria are consumed, and the viruses use bacteria to reproduce themselves. All right, what is the third basic life form? The third basic life form is the fungi, which is the most mysterious. Well, fungi and bacteria also don't go along. Fungi is basically has unleashed chemical and biological warfare on bacteria. Fungi produces many enzymes that we can process today. I mean, there are certain secrets which we, as very advanced species, don't even know what fungi are capable of. As far as we know, the fungi do not have any brain, but they have a huge network. They create a network, and they transmit signal pretty much very similar to our neurons in our body. When they transmit signal, it is very similar to that. So fungi make a big colony. They grow, and we have no idea where their central processing unit is. It appears that they don't have a brain, but they collectively work together towards one cause. And one cause is they are actually fighting a battle with bacteria. And they have evolved certain weapons which are very effective in killing bacteria. And this is something which is very strange, because there has been a battle going on, and the fungi group of living organisms are killing bacteria in like a weapon of mass destruction. So there is no way you can actually get rid of fungi at all, because there are certain things we don't even understand how fungus works. What are the is there a central brain? There are so many different types of fungi, and all of it we know a lot about fungi, but the many things we do not understand even today. One thing you would remember, friends, that most of the antibiotics that we use today are basically produced by processing enzymes present in funguses. Penicillin, the first antibiotic which was identified during the First World War, was from the penicillin is a fungus. So basically, this battle has been growing on between bacteria and fungi for almost, at least on Earth, for billions of years. Maybe if the life has come from some other planet, the initial life like viruses, bacteria and fungus, that means the battle has come to Earth from somewhere else, and this battle will keep raging. It has raged in the past, it will continue to rage, and the fungi will actually control the expansion or growth of bacteria to the large extent. So there is one thing which I would like to mention here when it comes to bacteria and fungus, because over the evolution process, both of these species, which is fungus and bacteria, they have found their own place to exist. The fungus on earth cannot exist in temperature which are higher than 25 degrees. So if you heat up things, then there will be no fungus. So there is no fungus if the environment of a particular area which is higher than 25 degrees. So most of the fungal infections that you will see, you will get those fungal infections in the forest and high humidity and temperature which is in the range of 20 to 25 degrees. But bacteria can thrive in a higher temperature. In fact, there are certain bacteria which can thrive in almost 200 degrees and acidic environment. So it is a process of evolution. So bacteria, in order to save themselves, they have they have modified themselves using the evolution, and they survive in higher temperature where fungi cannot attack them. So this is where the changes have happened with regard to the battle between fungus and bacteria. Well, viruses, there is no defense at all, because we don't know how to defend ourselves from viruses. Both fungi and bacteria don't know how to do that. All right, there is another thing that the fungus is capable of doing, and that is the controlling the plants. So the plants that grow on earth in the form of forest or any other plant, there is a huge fungal network below the surface, and the fungal network interacts with the roots of these trees and plants and exchange information, exchange nutrient, and who knows what kind of exchange they are doing, because our knowledge is very, very early in this field. But we have noticed that the fungus which is present decide which plant will live and which will die. So as a natural process, certain trees in the forest, they die and they get infected by the fungus infection, and then they die. So all this is decided by the network which exists underground, the fungi network which exists underground, and it get to decide. And we don't know what is the logic of such a decision, because there is absolutely no logic by which a healthy plant can be eliminated by the fungal network or the fungi which exist below the ground and tells the plant to die. So this is something which has happening, and we know that this is almost like a zombie network, that a living form, the life and death of a living form, even though it is a plant, a non-moving life form, is actually determined. The fate of that life form is determined by the fungi network which is underground. So this is very surprising. I think more research is required in this area. But is the fungi capable of infecting and controlling the other living organisms? And it turns out that yes, it does. There is a fungi which is known as cordyceps. This is a specialized fungi which is specialized in infecting insects and making them zombies. And as far as we know, this has been going on for last 130 million years, because the oldest fungi infected ant has been found trapped in the tree umber, which is based on the carbon dating, is 130 million years old. So this has been going on for long time, maybe older than this. The cordyceps fungi can control, can infect insects, and can control their brain, and can basically change their behavior also. How we know this? Because a lot of research has been done on this, and we know this because even ants realize that such a thing is happening. So whenever there is a cordyceps colony nearby, ants tend to live up in the tree, because ants seems to know this fact that there could be a fungus which will be attacking them, and they have no protection against cordyceps. However, if unfortunate ant come in contact with cordyceps, the cordyceps has enzymes using which they can drill into the hard skin of ant and then reach inside the body, and then spread along with the muscular lines and start creating their own colony inside the ant body. And they actually cover most of the major muscular joints as if they are waiting to receive signal from somewhere. And then a portion of the cordyceps actually go and surround the brain of the ant. So literally the ant still is able to think. It is not that the cordyceps are trying to change the brain. They are not trying to infect the brain of the ant. In fact, they are surrounding the brain of the ant. And then what happens is they start mimicking the instructions being sent by the brain of the ant. And since their mates are already sitting at the major joints, the ant actually lose control of their body. So it is like living with your active brain and your consciousness inside your own body as a prisoner, because you have lost control of your body, and the cordyceps now start controlling the ants. Now what happens to this unfortunate ant? Well, in fact, in all 100% of the infected ants, these ants will be directed to go to a particular height which seems to be at a temperature of 25 degrees, and they are always facing the north side of the pole, north pole of the earth, and they actually make a last bite on a particular area in a leaf, and they will be upside down. And this is the case always. So such precision has to be there, because whenever there is an insect which is infected by this cordyceps, it is able to give them a proper, the body is controlled by cordyceps, and it will ask the body of the ant to go to this location, make the last bite in a leaf, and then basically die. And within 5 to 10 days, cordyceps will then overtake the body and consume the body, use it for its own growth, and then gives out this kind of a, similar to when we see mushrooms, similar to that, there will be an outgrowth from the body of the ant, and then the spores which of the cordyceps will spread on the other unfortunate ants which happen to roam underneath on the surface in the forest. So the cycle, this is a life cycle of cordyceps. They actually infect a lot of insects, control their body, make them zombie or undead, and then use them to grow their own number. So I think this is something which is very, very strange, and this is happening when it comes to insects. It's not only the ants, they tend to infect a lot of other insects also, and they make them zombie and then grow that way. So this thing, we know it's happening in between the fungi as well as between the insects. When insects are very simple living beings, they don't have not a very big brain, and also the other systems like nervous systems and circulatory systems are not as complex. But we have also seen that there are a type of fungus which can infect smaller animals like rodent. So that fungus is called toxoplasma. And in fact, toxoplasma changed the behavior of the rodent. Typically, a rat is designed to fear the cat, because a rat knows that cat is going to kill it and eat it. However, toxoplasma is a fungi which exist, which thrive in the gut of the cat. So when the pores of toxoplasma are released by the cat, it infects the rat, and then the fear factor in the rat mind is converted into attraction. So the rat the infected rat will start behaving in such a way that it will be attracted towards, it will voluntarily go to the cat so that the cat can eat it, and completing the life cycle of toxoplasma. So toxoplasma is controlling the brain of the rat, and thus using rat to carry itself into the gut of the cat. And now this has been proved also that this behavior or this mind control mechanism of fungi really works on rodent. And in our real world, we live with cats. The cats are very adorable partners in our homes. So there is most likelihood that the toxoplasma may be infecting humans also. So are they controlling the brains of humans as well? So the surprising part is it does. Toxoplasma is found in nearly 40 to 50% of the human population today, because humans live with cat, and the toxoplasma fungus is found, and it reaches the blood flows and eventually reaches the brain and does not enter the brain. It remains outside as a normal behavior, because the fungus does not want to control the brain. In fact, it wants to control the body, so trapping you within your body. So that is the normal behavior of any fungal infection, brain controlling fungal infection. So it reaches around the human brain, and there it lies dormant. It lies dormant at this point in time. It does not do any as far as we know, it does not do any brain control activity or body control activity. I think the difference between mammals and larger animals like humans and the ants is that the ants are very small animals. They have very small brain, and they also do not have very complex nervous system, and they also don't have a big circulatory system. And also humans have the antibodies. So most of these fungal infections will be identified by the antibodies in our body and will be removed eventually. But then surprising part is that these toxoplasma fungal infections infect nearly 40 to 50% of the population on earth of humans and lie dormant. So why it is lying dormant? I think to find the answer, we can go back in history and find out if there is any historic reasons, and maybe humans have evolved to overcome the brain control which was probably done when humans were evolving from other primates. So it turns out that toxoplasma actually are able to control the monkey brain. It does, and it happens today. And if you look at the other cat family animals, there is one particular cat family animal that is called leopard, and almost 50% of the diet of leopard is as a monkey. So when the toxoplasma reaches the brain of the monkey, it actually convert its fear into attraction, and voluntarily monkey will go to a leopard and get eaten by the leopard. So toxoplasma is basically doing mind control of monkey and sending by completing this whole life cycle and reach through monkey into the gut of leopard, and then this is how it controls its own life cycle. So in a way, the fungi is able to do mind control of the mammals, complex life forms like mammal. And for some reason, toxoplasma lie dormant in almost 40 to 50% of the human population on earth. I think more research is required. Maybe because we are part of evolution. So while we have evolved, maybe fungi is trying to evolve and take advantage of this situation, maybe sometime in future, and then at some point in time it will trigger this mind control activity on humans. Who knows? So friends, thanks for watching, and I will catch you in the next one. By the way, if you have any question, feel free to send me your comments and questions. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome to this live stream, and we have a very important subject to discuss, and the subject is called Kessler effect, and this is a very interesting subject, and therefore you can indulge with me live. You can actually express your opinion, and also stick around till the end, because this is related to the existence or future of humanity. We know that humans have been evolving for a very long time, and our technology is actually improving as the day passes. And one of the technology that we use very effectively are the satellites. And in fact, the satellites have become so much important in our life today that we cannot imagine our existence without the satellites. We give credit of various kinds to our satellites. Things like even communication. A basic communication may not be possible if there is no communication satellite on top. And there are countries which are involved in providing these satellite technology to countries who do not have. But by and large, every country today needs a communication satellite, either of their own or they rent it out from another country. So communication has become absolutely important, and this is all done by satellites, whether you like it or you don't like it. But today all the mobile phones, all the communication devices are going through a satellite network, which is on the top of your head in this space, lower Earth orbit. What else is happening because of satellite? So GPS is also another technology without which we cannot even survive on the surface of Earth. From traveling from point A to point B, we would need to use the GPS satellites, and without the GPS satellites we cannot travel. And GPS is much more prevalent because using GPS there are a lot of navigations. The ships actually perform navigations, and if they are in the ocean, then you can actually find your way using the GPS satellites, and they will actually guide you where to go. So there's a whole lot of satellite network which is required all around the globe, which is guiding every human being. And without the GPS, you will not be able to travel to your destination. Therefore, GPS is a very important technology, and we entirely depend on satellites. Then there are other activities that countries indulge in, that is defense and security, to monitor their boundaries, and also to look at security infrastructure, what is going on, which submarine is attacking which country, which ship is traveling to which area. So all of that, whether you are on land or you are on in the ocean, the entire tracking of what is coming, what is going, any contraband item is entering, any nefarious activity going on. So basically the security is an important activity, and it also maintain your sovereignty. So each country depends heavily on satellite technology to maintain their security and also sovereignty. So you can imagine, in a democratic environment, this is such an important activity without which countries will not be able to exist even. Without the help of satellites and this kind of navigation and also defense services, the countries will not exist. So we heavily depend on satellites to provide us all these things, all these functions. What else? We also depend on satellites when it comes to exploration. So it's not only the exploration in the outer space, the exploration of oceans, exploration of mountains, exploration, looking into the forest fires, exploring whether what is the anomaly with regard to gravity on Earth, what changes are happening with our core, all kinds of things we monitor from up there, from the space, using our specialized satellite. So even for exploration, the satellites are paramount. And so, I'm actually explaining these activities so that you know that the importance of satellite is so much. Our day-to-day activities will not be possible if we do not have satellites in the sky. And that is also true for internet. So today internet has become a global phenomena where you and I are connected. I'm live right now, and you can see me, you can actually send your questions, etc. So all of this is being provided by a very robust network which we call internet, and the entire internet is being hosted by the satellite networks. So if there were no satellite, there'll be no internet as we know it today. And therefore, even for sending a small message, a SMS, we are dependent on satellites today. So the satellites have become a very, very important aspect of our society, our culture, whichever country you live in, whichever social strata you belong to. So satellites have become very important. But scientists also know that when we send satellite, we have to be responsible. We have to make sure that there is some sort of self-destruct put in those, because what happens is if the satellite runs out of its fuel or it become obsolete, we don't want to leave it up there. We want to bring it down back on Earth. And when we try to bring it down back on Earth, there are different techniques, and the safest technique is the re-entry. So since these satellites are moving at very, very high speed, when they re-enter, they burn up in the atmosphere. So these satellites are designed in such a way that after humans give the command, they are able to change their trajectory and re-enter into atmosphere at high speed so that they burn up. And they are also made of such material. So this trend has started not long ago. Prior to this trend, or prior to this understanding of this particular thing, the many satellites were sent previously, which are still up there, and they are adding to they don't have the technology of re-entry, and since they do not have technology of re-entry, they are actually adding it to something called space debris. And there are many space debris. The space debris is something that we have to keep track. Why? Because they are like a projectile moving at very high speed, and when we keep track of space debris, then our future space missions can avoid these relic of the past, which are still roaming around in the lower Earth orbit. Why these things are a problem? These things are a problem because they are moving around in the orbit at such a high speed, 25,000 kilometers per second. 25,000 kilometers per second is almost 5 to 6 times the speed of a bullet. So you can imagine a small speck of space debris moving at such rapid speeds. If they collide with something, the collision will be huge. It will turn into a huge explosion because so much energy will be released from this collision. So we know that space debris can be very dangerous for a space probe in the space. And so far, there has been many satellites which have come down, which have been brought down deliberately by the scientists so that they don't add up to in the existing space debris. But still, there is a lot of space debris which is up there in the orbit. And once in a while these space debris collide. As I said, they create a huge collisions and all that. However, they can be much more problematic. The problem can multiply if the space debris start colliding and start a sort of chain reaction. And when the chain reaction start, and just to explain, chain reaction is that when explosion happens, it actually induce another collision. So one collision will lead to another one, another 3 collisions, and then it will lead to further collision. So this is the chain reaction. So if the chain reaction of debris start, the debris will start multiplying, because after each collision, the debris will break down into multiple smaller debris. They further keep colliding with each other, and if the chain reaction continues, it will be very hard to stop, and it may continue forever. We don't know how to stop this kind of a space debris chain reaction, and if it starts. A bit of it you would have seen. They have tried to show in the movie Gravity, Christopher Nolan movie. But this, believe it or not, this effect is identified way back in 60s by this very intelligent scientist called Donald Kessler. He was a scientist at NASA, and he actually predicted this effect way back in 60s. And because of his calculations, this effect, or this collision of debris and chain reaction of debris collisions in space is known as Kessler's effect. And this is a real thing, friends. This Kessler effect can be devastating. If you remember the scenes shown in the movie Gravity, they have actually tried to show that how devastating this could be, because if a small speck of debris collides with your space station, it can puncture right through, because they are moving at very high speed, and 6 to 7 times the speed of the bullet. They can puncture right through, and they can create vacuum in an instant, and probably kill all the astronauts which are present on the inside the spaceship. So I think this is something which is very, very real. The Kessler effect, today's space scientists are keeping track of the Kessler effect, and in fact there has been recent damage recorded on board of ISS. On the ISS, there is this robotic arm that you see here, which helped astronauts to carry out different operations while they are in space. And there is one collision that happened, and it punctured the hole through this very hard material. This is made of a hard material. This is a robotic arm, and space debris collided with the robotic arm, puncturing a hole through and through in the robotic arm. So this is real. This is happening. We have to be very careful about sending satellites. So the very fact that these satellites, which are being sent out to space to basically enable so many different services which are required by all human beings across the planet. And also, if we want to basically geotag animals, so to keep the population, to know the population of animals also, like lions and killer whales, etc., we depend on satellite network. So I think this is something which is so important. However, in order to grow further, we need to send more satellites. We know that there are a lot of companies which are engaged in creating a huge satellite network, like Starlink, and there are a few more which are going to send their satellite network so that continuous communication can be provided, and further high-speed network can be provided in the form of global internet. And each company has done their own calculations, and based on that, they are sending their satellite. So more satellite in the space, we are actually multiplying this problem. However, companies like Starlink, they are saying that they are responsible, and when their satellites land into some trouble, they are designed to re-enter by themselves and burn up. They are made of special material which will burn up in the upper atmosphere itself, and nothing will come down on Earth. And so most of the new satellites are following this strategy where they don't want to increase the space debris because everybody is scared of Kessler effect. At the same time, there is already a lot of debris present, because there is something that's we cannot always control. What, even a small bolt can be left, which can create a chain reaction, cascading chain reaction of debris collision in the space. So we have absolutely no idea, because our space journey has started only 50-60 years back. So we do not know how this Kessler effect will start and when it will end, if it starts. So something which is something new for all of us to understand. But the whole point is that we need satellites, we need space probes to go up, and basically that will add to our growth. But there are so many space debris already floating in our lower Earth orbit. This is sort of creating a sort of a barrier for our future space flights, future satellites. So if there is a lot of debris up in the space, we will not be able to send any future satellite. This space debris will block us from sending future satellites. So we understand this problem. So the scientists today are actively tracking 30,000 space debris which we can track, but I think the actual number may be many times more than 30,000. So 30,000 space junk being tracked, and whenever we send our new satellites or manned space mission, we keep ourselves away from these 30,000 space debris. There is no way to clean them also. There is no way to bring them down or to destroy them up there in the space, because destroying them is not a solution, because the space debris will simply become smaller pieces, even become more dangerous. So the method to bring it down back on Earth is not very clear. However, we are actively tracking 30,000 space debris at the moment, and we are also ensuring that we do not add to this problem. And if we are not very prudent, then the future space launch will be totally impossible. We will not be able to send our astronauts and future satellites with latest technology in future, which will prevent our future development. So you can imagine, the space debris can be such such a negative impact on our future growth, because we're talking about nanotechnology, we're talking about spreading into different planets, etc., etc. But if we are not able to leave Earth, none of this thing will happen. So because of this, space debris or the Kessler effect is being looked at very closely. We don't want to we want to control the space debris, or probably completely eradicate any space debris which we create because of our current growth in space. Well, if we do not, then the space debris will completely trap human on Earth forever. We will never be able to leave the surface of the Earth. However advanced we are, or probably we will never be able to grow further, just because there is space debris preventing our future growth. So friends, thanks for watching, and I will catch you the next one. Hello friends, welcome to this live stream, and as you can see, we are talking about the quantum biology. You have heard about the quantum mechanics, you have also heard about the quantum nature of the universe, but we are extending this idea and discussing about quantum biology. And I will explain all of this. And the main topic of the video today, or the live stream today, is about the quantum nose. Can you smell using quantum mechanics, or does quantum mechanics play a role in our day-to-day biology? I think that is where the main topic is. So to start with our discussion, I'm going to repeat a few fundamentals very briefly about the quantum mechanics, just to build up a case, and then I will bring the topic of the main topic, which is the quantum nose. And as we know that we know a lot of things about the universe. We understand that the universe as we know it, we can actually measure the weight and distance and mass, and what it contains, and every day there are new discoveries, and we are able to pinpoint exactly what is happening in our universe every day. And because all these formulas were given by this gentleman called Einstein, and he gave us this equations, and he gave us the new fundamental about the universe, and because of that we are able to understand about the universe in such great details. Although Einstein is not the only one that we have to thank, we have to actually thank the Indian scientist way back 2500 BC, who actually gave the entire formula of space-time, which we are discovering now. But somehow for 2000 years that information was lost until the Galileo during the Renaissance came along, and then Newton came along subsequently, who actually established the various laws which we cherish. And because of Newton's work, we are able to understand so many things. And then finally Einstein, who actually refined the Newtonian physics and gave us the modern physics, and because of which we understand the universe so well. So going back to Einstein, well, Einstein's equations were able to give us details about the universe and really the large things, large objects in our space. But it did not give very good explanation of the atoms. So are the atoms also behave like planets, stars, and satellites, or there is something more to that? So to explain that, there is another scientist we must give credit, and he is a Danish mathematician. His name is Niels Bohr, who actually gave the theory of quantum mechanics. And quantum mechanics explains the behavior of very small things. And because of Niels Bohr, we are able to now decipher each and every atom. Everything that we know about our universe, there are two larger groups. One is the relativity, which is given by Einstein, and second is the quantum mechanics, which is given by Niels Bohr, which explains the behavior of atoms, all the atoms. And the holy grail of modern science is to bring both the theories together, and somehow we are not able to bring both of them together, because quantum mechanics does not apply, the formulas of quantum mechanics does not apply to large things. However, the quantum mechanics explains beautifully how each and every atom will behave, and what are the various particles that exist and why they exist. So quantum mechanics is very, very important. So now let's talk about, if small things has a certain behavior, why don't you believe in that point that even the larger things will have the same behavior, although we do not see them, but they may have the similar behavior. So that is where the whole problem is arising. And because of these small things, which are atoms and subatomic particles, they are demonstrating sometimes mind-boggling behavior, which we cannot perceive in our day-to-day life. And now we know that there is an entirely different kind of universe that exists at the quantum level. The behavior of thousands of different types of particles, which emerge from nowhere and disappear into something which completely disappear from my space time, and then again appear in some other part of the universe. So we are not able to explain this completely, and because of this, there are a lot of mysteries, and there are new theories which are being worked upon by the scientists. And I think we need to understand this behavior, and how do we bridge the gap between the theory of large with the theory of small. So there is a quantum universe which can be explained by quantum mechanics, and one of the features of the quantum universe is the entangled particles. There are several other properties of these small particles, but today we are interested in two properties. One is entangled particles, and other is quantum tunneling. So I'll come to quantum tunneling in a bit, but let me explain what is the entangled particles. So you imagine we have created two particles in our laboratory together, and we know that since these two particles are linked to each other, they are created together, so one will have a property opposite of the other. Say for example, if one is spinning up, the other will spin down. That is the basic concept of the entangled particles. Now the crazy thing that happens is that if you actually take these particles apart to far off distances, and say for example, one particle on Earth here, and other particle in another galaxy like Andromeda, very very far off, but somehow these two particles will be instantaneously they will be connected even after traveling for millions of light years away from each other. And if you actually measure the one of the particles, say for example, the observer in Andromeda galaxy measure that the particle which is present in Andromeda has an upspin, then immediately the particle on the Earth will always, that observer will know that this particle must have a downspin. So this information transfer between these two particles is instantaneous. It is faster than light, and remember Einstein said that faster than light travel is not possible. So this is a behavior which is very very strange at the quantum level, and that is why the quantum behavior is very very different than at a larger scale that we see, like planets and other things that we see at the larger scale. But this is one behavior which will come handy in our discussion while understanding the quantum biology. So moving on, this kind of behavior Einstein did not like, and by the time this quantum theory came into existence, Einstein kind of rejected this whole idea of quantum entanglement, and being a scientist, he said that this is happening. He did not say that this kind of behavior is not happening. He said this is happening, but he called it spooky nature of God, and he did not like this spookiness because when as per his equations or his understanding, there were faster than light travel is not possible, or if you're traveling faster than light, your mass will be infinite. So this spooky nature did not fit into his equations, and because of that he called it spooky nature. And he also said that God does not play dice. So certain things like this which did not go well with Einstein equations. So this is one of the things. And while he agreed that all the tests in the laboratory were showing this behavior, but he called it a spooky nature of God, or the spooky nature of universe, because this is happening, and he had no explanation about this behavior of subatomic particles. Now the second object that we need to discuss is the quantum tunneling. It is like these subatomic particles can pass through walls. I mean, just to explain this in very simple language, the subatomic particle can disappear and appear in another part of universe instantaneously. They just disappear and appear, and they can pass through walls. So it seems that there is no barrier. So if they hit a barrier, they will simply pass through it and appear on the other side. So these are certain things which are very, very peculiar, and this quantum tunneling happens all the time. Because of the quantum tunneling, we are able to see stars shining. We are able to see all these activities which creates our bodies. If there was no quantum tunneling, none of the chemistry or biology would have taken place. So quantum tunneling happens. They pass through these barriers in our universe and still react with each other and changes the properties. And this is a real thing. We have been able to demonstrate quantum tunneling, which is being able to transfer quantumly one part of one atom to another part of the laboratory. Even beam of light has been transmitted. So such activities are being demonstrated using physical experiments. So it is very real. Quantum tunneling is very real. So why these subatomic particles behave in the way they behave is basically because these particles are have a dual nature. We know that, they also behave like waves. So since they behave like waves, they can pass through different materials and different mediums, and when we observe them after the barrier, they again manifest themselves as particles. So this is very strange. Sometimes they look like particles, sometimes they look like wave, or the duality of nature. And why we do not see this in our at our scale, at a larger scale, is a mystery. So something like that is happening, and because of these quantum nature of these subatomic particles, or even things like protons and neutrons, they all demonstrate this kind of nature. Because of this, even the molecules demonstrate the quantumness. So when there are atoms spread out in the space, if they change their if they are entangled and they change their polarity, spin or charge based on their cousins or entangled particle which are in the other part of the universe, at the same time they can also pass through barriers of various kinds, we can understand. But we have also seen that when these atoms are part of the molecules, complex molecules, they can still show these quantum behaviors. So even though there are molecules which are bound by chemical bonds, they can, each individual atoms or the protons or neutrons inside these atoms can demonstrate this quantum behavior, and which is very, very strange, and give rise to various very strange phenomena. And now let's talk about our quantum biology, which is the topic, because in the end, when we talk about our makeup, our structure, we are all made of chemical compounds. Or when we talk about biology cannot exist without a chemical reaction. For every molecule in our body, there is a chemical reaction that has happened. And even for the DNA and RNA to come into existence, there would have been various chemical reactions which would have created them. And now we are able to replicate the DNA, and DNA is passed from generation to generation. But I think these are all chemicals based on amino acids, and therefore the biology that we know cannot exist without a chemical reaction. And when we talk about chemical reaction, this chemical reaction happens between the compounds, and therefore we have to talk about quantum biology. This is a very, very new subject. Not much of research is done, but in nutshell, when the quantum behavior is being shown by atoms and subatomic particles, and since we are made of atoms, why we should not experience quantum biology is something which we have not given a big thought. But I think this area is emerging, and because of that, we have to realize that if the quantumness of nature exists, then our bodies will also be behaving in a very quantumly manner. And therefore, let's not talk about a lot of complex things. Let's talk about the senses itself, because the way we see, these are all receptors. If our eyes are receptors, our ears are receptors, these are the sensors for the brain. And eventually when we see a particular light, it creates some sort of chemical reaction, chemical impulse, which our brain interpret and understand. So today in this discussion, I'm going to take sense of smell as a topic of discussion. The sense of smell is something which helps us identify various objects in and around ourselves just by smelling. And there are acute sense of smell. Some animals on earth have even more acute sense of smell, like dogs and sharks, who can smell their prey or whatever they are smelling almost a kilometer away. So they have much more acute sense of smell as compared to humans. There are certain animals who do not demonstrate acute sense of smell, or some animals don't have ability to smell at all. So because of this, because of the evolution theory, the Darwin way of thinking, the biology itself became a product of evolution. But if they were also behaving, all these atoms were also behaving like quantumly, then is it true that the evolution is entirely driven by the natural selection? I think that is a subject that we will discuss in the future videos, but today let's restrict ourselves to the sense of smell. So how do we smell? Our usual method of understanding how do we smell is based on what we have studied in our schools and our textbook, and it's a chemical reaction that happens inside our nose. When fumes of certain material reach inside our nose, it basically react chemically to the receptors which are present in the nose. So the idea is that these receptors which are in the upper side of our nose can identify various elements which are floating, which are in the form of fumes in air, and we can smell it. The sense of taste is different from sense of smell. We may smell something, but the sense of taste will be entirely different. So the brain will have to rely on, to make of something, suppose something we are eating, the brain will have to take input from the nose as well as your taste buds to make something. But since we are talking about the sense of smell and what is the impact of the quantum nature of our universe on the smell itself, so let's go back to our discussion. When we smell something, how do we smell? So the whole idea is that when we smell something, the chemical reaction happened in the nose, and if we have a receptor for a particular element, particular compound, then we can identify. If there is no receptor in our nose which can react to that compound which is found in the air, then our nose will not be capable of identifying that chemical in the air. So if we have less receptors in the nose, our nose is less sensitive. So if you look at the dog, because of the evolution, it's a perfect nose. It can identify a million different compounds which are found in nature, and there is a huge lot of brain activity which also happens in the dog's brain, and the brain can interpret these smells. So the whole idea, our usual idea is that the receptor is present in the nose which can identify a particular compound in the air that we inhale, and that's how we smell it. However, at the microscopic level, when we look at these receptors, we find that each receptor is like a plug and play kind of a situation. When a odor compound comes, or odor molecule comes in the air, it will get attracted to a particular sensor, and if the sensor is present, it will react with that sensor chemically, and that will send impulses to the brain that, hey, I found this compound and this rose perfume or whatever. So this is how our understanding of this smell is. However, let me talk about certain things which are very peculiar, which we don't understand. Things like there are compounds which are similar in nature, but they smell differently. At the chemical level, this is an example of similar compounds, but they smell differently. And our brain is totally incapable of identifying these compounds. They are very similar, but they smell differently. And so this is one problem area that we have. The other problem area is there are compounds, I'm actually using the board here. There are compounds which are again similar compounds, but they smell the same. So for example, in this case, there is a cyanide compound which is basically very similar to a benzaldehyde compound, and very extremely similar. And unfortunately, human nose cannot identify between the two, because we registered even cyanide as benzaldehyde. So if we smell the cyanide fumes, we will think that our brain will interpret that it is a benzaldehyde compound, because these compounds smell the same. So this is very peculiar behavior, and there has been no explanation, no scientific explanation for this kind of a behavior. So maybe the answer for this behavior lies in the quantumness of these subatomic particles, because when the quantum behavior happens, say for example, when one of the proton in one of these chemical compound start behaving in a quantum manner, it start losing that particle behavior, start becoming a wave behavior. So these waves will probably will be the same wave for benzaldehyde and for cyanide. So is it that our nose or the receptor inside our nose are fine-tuned to identify these waves which are happening at the quantum level, and not really look at the well understood biological process where that there has to be a receptor for a particular compound? Maybe this is not something which is happening. What may be happening inside our nose is that there is a sense of quantum smell. Our nose or our receptors inside our nose are fine-tuned to identify these various waves which are happening, which are created by these while quantum tunneling or while getting entangled. And these microwaves, very minute waves, can be identified by these receptor inside our nose, and that is why these receptors get confused, because there are different compounds now, but we can still smell them, and we identify them basically identify them as same compound. As I said in this example, both of these compounds are different, but they smell the same. So our brain, our nose, our system, biological system, is not capable of identifying them as separate compounds. So if we follow the conventional understanding, we can smell them. That means we should have the receptor, but we know that receptor for cyanide is not there in our brain. We can identify only benzaldehyde, but how we smell cyanide is not known. So something which is a secret here. And I think since both of these compounds must be demonstrating similar wave patterns, and probably our nose is identifying these waves, and that is why we are able to smell different compounds and identify these wave pattern, because of which we are able to see or smell different senses even though there is no explanation in in chemistry or in biology, still we are able to identify such compound, and that is why this is so interesting, so intriguing, so profound. And I think if we start understanding the quantum behavior of our nature in much more depth, then this is something which is amazing. I think this is something which we must start thinking about. So friends, today I covered the quantum smell, but tomorrow I will tomorrow I will meet you again on the same subject on quantum biology, and we will discuss about how the evolution must have started using because of the quantum behavior of the atom subatomic particle. So friends, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again tomorrow. Until then, have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome to this live stream. And as you know that I meet you every day, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. and we discuss something which are issues which are related to business, science and technology. And today we have a very interesting subject, which is, can humans become like God in future? And I think we are proceeding towards that. And in order to bring a structure to this subject, I have an agenda which is very well defined. The agenda is here, which is how the civilizations are formed. I will just cover that little bit so that we bring a flow to our discussion, and also how the resource availability shape our civilization. And then there is a lot of AI, lot of new tech which is changing our society, and what will happen to human race in future. So without further ado, without wasting any more moment, let's start our discussion. And the topic is, can humans become gods of the future? All right, so this is very interesting. Let's start. In order to understand the emergence of the human civilization, the early humans basically got together. They were living alone in other huts or in caves, but then they got together and they started living as a small settlement around the mostly around the water. If there is a pond or a river, preferably a river, because around the river, on the banks, they will get most of the resources which are needed for survival. They need water. They will also get if they are non-vegetarian, they will get animals to hunt, fish, etc. And using this water, they could cultivate certain field and certain plants, and they start doing cultivation. So initially humans were living in this kind of a society where mostly around on the banks of the river, because the availability of resources was there, and they could settle down easily. There were no rules and regulations. People can come and go as and when they want, and if they want to live in the a small settlement, they can. If they want to set up their hut slightly away from the hustle bustle of the central location, they can. There was no rules and regulation there at that point in time. So initially the humans started living like that in the small settlements, and this basically created the first sort of, you can say that small settlement, and people started living in group. So let us start our discussion from this point. I'm not going before this time, because before that time it's going to be very long to basically discuss how humans actually evolved. But the next step was basically converting these settlements into a much bigger, like a village, tribal village. Create some sort of rules and regulations, certain processes which are required to live in a much larger settlement, certain do's and don'ts, certain processes, certain religious symbols, and also a small bit of governance. Who will take the decision, that kind of a thing evolved as a natural upbringing of or natural ecosystem was created, because now there are more number of people living in a village, maybe 100 families or maybe 500 people together, or even less, or slightly more or less around the same number. So this is where the emergence of the government started, because humans realized that now we are living next to the river. Most of what we need is available from the river. We get water, we need water for our every needs, every walk of life. We get food, and around this, because of the location, we need to basically protect our nature, and hence so on and so forth. In case there is something bad happening, then punishment. If there is something good happening, then rewards. And who will decide what punishment, and who will decide what reward? So a little bit of governance was also introduced in the form of early settlement or early tribal village establishment. So essentially, so far we are living across the availability of resources, and the governance was established because of our coming together as a society. So I think the society started developing at this point. Okay, so let's move to the next item, where these societies, small villages, actually started becoming civilizations. So when we say civilizations, civilization has a very profound meaning. It actually leaves impact for eons, for future people, future generations to go back and study. There is a civilization which will come and go, but it will leave the mark, a sort of a prominence on the surface of the earth, because the civilizations is a combination of multiple tribes, multiple villages coming together as one entity, and they will have by and large similar governance systems, and they will probably speak the same language. They will have same sort of belief systems, and they will also have the same sort of living standards, and that is why there are civilizations. So if we go back in history, there are several civilizations in our history, and there are two civilizations which are still existing, which is the Chinese civilization, still existing, even though they are now communist. Nevertheless, the people of China, if they are freed from the communalism, then they can come out and talk about their civilization. Our Indian civilization is the oldest surviving civilization today on the face of the earth, and people say that it has been surviving for last 10,000 years. So Indian civilization is the oldest only surviving civilization. But then there are other civilizations that we have seen. We know Egyptian, Mesopotamia, so on and so forth. And today, what is going on? There are Western civilizations, there are Eastern civilizations. So there are civilizations even today which have taken roots a couple of hundred years back, and now they are thriving. Most of these civilizations are thriving. So while Indian has been thriving for last 10,000 years, let's not forget that there are Western cultures, there are Central European cultures, and there are Native American cultures, there are Chinese, and so on and so forth. So there are civilizations which are pretty old, and they are coming together as one civilization. So I think the point I'm trying to drive here is that it is the need which creates the civilization, and civilization becomes something very profound, very large scale, and it will leave its impact on the surface of the earth, even if the civilization disappears. So you would then ask, what is the context of humans becoming gods? I think this progression so far will help us understand how future of humans or what awaits for futures for humans. So now we know that our civilization is pretty strong. We are a global world. We have created not only civilizations, we have also gone ahead and we have converted our civilizations into nations. And there is a new religion which has come up, and this new religion is sometimes referred as nationalism. There is a French nationalism, there's American nationalism, Indian nationalism, and even European. Each country has some sort of nationalism. The people living in those nations basically fight and die for their nation. So the nationalism is sort of becoming a new norm, a new religion, so to speak. And nationalism or the nations are creating much bigger entities than the erstwhile civilizations, because erstwhile civilizations had impact to an extent in a smaller area, but these nations are comprising of multiple diversity, and yet they are able to form a system at a much larger scale. And therefore, if you look at these large countries, and people in those countries would like to call themselves as Americans, Indian, Chinese, so on and so forth. These are very large nations with huge populations. So I think the nationalism or the nations have been evolved out of civilizations, and we think at this point in time that our nations are very strong. We say that America is very strong. We also say that so and so country is very strong. However, all of this can disappear very quickly, and it is not permanent unless all the humans who are part of the nation wants to keep it that way. Now, when I say the nations will disappear, it's a sort of a negative thing to state, but let me then bring about certain global issues which are affecting the world today. And nations are not able to solve these global issues. And because of that, we are sitting at a cusp or a crossroad at this point in time where the nations will not be able to solve the global issues, and very soon we will have to create a new world order or new system which is probably much bigger than nations. So the world is probably moving towards that, and the biggest change that has been brought in is the internet. The internet has changed everything. The internet was first introduced in a large way in the 90s, in the last century. Internet in some form has been around for some time, but it really grew into prominence around 95, 96, where everything started getting hooked to information superhighway. And because of that, even though you live in a nation, you are impacted by the internet. You are impacted by the global information. There is a whole lot of information which is floating around and easy access to everyone. So whether you are an American, Indian, Chinese, you are equally affected by the information which is available to you today. And gone are the days where you used to basically look at the river. You are not looking at your river today, where the water is coming from, where your food is coming from, which field it is coming from. I don't think 99% of the people who are living inside the nations today have these things on their mind, because water, electricity, food is all given. It's basically part of your nation itself or civilization itself. It's sort of a given, and therefore you don't really look at the river. Even if you are living in a city like London, and you know that the lifeline of London is Thames, but the most Londoners don't even look at the river, as if it is their lifeline, because they know that it is there and they are not dependent directly on it. Indirectly, they are all dependent on the water, but they are more concerned about the information. Everybody's fighting about the information that you are getting. And therefore, this internet has created a new ecosystem, which nations are finding it difficult to control. And that is why we sometimes get these cyber attacks. There are malwares which are trying to change. There are software technologies which have the power to change the public perception, topple the government, make a country, make a nation bankrupt, reduce the economy to ruins. So this is exactly like going back to the ancient time when humans were living separately, but right now you're living, it is very similar to living on the bank of a river, but this river is the information highway. So if you need information, you dip your glass into the information superhighway and collect whatever information you want. So it is somewhat going back to the ancient time when the early humans were living next to the river. The only difference is that now you're living on the bank of an information superhighway. Now, this change has brought about major changes to the society, because the society as we know it is much more intermingled. So something going on in say in Brazil, you are affected sitting in India, and you know about it instantly. You don't have to wait for like a week that the ship will bring me the information in the form of a newspaper. No, you can get access to information as and when it is happening. So that is the biggest change. So what is the point in having a nation in that case? If you're living in your own little nation, what is the point in living in your own little nation? Because now the people are speaking multiple languages. They are getting exposed to information which are happening in other part of the world instantly. So I think these are certain changes which are very, very profound and affecting everyone. And because of that, the issues which are happening in our world today are also not small. They are the global issues. And the nations cannot handle these issues alone. For example, if there were issues related to village, then village could handle that issue which is related to a very localized issue. But if there is a problem happening, some attack on a civilization, then a village is totally helpless on that issue because it is now attacking the civilization. That means a civilization has to take its own course and will have to raise an army and handle that attack which is happening between two civilizations. So you see, the village is too small to handle a bigger problem. Similarly, if we consider today's world, the nations are not capable of handling the global issues, and because of that, the humans will be forced to find a new ecosystem, and the notion of a nation will slowly disappear because of these 5 major problems which are affecting everyone. So let's go one by one. First issue is the nuclear threat. The humans have been able to create weapons of mass destruction, and once you have created it, it's good because it came as a part of an experiment, and then they realized, okay, there is so much energy locked up in atom, so you have access to this super energy, and you don't need a lot of fuel for it. A small amount of uranium can give you megatons of energy, and that is very good. So while you have a good use in the form of producing electricity using nuclear power, but it can also be a threat to the human civilization because you have weapons, atomic weapons, which can annihilate the entire, not only humans, but every life on earth. So we have the power to destroy not only our own civilization, humans as a race, as a species, but all other species which thrive on earth. And we can probably have the capability of pressing a reset button. However, humans are intelligent species, as we know that. We are not foolish. So having developed this technology, there are governments who are coming together and they are ensuring that the use of nuclear weapons is not done ever. After the first use in Japan during Second World War, after that there has been no nuclear weapon used ever, however high the conflict between nations are. So even during the Cold War, where there is so much of animosity between East and West, there were no use of nuclear weapon. However, because of these differences between East and West, the development accelerated, but nobody used it. Simply because there are hotlines between humans, and no human is foolish enough to kill itself. But you never know in future. So I think as long as there is a nation first concept, which is a good concept. I'm not saying that it is not a good concept, but the nation itself is not able to handle the threat of nuclear annihilation on its own. You have to talk to other nations and come to an agreement so that no foolish person is able to press a button to kill the entire ecosystem of Earth, entire all species on Earth. So that is one thing which is happening, and because of which all nations will have to talk. You can't live independently. That you cannot say that, hey, this is my nation, I am only concerned about these boundaries, and whatever happens outside these boundaries is not my concern. That is not going to happen. All right, so what is the next issue which is happening in the Earth? Well, ecological challenges, ecological crisis. After the Renaissance in Europe, and then the Industrial Revolution, which is the Industrial Revolution which we call 1.0, way back in 17th century, because of this mechanization, and suddenly there was a huge jump in technology for humans that has actually given rise to a lot of damage to our ecology, and there are a lot of pollution, and the way we are releasing certain compounds in our atmosphere and certain waste in our waters, it is going to spoil the environment on Earth. It may basically spoil the entire ecosystem. So this is a much bigger threat than pressing a nuclear button, because this is going to have a very, very long lasting implication. And that is why every nation is now talking, and they are setting up targets to stop the ecological damage that the humans have done so far. So therefore this is something which is happening, and this is something which is affecting. And then you can't say that I'm a nation and I don't spread waste products. My living standard is much better. I don't spoil the nature, but you just can't get out of that, because if somebody else is doing that, you have to ensure that you got to talk to the other nation, other country, or other area, other continent, and tell him, hey, don't do this, because it is going to spoil you as well as me. So even though you don't do anything, but others are doing it, because of that you will get affected. So therefore the nations don't have answer to this issue. Now I have a viewer, there is a comment, let me display that, and the viewer is Edify Learning, and the comment is very interesting, but networking and internet related development is good way of progress, and any other way you suggest where man can progress and thrive. Definitely, it's a very good observation, Edify Learning, and thanks for watching our live stream. I will address this question in a moment, and I think your comment is very well taken, and it will get answered. So stick around, it will get answered as we proceed in our discussion. So friends, global ecological challenge and issues cannot be handled by one nation. That means all nations have to come together, resolve their differences, and come up with a solution. So this is definitely a global issue, not localized to a particular nation. What is the next one? Now we are talking about artificial intelligence, and that is where Edify Learning, your question will be answered. We know that there are certain processes for which we require fast processing, and we also require fast intelligent robots to help us take care of things which humans cannot go, and because those conditions may be hazardous. So therefore in order to help our own working environment, we are creating first machines which are robots, then we are giving them AI brains so that they can work and learn while living in that environment and repair things for us. And also when they are learning, they are becoming more and more like humans, because humans, when the child is born, it got to learn everything which is required to survive, starting from language to survival skills to competitiveness, knowledge. Everything has to be learned from the scratch by the human child. So similarly, when AI actually is deployed in the field, in certain hazardous situations, for example, if you have to carry out a repair inside a nuclear reactor, no humans can go there until unless the reactor is shut down, cooled off, and still it is radioactive. So you have to basically put on a gear which will help you, and you will not be exposed to harmful radiation. Whereas if you have the robots which are powered by AI, that means they have the learning capability, then these robots can function inside a hazardous area of nuclear reactor and work as per your desire. In addition to that, there is a lot of bioengineering happening, because the population of humans have exploded. There are we have just crossed 8 billion people on the earth, but the land which can produce the food is not adequate. So there are only two ways to basically provide food for all the humans on earth, which is doing bioengineering of the plants. And therefore you have these hybrid breeds which increase the yield of a particular field 8 to 10 times. So the bioengineering is also evolving very rapidly, even though there is a United Nations charter saying that no experimentation is allowed on humans, but then there is no bar on experimenting on other species. So plants, animals, it's all free for all. So scientists have been doing a lot of bioengineering, although a lot of these details are not available in public. A lot of these things are being done, but apart from the increasing the yield of wheat and rice and certain pulses and grains, whatever bioengineering being done on animals is completely not known to public. But nonetheless, that we have the capability. We can actually alter the DNA and create a new variant of a particular species. We have the capability, even though for humans we have not done that, but who knows, we start doing that for humans in future. When AI has to go to deep ocean diving and mapping, there are probes which can go inside volcanoes and make a study inside the hazardous environment, or in the space, and especially the distances on space are so vast. Some decisions have to be taken autonomously by these probes. They cannot have their human masters to tell them that, hey, this is a situation I'm facing, what decision I must take. So the AI has to learn the environment, live in that environment, and take the decisions as per the intelligence given in their software systems, so autonomously. And there could be bioengineered artificial intelligence systems in future, so that they can adapt to that environment easily. So I think all of this is happening, and probably all of this is going to be available in next 30 to 50 years or 30 to 100 years. We are already consuming a lot of bioengineered food grains. So as far as the bioengineering is concerned, I think we are already experienced for about 100 years. And also a lot of these antibodies and a lot of medicines being provided, a lot of solutions being provided for human ailments and diseases using these bioengineering. So we are already exposed to this, we are consuming it commercially. So the next step would be taken very soon in next 30 to 100 years, where we expand our influence outside Earth or deep in the ocean, or probably send probes deep inside the Earth or Moon or Mars. There we would actually need very smart systems and autonomous decision making capabilities of the AI. So this is a reality, and again, one nation cannot take a call on this simply because the entire world is affected by this, and one nation cannot say that, look, I have an oil reserve in my country and I will not use AI based systems. because certain areas can be very dangerous for humans to operate. So even though you have some reserves but cannot be harnessed using humans, you will actually end up taking robots and sending them powered by AI. So I think this is again something which is going to impact the future of nations, because these are certain things which are global in nature. If you come up with an AI based systems, then this is going to impact you. It's not only the machines, and AI can be used in a very negative way. It can be attacked using cyber, bypassing cyber security, and start dealing with government websites and government information and people's information. So AI can be very devastating also. So when such intelligent systems are developed, humans will also develop that these AI should not go out of hand. And therefore, because humans are intelligent, they will, when they are developing these intelligent systems, they will also think about all other possibilities that the AI can harm them. So they will also come up with solutions in case such an event happen. So therefore, that is one possibility. And let's talk about autonomous system. So as I was talking about that, autonomous systems are absolutely important. Autonomous systems, especially when you are exploring other star systems which are thousands of light years away from us, there is no way we can actually control these systems, because if they have an issue, if they see something 4,000 light years away, by the time the signal reaches Earth, it will be 4,000 years. That means many years have passed, and people who are controlling that system will have to be stationed, but 4,000 years, no humans can stay. So therefore, these systems which will be exploring outer solar systems will be completely autonomous. They will be able to take decisions on their own. They will be quite intelligent. They will have probably engineered using bioengineering. They will be able to survive in many kind of systems. They will probably study black holes and the impact of gravity, and much intelligent than what AI systems that we see today. And they will have the capability of working without any human intervention. They will actually contact human masters as and when required, or as and when they achieve certain objectives, and probably inform humans that, hey, we have found this and we are informing you. So these autonomous systems will evolve and grow along with the human societies. That will change our society completely, because these autonomous systems will be able to think for themselves. And when we are living in a society using these autonomous systems, why we have to only send them to outer space? They can be living with us, working in our day-to-day life, freeing up our mind to become more creative. And we start looking at the next development, next technology gateways. So humans will get freed up, and these autonomous systems in the form of robots or machines will start living in our society. There will be new laws and regulations. How do we treat these autonomous systems? How these autonomous systems treat us? So all of this new legal framework will also come up, because these autonomous systems will have the ability to think. And there will be a situation where these autonomous systems will start making copies, just like humans have offsprings, they have their children. These autonomous systems will also start making their own copies. That is bound to happen, because why you want to go to a hazardous factory environment when these robots can make new robots? So why you want to do that as humans? So you would rather develop a system which is completely automatic and will be autonomous, and also produce their offsprings, make copies of themselves, so that ecosystem keeps happening and working independently, whereas the human society will then start looking at the next age of development. With all of these things, when it is happening, the society as we know as nations today will not be able to, will not exist as a nation, because it will be a global law. There will be a global society. There will be a global financial system. So therefore, as we progress into future, the idea of nation will slowly dissolve, and we start living in a much bigger patch of as a civilization. So I think it will become one civilization of humans, because by and large everybody will have the same living standards. By and large everybody will speak the same language. By and large everyone will have the same legal framework and economic framework, and that will unify the humans in future. And once that unification happens, then the next phase of development will happen. That is when the AI, in fact, everybody has been warning humans that if the AI becomes much more capable than humans, then that will be the extinction of humans. That's what the people are talking about. But I personally believe that I do not agree, because humans are intelligent species, as I said. So they will never allow AI to overtake them, and they will not give AI a free hand. They will rather use AI as a substandard species, maybe, and use them as helping hand, not giving them everything that humans knows. And therefore, humans of future will, will intelligently modify themselves as well. They will actually start building these AI modules within their own bodies to basically become much more capable, many times capable than their robot counterparts. And gradually, today we are getting all these prosthetics fitted in our body for improving our lifestyle. If you lose a limb, you can get it prosthetically implemented on your body. But in future, you will have choice of prosthetics. You for depending on what kind of work you want to do. You want to use a hand, okay, these are the hands which you can use. But if you want to basically a sledgehammer, all you need to do is replace this hand with a sledgehammer and go about doing the work. So things like that humans will definitely do. They will start putting a lot of components of AI, the tech they are developing, bioengineering, and those sort of things. Now, I don't know whether you heard about the artificial intelligence, artificial life forms, or inorganic life forms, because we are all made of organic material as we know it. We are all made of carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, etc. So the inorganic life form is which is artificially created without none of these elements, carbon, nitrogen, etc. None of these hydrocarbons. And humans have been able to create the DNA which is completely artificial. And this is all done in the laboratory. And in future, what is stopping humans to implement this technology along with our organic body? So certain portion in our body will become inorganic, and when we get inorganic sort of a skin, it will be much more durable to radiation. It will be durable to any diseases. It will prevent all kinds of viruses entering, because inorganic cannot be infected by virus and bacteria. So I think we will implement some of these technologies that we are learning right now, and implement a lot of AI, properly connected brains in future, ability to think. Internet will start from our brain instead of accessing internet through a PC. So we will all get connected. We will have a similar thinking power. We will share a lot of data very fast using some sort of a 7G, 10G kind of a network, which will come up by that time. And therefore, these things are very interesting. And when humans are doing all this, what is stopping humans to implement these things within their own body, to improve their own strength, to improve their own intelligence, to improve their own capability? So while everybody wants that, hey, if AI becomes more intelligent, that will be the extinction of humans. But I feel that it's the contrary, because humans will not be foolish to give so much power or weightage to AI. They will actually start implementing AI within their own body, keeping their mind as a ruler of everything else. So I think these are the traits of becoming God. When we are creating inorganic life forms, we are creating something which is out of the normal evolutionary pattern, because we have come so far after 4 billion years of evolution, and evolution is a very long process. Now we are able to inorganically generate life, generate DNAs. Then we can actually use various, if we are able to create life using inorganic material, then we can actually experiment with a lot of material to create different kinds of skin, different types of organs which are not affected by any of the organic diseases like bacteria, virus, fungi, etc. So therefore, once we have that kind of capability, we will be much capable people. We will become spacefaring. We probably may not require to eat food. We probably will have the capability to process heat directly, absorb heat directly. Probably will not require water because we are made of inorganic compounds. And in case we need water, we can generate it from the space itself. So our bodies will have the mechanism to absorb whatever it needs from the space itself, and then we will not need spacecraft to go from point A to point B. So I think the humans of future will be many times more capable than the AIs and robots, because robots will be weaker as compared to humans, and therefore future in future humans will possess god-like powers. They will be able to do many things which machines can't think of doing. They are very powerful. They will be able to show superhuman strength. They will be able to show superhuman thinking power, because the brains will be connected, and you can actually grow intelligence on demand just by thinking about it, because you're all connected. And by the time the science of science will also progress, and then probably we'll find new ways of faster than light communication. So I think a lot of these changes will impact the future humans, and that is why I say that we should not be scared. We should not have any apprehension that if today we are having AI, then in future we will actually lose everything, and probably AI will come one day, rise against us and kill all of us. That is not going to happen, because as I said, humans are intelligent species, and then they will implement a lot of this AI within themselves and become like God. A lot of bioengineering to themselves, and then become like God. Probably you can truly become spacefaring civilization. You will not be affected by any surfacism. You will not be bound by the surface of the earth. You can live freely in open space, and therefore you will be much more capable in future than the machines that you can think of. So friends, I've come to the end of my discussion today. I will like to know what you think about this subject. If you have any thoughts, any comments on this, please feel free to share your thoughts and comments. And thanks for watching, and I will meet you tomorrow again, something more interesting. Until then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome to this live stream, and today we have this very important subject which is called Jupiter's moon. Actually, why we need to discuss Jupiter's moon? Because Jupiter has the highest number of bodies as satellite, and each one of the Jupiter moons are so unique. So we need to understand this for the betterment of humanity. Not only Jupiter moons, in fact, we also need to understand the moons of Saturn, Uranus and Neptune. All of them are very intriguing, and some of them also have very common features. So collectively, all these moons, satellites of the external planets in our solar systems are known as icy moons. Uh, we need to understand this, and there is a lot of work going on. And what are the challenges we face as scientists, as explorers, while actually going there and examining these bodies? So, in today's live stream, we will discuss about first Jupiter system, because we are going to start with Jupiter and give cursory references to Saturn and other outer planets. So, Jupiter system, then the icy moons of Jupiter and other planets. Um, we believe that these icy moons have a lot of water, probably more water than all the oceans on Earth, and therefore these moons actually show very good prospect for life. And what are the upcoming probes to understand more about these bodies, and what are the future exploration and how we are going to do that? So these 5 subjects we are going to discuss in detail in our program today. So to begin with, let us understand the Jupiter system in just to start our discussion. Jupiter, as you know, is the largest planet of our solar system. It's so large that it contains almost every the mass which is remained outside of Sun is in Jupiter. It's very, very large. It's very it has a lot of mass, and it has more than 80 satellites around its system. And Jupiter has a lot of properties which we will discuss, because if we start discussing Jupiter's planet's property, then it will take a lot of time. So instead of discussing the planet itself, let's straight away go to the Jupiter itself, because Jupiter was studied in detail by a probe called Galileo. Well, Galileo was an Italian astronomer way back in 1600, who actually discovered in the modern time during the Renaissance the existence of Jupiter. He actually used homemade, or he himself prepared a telescope using which he actually saw Jupiter and its 4 largest moons. And in order to give respect or commemorate his memory, this particular craft was sent to study Galileo. So a lot of study to study Jupiter. A lot of study has been done on Jupiter. We know a lot about the planet, and because there's so much to learn, Jupiter has many strange features which we know. But even though Jupiter was studied by Galileo, it just had a flyby of all the satellites of the Jupiter's moons. And even during those flyby, Galileo was able to detect a lot of strange phenomena in these satellites. But a thorough study could not be conducted, because Galileo probe was not designed to study these moons in detail. Although a lot of properties and a lot of different things were discovered by Galileo. So let's look at Europa, because there are there are several large bodies which are rotating around Jupiter. Europa is not the largest one, but it is somehow the most interesting. As you can see, this is covered in ice, completely covered in ice, and you can see these cracks and this reddish color substance oozing out from interiors of Europa. And since there are cracks on the surface, it shows that this ice must be floating on water. There must be liquid water somewhere under this floating ice. And we also know, based on the initial study done by Galileo and the Cassini probe, we know that this ice is several kilometers thick, and underneath there is liquid water. So we'll come to that in detail. I think in today's live stream we will discuss in detail about these icy bodies. But then it turns out that there are other satellites also which are also having similar properties. So this is another view of how the icy surface of Europa looks like. It's very cold actually, because uh, as compared to Earth, only 4% of sunlight reaches Jupiter. So there is very little heat from the sun, and this is how, if you stand on Europa's surface, this is probably what you will see. Uh, it's completely covered in ice, and ice is completely frozen. It's quite cold over there on the surface. So there are Galileo has also studied these vents which are coming out from surface of Europa. Now, as you can see that in order to produce these hyperthermal vents, you need to heat up the water in the interior. So Galileo passed through these jets of steam which is coming out from some of these cryo volcanoes on the surface of Europa, and Galileo has actually confirmed that these plumes of steam or water vapor contains organic elements. So that is why this is very interesting, because in order to generate this kind of feature, you need to heat up the water from somewhere. So there must be a source of heat within Europa which must be creating all these strange phenomena. So that is why we need to basically study Europa uh, in a much more detailed manner. So what we now also believe that there are larger moons like Ganymede. Even this one is covered with ice, and there must be under the ice there must be an ocean. There must be a huge ocean, and in fact Ganymede is even more interesting because Ganymede has a magnetic field. It also, just like Earth. So Ganymede not only have a huge ocean covered with ice, a thick layer of ice, several kilometers thick, and also generate its own magnetism. So we don't know much about this. So even this needs to be studied in much detail. And in fact, there is one more called Callisto. Even this body is having huge ocean of liquid water, and the liquid water is protected by a thick slab of ice. So it's not only on Jupiter. There are several bodies around Jupiter which are actually frozen completely, and out of which Europa is very interesting. And in fact, in Saturn also there is Saturn's moon called Titan also having very good prospect for life, and also in other ice giants, other satellites, all of them have lot of water. Now let's go back to Europa. Europa is having so much water, which is like 3 to 4 times of the total water which is found on Earth. And even though Europa is much smaller in size, so the amount of water there must be on this particular body must be huge. Estimate is like 3 to 4 times of all the water found on Earth is probably present on Europa, and therefore it also shows the similar characteristics of like we see the pack ice on our South Pole and North Pole. So if there is liquid water and ice floating on the water, it tend to crack, similar to what you see here. And important thing is that there is some gooey substance which is coming out, which is oozing out from these cracks. And now these cracks are not permanent cracks. These cracks keep forming because the water keeps moving underneath, and this ice cover is floating. It's always changing. It is never constant. Since it is so cold, the ice is always maintained, and the ice may be several kilometers thick. So ground penetrating radar is required to study the Europa. The estimate is that this ice sheet is probably 5 to 6 kilometers thick. So it's quite thick. It is substantial, and it covers the entire satellite. And underneath there is a big ocean which is approximately 200 kilometers, the depth of that approximately. Now 200 kilometers depth is is way deeper, way deeper, at least 10 times deeper than the ocean on Earth. So that means Europa has a huge ocean underneath this protective layer of ice, because ice will protect the ocean, and if there is life under the layer of the ice, it will be completely protected, completely shielded from the outside radiation, and also if there are some impacts, the ice will absorb all of that, and if there is life underneath, then it will be protected by all these external elements. So why we feel that there will be light? Because there is no sunlight, simply because the similar life has been found on Earth as well. If you go down too deep, in real depth on Earth, on the Earth planet here, you will see these thermal vents quite deep in the deepest part of the ocean, where there is no sunlight. The temperatures are very low, because when there is no sunlight, it is almost freezing, almost actually below freezing, and but there are thermal vents. That means there is some sort of activity going, geological activity going on the surface of the ocean. So we have found that the temperature in near these thermal vents are almost like 200 degrees, and even in this very harsh environment, when there is very cold sea water, but these thermal vents create a temperature and creates an ecosystem around it, and there's a lot of life. These areas are bubbling with life, and scientists now believe that initially life actually originated from these thermal vents on Earth as well. So when the life might have originated 2 billion years back, it would have actually been coming from these sort of thermal vents, these sort of features, even on Earth. And we know that on Europa, there are water, and there are some water vapor plumes on the surface. That means the water must be heated from within, and if the water is being heated from within and there is organic compounds, that is a very good recipe for finding life. So we do not know what kind of life that may exist, but I think as per our estimate, the heat, since the sun is not present to heat up the environment, the heat must be generated internally by Europa itself and all other icy moons like Ganymede and Callisto. This heat is being generated because of the tidal flexing, and since Jupiter is a very large planet, it exerts lot of it has a lot of gravity, it has a lot of other features. So when the Europa is rotating around the Jupiter affects Europa internal structure and sort of controls it. So when it is actually far away, the effect of gravity is lower, and when it is closer to Jupiter, the effect of gravity is higher. And because of this change in forces, the gravity forces on Europa, the scientists have estimated that the rock structure within the Europa's body, deep inside in the core, must be flexing. When it is actually close to Jupiter, it would expand or probably change their position, and when it is far off, it will contract. So this expansion and contraction of the rocky material deep inside Europa must be causing heat. There is always a friction which causes heat. So this must be the source of heat within Europa, and that would have kept these thermal vents alive under the in the ocean, which is now covered with complete ice. So I think that is the very peculiar environment which could give rise to complex life forms. Not only complex life forms, but this is a very secure system. It is not affected by any external radiation. It is not affected by any asteroid hitting the body, unlike Earth. So it actually provides even safer environment for life to not only generate but also evolve into more complex life. So scientists now believe that if life originates in this environment, without presence of light, the living organisms may develop a totally different kind of a system. Just like we have on Earth in the deep oceans, they produce their own light for whatever reason. So some of these living organisms which live at quite deep areas on Earth's ocean show that they can generate light themselves. So similarly, we believe that since there is no external light on Europa, and if there is life, and if that life has evolved into complex animals, large animals, because there is huge ocean, estimated depth is about 200 kilometers, so there is a lot of water. There may be a chance that a complex life ecosystem must be thriving on Europa, and it's self-sufficient, so it will have the same level of evolution that you see on Earth, or probably even better. The only drawback is that this life cannot come out because outside it's very, very cold, so they like to live in a warmer regions where the water is heated up. So in order to go there and basically explore all this, you just cannot do it from the surface. So far what we have done is we have actually used all kinds of radar which Galilean and subsequent probes carried, and we have actually studied the surface from outside. We have actually used the ground penetrating radar. So there is more deep study required to understand what prospects Europa and other icy moons offer, because from the face of it, these looks very icy, and we feel that there is nothing, there is no atmosphere, there are no plants, but underneath they may have a thriving ecosystem. So NASA is definitely planning for it, and in 2024 they will be launching their Clipper mission specifically to study Europa. Now NASA and ESA, actually, let me give you a little background of this particular mission. The NASA and ESA, which is the European Space Agency, they came together and they realized that we need to study the icy moons in the external part of our solar system to first evaluate if there are aliens, the alien life which is found outside the Earth ecosystem. That is why we are going to Jupiter, we are going to Venus, and now we have to go to Europa or Jupiter. So we have done a lot of study around Jupiter. We have done a lot of measurements of Jupiter as a planet and also of Saturn, but very little study has been done, and therefore NASA and ESA, and these kind of study requires a lot of budgets and deep pockets, and it would require very methodical planning. So NASA and ESA basically joined together to carry out the study of icy moons outside, beyond the orbits of Mars, which is Europa, Callisto, and all that. Unfortunately, NASA and ESA both did not get the approval for the budget, and then they said, okay, fine, let's go ahead with whatever we have, and then they parted way. So they decided that, okay, NASA will study based on the budget they have. They will actually work on their own probe, and ESA will work on their own probe, and they have sort of divided the responsibility. So let's go back to what we were discussing. So NASA is working on Clipper, and Clipper is an amazing probe which will study only Europa. It will actually get into orbit of Europa, and it will study only Europa. So this mission has been planned with an objective that the study of Europa will be conducted, and it has a lot of these very advanced surveillance type systems on board, and it will use all these highly sensitive equipment to basically penetrate and try to create an image from underneath what is able to detect in the water. Also carry out a deeper study of the goo type structure that you see on the surface. So this is NASA Clipper mission, which will be launched in 2024, and it will then reach Jupiter, and then immediately get into orbit of not Jupiter but only Europa, with the objective of understanding only Europa. So lot of in-depth analysis will be done by Clipper. So what the ESA will be doing in that case? So ESA is also working on their own system separately, and their satellite is, as you can see, it's huge. It's much bigger than Clipper. If you look at the solar panel itself, huge solar panels, simply because this craft, which is called JUICE, which is Jupiter's icy moon explorer. So this is JUICE in short. JUICE has to operate for at least 4 years, and JUICE will not focus on Europa because Clipper is actually studying Europa. JUICE instead will actually reach Jupiter system and study all other three icy moons like Callisto, Ganymede, etc., and also carry out deeper study of other large moons of Jupiter. So it will get into a very specific orbit around the Jupiter, and will have several flybys of Callisto and Ganymede, and with every flyby it will have deeper understanding of what is happening on these satellites. The belief so far is that even Ganymede and Callisto will have the similar features as Europa. That means a deep ocean, huge ocean, and thick ice which act as a protective layer, and there could be life inside those. So the JUICE will study other 2 to 3 icy moons, and Clipper will study only Europa. So after these these two missions, a lot more better understanding will happen about Europa, which is very important, and even JUICE will carry out these studies in future. Now both of these probe will actually, in fact, JUICE will be launched in 2023, which is this year. But it will actually use because this is a huge probe, almost 2 tons JUICE weighs, and it has to be sent on a very heavy, one of the largest rocket launch system of ESA from French Guiana, and then it will take some time to reach. So Clipper will reach Europa earlier than JUICE, but eventually both of them will reach around the same time from our perspective, and then we'll have to study this system for at least 4 years. So that is why, and the sunlight is very dim in Jovian system. So that is why JUICE is having, in order to power all its equipment that it carries, and so much specialized radar systems and different kinds of probe, JUICE need a lot of electricity. So that is why such huge solar panels, in order to gather as much sunlight as possible. So this is what these two probes, which are already planned by ESA and NASA, and they are going to study the icy moons. So, well, they are not going to land on the icy moons, and they will be only in the orbit. And eventually JUICE will, having studied all other satellites and all other mission objectives, after finishing that, the JUICE will get into orbit of Ganymede for a deeper and more detailed study of Ganymede, just like Clipper would be doing for Europa. Important thing is that Jupiter generates a lot of electromagnetism. So the radiation, Jupiter generates a lot of radiation, and it is very unsafe for humans to explore this system, and therefore these probes have to be made with special material, both Clipper as well as JUICE, to basically get shielded from this very high radiation environment. And if they are not shielded, then they will just fry up because of the Jupiter's radiation. And that is why the orbits have been planned for both JUICE and Clipper around Europa, keeping in mind that they spend minimum time in the high radiation areas when they are exploring these moons. But as I said, they will not be landing on the surface uh, of these satellites, and that is where the future comes in, because there is a lot of preparation being done about landing, and then there is nothing like touch feeling the things firsthand. There is nothing like that. So until unless, although on the surface of it it looks very exciting, but to actually go and really photograph these living organisms, if Clipper and Juice confirms that there are living life inside the oceans of Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa, then the next mission would be to basically go and drill the ice sheet and examine these ecosystems underneath up close. And that is the future. So I think there is step by step we have to go. If the signs are not very positive after these two missions, then probably we will have to look elsewhere. But if they are positive, because even Galileo probe way back in the last century had confirmed that there were organic compounds being thrown out from these jets on Europa. So I think the next mission after this would be to basically land on the surface. So here I'm talking about the future activity which is being planned. And when we land on the surface, we have to start drilling. And you know that you just cannot drill the ice. So it's a big thing, and we have the similar environment in Antarctica here, where we sometimes for exploration we need to drill. So we just simply cannot drill the ice sheet, because for drill bits to work in ice, it is not going to happen. So what is the way out? So drilling is not a viable solution, so we have to use some sort of a heat probe which will actually start start melting its way through the ice sheet. That is the plan for NASA. But then what probe we can plan so that it continues to generate heat and drill or make a hole, and keep going down 5 to 6 kilometers underneath and pass through the ice sheet completely. And for that, scientists have worked out a nuclear drill. That means there is no physical movement. The probe which will be sent on the surface of these satellites, there will be a nuclear engine which will generate constant heat, and because of that, this constant heat will actually melt the ice, and that is how the probe will keep drilling its way or making a hole through the thick ice sheet, and keep going downwards into the ocean, and then it will be connected on the surface, so that as and when it is using a cable, a very sturdy cable, so when it reaches the ocean, it will be able to send pictures to the probe which is there, which is connected to this the satellite. And then there will be something in the orbit of Europa or Ganymede, which will then send those actual pictures shot in the oceans of Europa back to Earth. So this is a plan, and the nuclear reaction is also of a specific kind, because you need a very slow processes to work through this system, this kind of a process, so that this probe can work for at least 6-7 months while finding its path to the ocean underneath. And therefore scientists have worked out a combination of fusion and fission reactors, a new type of reactor for specifically this purpose, which is not very large, a smaller reactor, and it is small, but it will generate heat for longer time with very little payload. For creating a fusion reaction, you need to generate a temperature of almost 15 degrees centigrade. Lot of heat you need to generate. So that is why this new reactor, which will be on this drill, a small custom designed drill, will have a major fission reaction, which will create the temperature required for hydrogen to fuse, and then the hydrogen will fuse momentarily, creating a lot of heat, and then that heat will be consumed slowly, and then the process will be repeated. So there is no continuous fusion reaction going on. There is a combination of fission and fusion happening inside this special kind of reactor being developed right now. And because after the results are sent by Clipper and Juice mission, the next mission would be carrying this particular probe, which will actually go inside the deep oceans and then make the study of Europa up close. The chances are next 15 to 20 years looks very exciting. We may be able to find the alien life, the life as we know. We are exposed to all kinds of millions of species on Earth, different types of life that we actually find on Earth. But then in next 10 to 15 years, we may be able to find life of a totally different ecosystem within our solar system. So that is going to be a big confirmation for humans to detect alien life within our solar system before we actually go to the stars. So that is why study of the icy moons are so important, friends. So I've come to the end of my live stream. So if you have any questions on this subject, any suggestion, any comment, feel free to send in your comments. Otherwise, I'll meet you on Friday, because tomorrow is Republic Day of India, so I'm off. But I'll definitely meet you on Friday 5 p.m. Until then, please take care, enjoy Republic Day, and see you for today. Hello friends, welcome to this live stream. And as you can see that I'm live, and today we are talking about something which you may not even think, and that is this subject which is called triangle right here. As you can see, this is a title of our discussion today. But many people say that I see circles everywhere, but why not triangles? I think that is something that we should be talking about. That if you understand triangle, then you can understand lot many things in your life, and this is exactly what I want to draw your attention. In today's discussion, the agenda that we will follow is this. First, what are the different what is a triangle? We will try and understand what is a triangle. Then the obsession of ancient Indians and ancient Greeks around the triangular shapes. So we will give a little bit of history about that. Then what are the various properties of triangle that will help us understand triangle in a much better way. And then the formula. So we are not beginning our show with formulas. We are actually talking formulas after explaining the importance of triangles. And then how triangles can improve our future. Why it is important for all of us to understand the triangles. And that is why we have to understand triangles. All of that will be discussed in the last section, which is how understanding about triangles can improve our experience of our general world. How we can actually tackle things in our day-to-day life, and just by looking at certain problem, how the knowledge of triangle can help us understand the nature of the problem which is visible in front of us. And so some of these items will be discussed during this live stream today. Today is Monday, January 23rd, and as you know, we are live. You can ask question by using the chat function, and I will display your name, address that question, or any comment that you may have, or any suggestion. So let us begin our show, and let me go back to my notice board type of screen so that it's more interactive. All right, so let's understand what is a triangle. Well, triangle is a plain figure, because we are discussing triangle in a 2D format. We are not discussing a 3D format of the triangle. We are discussing the two-dimensional figure, and therefore the triangle is a plain figure which has three sides. So we know that there is a square which has four sides, there is rectangle which has four sides, there is other figures like that which has multiple sides. So therefore triangle has a specific space, a specific place in our geometry which has three sides, and that is why it is called triangle. So well, this is basic, but we all know the shape of the triangle. But if you understand the importance of triangle, then you will know exactly why it is so important. Now I see a comment, and this is coming from Chandrasen. Let me display your name, Chandrasen, on the screen. Yes, here you are. All right. So Chandrasen is asking, are triangles the strongest shape? Well, triangles are not the strongest shapes. The circles are the strongest shape, but they are quite strong. And when it comes to geometry, you can actually use very intrinsic and very strong patterns using different triangles by arranging them in the appropriate manner. So it is not the strongest shape in the nature, but it is the second strongest shape. All right, it is definitely stronger than a rectangle. So if you have any other question, Chandrasen, feel free to ask. All right, so we were discussing about the triangles, why triangles are important to understand. And I think we know that it's a three-sided two-dimensional figure. And what are different objects of the triangle? For instance, what the triangle contains. Well, as I said, it's a two-dimensional space. It has three sides. In addition to having three sides, it also has three angles, and it also has three vertices. That is very important, which makes it very unique. So let me draw a shape of the triangles to make it clear. Hope you can see these what I'm drawing on my board. So it has three sides. So side 1, side 2, and side 3. Three-sided, as the description is. What else it has? It has three angles, because these are the three sides are casting angles. Now these angles and these sides will basically create the properties of the triangle. And it makes it very magical, very different, by having a triangle with these properties. And since it has three vertices also, so this is a very unique space where you can create a pivot at these points, and you can rotate the figure. So it has three vertices, because the angle, when it comes about angle can keep changing their angle, and therefore it pivots from this point. Say for example, this angle, it will pivot. So it has three vertices, and that is why it is a unique figure. It has a property which are different from other two-dimensional objects. All right, so what else this triangle has? Well, I think let's look at the so let me delete this figure so that we can discuss about the history of the triangle and our understanding. Well, the understanding of triangle is not something new. Humans have been trying to understand the triangle and trying to solve various permutation combination they can have for millennia, almost 3 millennia. We know that there were Indian mathematicians who were actually trying to unravel the mysteries of triangle, simply because triangle have these three very distinct characteristics. That is, it has three sides, it has three angles, and it has three vertices. And there were various uses for these three properties. And Pythagoras made it very popular, because in school everybody understand the Pythagoras theorems, and right from school, 6th standard, middle school, the students are taught Pythagoras, and that helps children understand the nature of triangle, and then the senior sibling of triangle, that is called the cone. So we will discuss about cone later on, but let's understand the triangle. So Pythagoras was totally obsessed. He was a Greek mathematician, as we know, and very learned man, and very almost like a priest. So he actually was obsessed by triangles. He was absolutely obsessed, and he actually wanted to create a deeper understanding around the triangles. In fact, he was so much obsessed that he actually created a new philosophy called Pythagoreanism. It was sort of a religion. So and I will tell you what they were doing actually. They were actually working against the zero. Whenever humans try to calculate certain things, they eventually ended up getting a zero. And from the mathematics point of view, Pythagoras did not like the concept of zero, and therefore he said that there is no zero, and there is nothing called emptiness. There is always something in it, and therefore he went ahead using his political and his religious clout, to basically ban zero from the Greek mathematics altogether. And in order to make this belief around triangles so strong, he actually also created a new religion. As I said, it's called Pythagoreanism. And to join this club, it was sort of a club. To join this club, all you have to do is follow the rules set up, the religious rules set up by the Pythagoras himself. And Pythagoras is this man. We know this is the guy whom we know because some pictures are found about Pythagoras from the ancient Greek time. And this is what he was doing. He was actually telling his disciples to always wear white and not believe in zeros, and also eat vegetarian food all the time, have only one meal. And then if you do that, then you join the club by wearing following these principles, and that will elevate you in future. Suppose you continue to do that for a period of 3 years, then your color of your uniform will change, and so on and so forth. So with passing years, you will actually keep growing in the school, in university, and elevating your status. And all that was done by because of the obsession of Pythagoras with triangles. So can you imagine such a thing can happen? Well, let me also I'm seeing some messages. Let me read out some of them. Okay, so Chandrasen is asking that why Pythagoras was against Indians, as Indians created zero. Well, in Chandrasen, to answer your question, I don't think Pythagoras was aware of Indians' mathematics very deeply, because in those days he was living in today's Greece, which was quite far from India. Well, the Indian mathematics was basically they created zero, and hence they created the decimal system. And decimal system was very easy to implement, especially by business community, because they can then calculate their stock to the last gunny bag. Whereas if you use a triangle, then you have to use a lot of jugglery and you will not be able to calculate your how much money you are supposed to get, and how much stock you need to give for that money. So that is why decimal system is liked and loved by the business community all over the world. And therefore the Pythagorean view of doing mathematics was replaced by the decimal system later on. And because of this, I think you have asked a very important question, Chandrasen. Because of this, when world became a global community where a lot of business started happening, the religious beliefs of Pythagorean also died along with that, because nobody now worship a triangle. It is absurd to worship a triangle, but they were doing that in that era, because they were totally obsessed. In fact, if you see the Greek buildings also, you will see there is lot of influence of triangle in their buildings. The roofs are triangle, everything is triangle. So the Greeks were totally obsessed, predominantly led by Pythagoras, to worship the triangle. Why they were worshipping triangle? Because obviously they were mesmerized by the intrinsic quality of a triangle. Because when they were building these large, magnificent buildings, you need triangle when it comes to construction of large buildings, and you want to construct a strong structure, you would eventually need a triangle. So I will explain that in a bit. So let's move on. So I've actually told you that the triangle has certain properties which we have to understand, and I want to give you these properties in a way that even layman can understand. When you look at a triangle, you should be able to basically understand what physical thing that you're looking in front of you. So one of the properties of a triangle is that, as I said, there are 3 angles in a triangle. So the summation of these 3 angles has to be equal to 180 degrees. That means the upper figure of summation of all the angle is fixed. So if you see a triangle, the angle, whatever angle, if this is 60 or whatever angle, these 3 angles, they are always equal to 180 degrees. Always. There is no triangle in the world which will not have the summation not equal to 180. So that is very peculiar, because if you make a triangle, you know that the sum of all angles will be 180 degrees. So this is very peculiar, and the ancients realized that this is one property that they can use to their advantage. And once you know this, then you know that if you see a triangle in front of you, you know that a triangle, this is one of the property that all angles are, when they are added up, they will give you 180 degrees, 180, figure of 180. So this is something which is very unique to triangles. What else? What are the other things which are very unique? The other thing, since it has 3 sides, and it's but logical that by if you want to basically create another property, that means sum of 2 sides, the length of 2 sides of the triangle will always be more than the third side, will always be greater than the third side. This is also very unique. So the architects and the ancients also knew these properties. So if you draw a triangle, then the triangle will have 3 sides. If you add, if this is 10 and if this is 9 and this is 10, let's say, for example, then by adding this A and B, 10 plus 9 will always be greater than 10. Now this is true for all triangle, very large triangles, even pyramid sized triangle, even planet sized triangle. The property of this triangle will never change. The sum of 2 sides will be greater than the third one. So that this is very different, and that this is very very specific to triangles. So some of these things that you must remember, friends, whoever is watching, that triangle, all angles will add up to 180 degrees, 180, remember that figure, and addition of 2 sides, the length of these 2 sides will always be greater than the remaining third side. So that is why these are some properties which are sort of fixed. These are certain properties which are very peculiar to triangle. What are the other properties? The other properties are, now let's talk about the types of triangle. So first very common type of triangle is the acute triangle. Well, acute triangle is that all the angles in the triangle are less than 90 degrees. What is 90 degrees? 90 degree is this angle. This is the 90-degree angle. We know that if we just draw it again, these are the vertices. If this is 0, then this is 0 degree, this is 90 degrees, this is 180 degrees, and this is 90 plus 180, this. So the whole circle is about 360 degrees. So a triangle, this is a 90 degrees. So if you connect these two sides, you get a triangle. Whereas in acute triangle, the three angles of triangle are always less than 90 degrees. So a typical triangle, which is like this is not a 90-degree angle, neither this one a 90-degree angle, and also this one. So this type of triangle is called acute triangle, and these are the type of triangle that we see everywhere. Most of the triangle that you see in your day-to-day life are the acute triangle, this is what you recognize also very easily. This is something that you will recognize that, okay, this is a triangle, and these are called acute triangles. Why acute? Because all the angles of the triangles are less than 90 degrees. What are the other types of triangle? The other type of triangle, as I said, I briefly touched upon, is a right angle triangle. Right triangle. Why right triangle? That one of the angle of the triangle is a 90-degree angle. Say this is a right angle triangle, as you can see here. Whereas other two angles can be of any other angle, but the condition is that one of the angle has to be a 90-degree angle at least. So let me draw another figure which will give you an idea. So let's make a very, very thin triangle with 190-degree, like this one. This is also a right angle triangle because this angle is a 90-degree angle. So there is no condition on the other two angles. Other two angles can keep changing based on the length of these sides, A and B. If this is A and this is B, then depending on the length, the angle will be determined. But one of the angle has to be a 90-degree angle. So that is why this is one of the requirement for a right angle triangle. What are the other types of triangle? Now this is very interesting. These are the triangles that you will not see in day-to-day life, but after this tutorial you will start noticing them, because most of the buildings that you see, if you see a roof, they are actually made of obtuse triangles. Why obtuse? Because the angle, one of the angle of these triangles are much bigger than 90 degrees. So you can have a triangle which is much one of the angle can be bigger than the 90 degrees. So that is why that is called the obtuse triangle. So let's draw the obtuse triangle, and as I said, this is the base of the triangle and the angle has to be more than 90 degrees. So let's draw a line like this. So obviously this line is more than the 90 degrees. So if you connect these two sides, this is a very novel example of the 90-degree triangle, right? Obtuse triangle. This angle is more than 90 degrees, and if you invert them, if you place them like this, like a roof of a hut, then this becomes a roof of the hut. So this is more than 90 degrees, as you can see. So this mostly the roofs of the hut and buildings with sloping roofs, those are the clear example of obtuse triangle, because the central central point where the largest portion of the triangle meet is more than 90 degrees. So you see, by changing the properties of the angles and vertices of the triangle, you can form different shapes, and each of these triangles will have different properties which can be useful for you. So now let's talk about some special triangles, and we are now using scientific terms which are globally accepted. globally accepted because these are the terms which were given by Pythagoras, and Pythagoras made triangle very popular. So he named this type of triangle an isosceles triangle. Why isosceles triangle? I will explain that. So if you draw a triangle which has a shape like this, it's a very peculiar shape, and you can see that in this shape, this side A and side B are equal in length. So this is a very special type of triangle, and I will tell you, this is so special, it will help us, in fact, solve many problems of our day-to-day life, and also scientific community. This triangle can help us. By using this cool math, we can find out so many things about various activities that we do in our day-to-day life. So for the time being, let's understand the isosceles triangle. Isosceles triangle has two sides which are equal. Now this angle, there is no limitation on this angle can be anything. So you can make a very different figure, a very thin triangle, as long as these two sides are equal, like this, where the angle does not matter. So therefore the condition in this type of triangle is that the two sides have to be equal. So you can make a very thin triangle like this, and these two sides are equal. That is called the isosceles triangle. All right, so let's move on to the next type of triangle that we notice and we must know, and that is called the equilateral triangle. Equilateral triangle, that means all angles are equal. So if you notice this triangle where all its angles are equal, this is most beautiful looking triangle. And when all angles are equal, do you know the answer? Can anybody who's watching me live right now can give the answer? What should be the angle here? Can anybody take a shot on that? Well, Chandrasen is saying equilateral triangle, but what is the value of the angle in an equilateral triangle? Well, I think Chandrasen is trying, but that's not the right answer. Chandrasen, try harder. It's a very simple answer. So let me give you. So what you have to do, since all angles are equal, and we already know that the total of all the angles has to be 180. So if all angles are equal, then each of these angle in equilateral triangle has to be 60. So moment you see an equilateral triangle, you would know that all angles are 60, and that is why it is sort of fixated in stone. So when you see certain figures where people like to emphasize, show authority, and emphasize a point, they always make equilateral triangles. Many times advertising also use equilateral triangle because it immediately catches your eye, whether you believe it or not. But since it is an equilateral triangle, you will always notice that all angles are equal, and then you tend to notice any message written inside an equilateral triangle more than anything written outside of the triangle. So that is why equilateral triangle is very unique, because here in equilateral triangle the property is also fixed, in the sense that many properties are fixed, which is even the angles are equal to each other. So what are the other things that we have to learn about equilateral triangle? Well, I see one more message from Edify Learning. Thanks for watching our program Edify Learning. But you have mentioned 180, but I was saying that the question was, what is the angle in an equilateral triangle, which is 60. So I've already answered that, but nevertheless, if you have any other question, feel free to join back. and I will display your name here and answer your question. All right, so moving ahead in our show, now let's talk about the formulas, and that is the most dreaded. But trust me, friends, I will make it very simple. I will not make it hard. And even though triangles are used everywhere in our day-to-day life, the formulas it uses are very simple. And therefore, if you look at a triangle, you can actually identify lot of its properties if you actually follow these formulas. So let's look at the area. One of the important thing is you have to know the area of a triangle. Well, when it comes to square, for example, this square that you see in which this is written, you know that the calculation of area is very simple. If you want to calculate the area of this particular rectangle, what you need to do is A and B. Let's say these are the two sides, A and B. In order to calculate the area of this rectangle, A into B will give you the area. Whereas the formula that I have mentioned here for triangle is half of A into B. Well, this is one of the method. I will talk about that in a bit. But the generally accepted area of a triangle is what you will study in textbook is this. So if this is a triangle, this is the base. We call this a base of the triangle. So it has a length, which let's call it length as B. Let's say base is B. We call it B. And height of the triangle. This is a height, not the side, but the height. So let's call it this as height and divide by 2. So generally what you will study in the book is height into base divide by 2. That is the area of the triangle that you will study in your textbook. It makes it rather tedious to understand this because you need to first calculate the height, then you have to apply some angles and all that. So by visually looking at the triangle, it's difficult to imagine the area that you are looking for. Quite difficult. So I will give you another method which makes it even more easier. And by observing a triangle, you will be able to find the area very easily. So just follow through. Suppose somebody says that this is a triangle that you want to find area about. Now obviously it has 3 sides. So let's call this A and let's call this B. And the problem is that you want to calculate the area of this triangle, and you need to calculate the height of this triangle, which is quite difficult. First you need to carry out Pythagoras theorem. So let me share the easy method. Let's make a mirror copy of this triangle. Let's make a mirror copy. Okay, so this is the mirror copy of the triangle. Right now, what do you see here? Don't you see a parallelogram? So parallelogram is similar to a rectangle, isn't it? And what is the area of a parallelogram, or what is the area of a rectangle? It's A into B. This will get, if you multiply A and B, you will get the area of this entire parallelogram. But we have created the mirror image of this triangle, right? That means A into B by 2 is the area, which is the formula which I have mentioned here. So the easier method of calculating the area of the triangle is simply take 2 sides. If you know the length of these 2 sides, just multiply with 2 sides with each other and make half of it. That will give you area of a triangle without going into depth of understanding Pythagoras theorem, applying various formulas, etc. So this is another method to find the area. So when you look at the triangle, just by observing, you will be able to find the dimensions of this triangle, how much volume it has. Say for example, if you look at a sort of a water tank which is triangular in shape, or if you look at some building, or you look at the a field, you can immediately find out the area of this triangular shape object. So that is the first formula which I wanted to introduce to you. And not trying to scare, I'm just trying to simplify things. So let's talk about other items here. Which is the parameter. And I'm just trying to see if you can see this properly. I think there is some light issue here. All right, so now this patch has gone. Okay. All right, so now the parameter. Parameter is very simple. It is the addition of these properties here, which is 3 sides. Just simply add them up. So it's very simple. Just simply add them up and you will get the parameter of the triangle. Now these are the things which are used in day-to-day activity. I will tell you why these are important and why triangles play a major role. Other important thing to remember is that the triangles are formed by intersecting lines also. So many times when you draw parallel lines or you draw some railway tracks, for example, sometimes you end up creating triangles, and therefore the angle at which these lines are intersect with each other will eventually give you a triangle like this. So suppose your railway engineers are working on their railway tracks or roads being constructed. Sometimes road intersect each other. Angle at which they intersect will give you a triangle, and therefore the intersecting lines will always end up creating a triangle. And sometimes, even though they are not straight lines, it will actually end up creating some sort of pattern which are triangular in shape. So triangles are everywhere, as I will explain later on in my live stream. But remember for now that triangles are also formed by intersecting lines. So if there are lines intersecting, they may not create a sphere, or they will not create a circle, but they will definitely create a triangle. All right, let's move on to our next point. So understanding the concept of triangle is fundamental and also general knowledge, and it can also help us in many ways that you can think of. Well, if you know these multiple properties which I've told you, and they are not many, if you understand the triangle, there are not many properties. We know that there are acute angle triangles, there are right angle triangles, there are obtuse angle triangles. Then there are area and there are parameters. So only 5 things that you have to remember. So it's very simple. Once you start remembering these things, when you look at the world around you, you will see triangular patterns everywhere, and therefore understanding the triangular patterns can help you in more than one way, many ways. And so let me explain those things also when we go to the advanced section. Let's say that some architect is working on some designing of a floor. So if you actually use a triangle and join them together to create your overall picture scenario. So for instance, if you create a shape like this, I'm just drawing randomly a shape which is not any shape, it's a shape like this. Now this kind of a shape is very difficult to understand and also calculate the properties. So let's say this is the shape, right? So how do you calculate various parameters of this kind of a shape? I mean, if you're working on an art or creating a building or creating anything, you have to know the measurements of whatever you're drawing. And suppose you draw this kind of a figure, and what are the proportions of that? To simplify such figures, you can simply divide such pictures into triangles, and then you can individually calculate the different properties. For example, this can be divided into multiple triangles, and then you can actually handle the situation separately, and then you can not only find out the area of this this figure, whether this area is on the land or on paper. And if you're doing some engineering work, by dividing this crazy portion into triangles, you can actually work simply by say for example, if you have to find out area, you can actually find out area of this triangle, this 4 triangles, and then you can come up with by adding this area and say that okay, this figure has this kind of an area. And as I've told you that finding area is very simple. Similarly, what is the parameter that you can find out? And now this information can be very useful if you are actually doing something creative. Not only that, if you are working on let's say if there is a property division going on between sons and daughters, and if there are 3 siblings, that property needs to be divided. Now the father had a rectangular plot which he is leaving behind to his 3 children. So 3 siblings want a share of this property equally divided. Now the challenge is, how will you divide a square into 3 equal pieces? So if you divide them like this, you actually get 4 pieces. So this is not the way you can divide a rectangular piece. It has to be a triangular shape. Such problems can be solved by triangles. So let's say if you divide, even if you divide in this manner, then the plots which are at the rear of the property, if this is the front, this is a road in front of the plot, then these 2 plots are rendered completely useless because they are at the back side. How will you travel? So this kind of division will not work, and you have to eventually use your knowledge of triangles to create such divisions. So let me go back and draw the original plot here, and if you divide them like this, then these are all equal areas, and you can actually work out various permutation combination, and all of these plots will have opening doors in the front of the road, right? So they are all facing towards the road and they are equally divided using your knowledge of the triangle. And if the division have to be done equally, you can calculate the area of these triangles, and then you can actually work out a equal proportion among all 3 siblings. So these are some of the applications. There are 1,000 other applications which can help you understanding by having deep knowledge of triangle. It will help you understand the world around you. What else it can help you with? Well, there are methods by which a complex design can also be created. Say for example, if you are building a house and then there are 3 rooms, and the owners of the house have said that they need an open space. So you can actually create, depending on what you are working on, you can create 3 rooms, and then you can even just like intersecting lines, you can actually create rooms like this. These are the 3 rooms you can create, and in between the rooms you can have staircases. The open area is like a triangle. You can have staircases here. So triangles can help you in creating your home, also creating any building. The knowledge of triangles will also help you determine your position in space and time. So the triangles can, as I said, triangles can help you in understanding more than one way. So let's say if you are standing here, and this is where you are standing. Obviously you are standing on ground, which is straight line, or let me draw it again so that it looks straight at least. Okay, so this is straight line, you're standing on the ground, and then you suddenly start seeing an aeroplane flying here. This is an aeroplane which is flying with wings. Uh, this is the aeroplane that you're flying. So if you know the formula of the triangle, then you can eventually find out the position of the aeroplane, which is not fixed, it is actually flying. What you need to do is simply look at it and calculate. You know that the ground is straight, it will always be straight. The aeroplane will always make a 90-degree angle with respect to the ground. So you know certain properties here. You know that this angle, when you're looking at it, you know this angle, and based on these two angles, you can identify the position of the aeroplane in thin air. So this method is used by radar systems to basically identify the position of the flying objects, and in fact this method is also called the triangulation method. So this is one of the ways how the knowledge of triangles, simple formulas of triangle, help you basically create a novel invention like radar. Now knowledge of triangle can also help you determine the distance to far off planets. So it's very simple, just by using school mathematics and these simple formulas, you can determine what is the distance to a far off distance planet. Because these far off planets and stars that you see using a telescope, you must be wondering how people find out the distance. They say that millions of light years away from here, but how they know that? It's basically by using these formulas. So let's say there's a sun and Earth is going around the sun, and there is a star here, right here. So we measure the star, we look at the star using our telescope, and it obviously casts a line. Then after 6 months, Earth will be on this side of the sun. We look at this star again from that angle, and then we know that this is forming a triangle. And by taking two readings which are 6 months apart from each other, we will be able to calculate this angle. And you see, this is actually making an isosceles triangle. That means these two sides are equal, these two lines, and this angle we can calculate by observing after 6 months. And we also know the base of this triangle, which is the diameter of the Earth's orbit. So by using these simple parameters, we can actually find out what are the length of these sides. By measuring this angle and the base, we will know exactly what is the distance to this far off star or planet. So by using these simple formulas, you can also use in astronomy. Sitting on Earth, you can find out the distance to aeroplanes which are used in radar systems. You can also find out distance to far off places, and therefore the understanding of triangle will help you in many ways, as I said, many more ways than you think of. Well, more than what you know about spheres, etc. Well, spheres and rectangle has their own position, but today we are discussing about triangles, which are simple 2D objects. And because triangles plays a very important role, it also figuratively speaking also explain the relationship between three people. So we always this is on the lighter side, we always say that there is a love triangle. So it also explains the relationship between two people or three people and distance between them, and that is why triangle is used to explain the association of people as well. So that is why understanding of triangle is absolutely critical for our own understanding of the the world around us. And that is why I thought I will talk about triangles in our program today. Hope you enjoyed this live show, and many people participated. They even asked questions. So thank you for all those who participated in this live show. I will meet you again tomorrow, and we are discussing about ROS tomorrow. Very, very important subject. ROS is something which is new. So join back again at 5 p.m. tomorrow, and we will discuss about ROS tomorrow. So thanks for watching, friends, and I will catch you again tomorrow. Bye bye for today. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Science Show, and today we will discuss about something called masers. As you can see, the topic is given at the top. The masers sounds very similar to lasers. So what is so specific in masers? Let us find out. Well, in order to understand masers, we also need to explore our universe, study some of these objects which exist in our space and time, and come up with an explanation. So, to start our journey in understanding masers, we need to understand this object called MWC349A. Very, very interesting name, MWC349A. What this stands for? Well, friends, this is actually a name of a star, and when scientists actually name stars, they can be coming out with very different crazy algorithms, and based on that, these stars are named as and when they are found out. And what is so specific about these stars? Well, this is a very, very bright star, very powerful, almost 40 times the size of our sun, 40 times bigger than our sun. It is blue in color, and blue stars are some of the most energetic star in our universe, and therefore it's much bigger. It's blue in color, it's a young star, it is shining very bright, and it is about 4,000 light years away from Earth. So 4,000, it's very far off. Even light takes 4,000 years from Earth to reach this star, but from the galactical standpoint, it is a blink of an eye. So even though this is very far off, it is visible in the night sky in the Cygnus constellation. So if you look in the direction of Cygnus constellation, you will be able to see this star. And the interesting part of this star is that it is actually generating masers. And now you must wonder that how a natural object can create something called masers. Well, maser is sort of a beam very similar to laser, and this particular star is emitting masers from both of its pole, north as well as south. So that is why this is so interesting, and this actually gives us a little cue that masers may be similar to lasers, and these masers which are getting emitted are coming out from the poles at a blistering speed of 500 kilometers per second. It is very fast. 500 kilometers per second is almost 20% of the speed of light. Very, very fast. It is not the fastest thing, but still very fast. So therefore, now you must be imagining that masers must be very energetic. Of course, they are quite energetic, and they are very similar to lasers. Well, in order to understand masers even more in detail, we have to step back in time. And in 1960, for the very first time, scientists recognized that the masers, or the maser beams, very similar to laser beams, can be emitted by natural objects. Natural objects like stars, black hole, neutron stars are all capable of generating masers. Even molecular clouds can generate masers. And therefore, this is very important for us to understand the nature of the universe, because these are some of the most energetic beams which can be generated by natural objects. Well, in many ways, masers are similar to lasers, but not as energetic as lasers. But still, you should not underestimate masers. They are very powerful, and unlike lasers, which are made of photons of various types, lasers are made of radiation. So wherever there are high concentration of radioactive material, lot of radiation, and there is a lot of magnetism, such beams can be created. And if there is a huge amount of magnetism in a certain part of the space time, the magnetism will be able to focus the particles, charged particles, or the radioactive particles coming out from that high concentration of energy center into a beam. And therefore lasers are basically a short form of microwave amplification, very similar to light. Lasers are made of light amplification. So lasers are the microwave amplification of the radiation itself. So if there are lasers, if you see these jets, the chances are these are the radioactive particles of different radioactive processes happening inside that object. But because of this this process, the radiation is being generated. At the same time, very high strong amount of gravity as well as magnetism being produced in that localized area, and because of that lasers can be generated from the poles of magnetic poles on both sides, and it's basically focusing of very high energy beam of radiation which will travel vast distances in space. And these are what we call lasers, and these are coming out from this star which has been recently formed, not very recent from the human standpoint, but from the universe standpoint. It's a young star emitting a lot of radiation, very large star, blue in color. It is burning very rapidly, producing a lot of radiation, lot of radioactive material, and very high magnetism. And therefore this star gives us a good opportunity to understand lasers, and also understand the nature of objects which can generate these high energy beams, which can be fatal if we are standing in the line of this particular beam, because these lasers are entirely made of radiation, and they are focused like a beam to travel vast distances. So friends, if you have a question on this subject, kindly feel free to send in your comments. As always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next edition of Science Show. Until then, bye bye. Hello friends, welcome to the Science Show, and today we will talk about the super voids. And what are these super voids? The name is so intriguing, but I think you must be aware of these super voids. These voids are the empty spaces within the filaments of the fabric of the space. So what we see when we look around, we find that there are places where there is a lot of material, and galaxies and the stars and the planets and everything else is formed, and rest of the area where there is nothing, we call them super voids, because the assumption is that there is no gas in that area. There is there is nothing much basically to say that okay, the gravity will create some new stars and all that. So I think there is a new revelation about super voids, and the scientists believe that super voids may not be empty entirely as we believe. So why we feel so? The super voids are the areas which are something which is in between the galaxies, and we actually know that these areas exist, and we believe that there are no galaxies in these void area. And But now, based on the recent study by the combination of satellites that the humans have sent, we believe that these areas may not be entirely empty. And I will tell you the reason why we feel that the voids may contain something, and what is that something? We will learn slowly. So I think this is something which is amazing, and because until now we think that super void is an empty space, and if you by chance go there, you will not have any neighbors or anything like that in that area, and there'll be nothing. There'll be no stars, no planet, etc. So why scientists believe that? Well, the first thing is that the filament which you see in this picture is the filament of our matter being organized based on the availability of gravity. And these small filaments and this structure of the universe is created by mostly dark matter, not by the matter, not by galaxies. The dark matter is scattered in this format across the galaxy, and the dark matter primarily bring all the other material closer and kickstart the star formation processes, kickstart the process of making the galaxy. So essentially the dark matter creates this filament, and this filament is a representation of the areas which has high gravity, and so that the matter can come close. Now this dark matter is supposedly 5 times the matter that we see in space. So that is why we feel that wherever there is no filament like this, like these dark patches you see in between the filaments, are the voids. That means there is nothing. There is no dark matter, and there is no star formation happening. And because of this, we call it that it's a no man land, and we don't know what it must be having. And if it is a void, then how this void exists, whether the size of the void increase, decrease, what are the implications of having a void nearby? Are we going to get sucked into the void? Is it offering some sort of negative energy? So whole lot of intriguing questions we have in mind, and that is why scientists, as you know, scientist community never sleeps. Whenever they come across a solution, they look for another problem around that solution so that they can make this theory more robust. So these are the questions which are running in scientists' mind, and that is why now scientists believe that the voids may not be empty entirely, and it may have something which we have to study further. And why we feel so? Because you remember there is soon after the Big Bang, when the matter was formed, there is something called microwave background radiation. When you switch on your older TV, you used to see this white blurry picture if there is no signal. That is a picture of the microwave background, and this signal or this radiation is omnipresent. This is a remnant of the Big Bang, so to speak. And when we actually picture the entire microwave background, then we know exactly what is the shape of the space, how the filaments are configured, and this the CMB picture actually matches the filament structure. So we know that the CMB is the picture of a very early universe when the matter was just forming and there was no gas, there was no hydrogen. From that era, how the universe has taken shape, and we know that we can corroborate our understanding by plotting the position of these galaxies, and we know exactly that these galaxies exist because there was a CMB remnant in the early part of the universe. And so this CMB creates a small pocket of density, which then creates a small filament of dark matter, and then it creates galaxies in the hotspots of the dark matters. So that is why scientists believe that now there must be something in these patches, because the CMB picture, when we overlap with the void area, we actually do not see void entirely in the CMB picture. That means the void also has some material, and there is not completely empty, because where the void exists today, there was a radiation in the past. That means there must be something in the past inside the void, And what that something would be, we don't know. So more research is required. And this is a picture of the microwave radiation, background radiation, and this is the entire picture of our universe itself. So this is why wherever you see these dark patches and you see the light patches shows or the colored patches shows that there is a material. So some of these voids actually are coinciding with these light patches. That means even though we do not see anything visually and we do not see anything which is coming out from these voids, but the CMB picture does not match or corroborate the entire story. That means there must be something, and because of that there is a microwave radiation, background radiation, which is coming out from these voids. And the latest hypothesis is that there could be dark matter inside these voids, and these voids must be having it may not have the matter itself, like things like hydrogen, helium and gases and stars, but it will still have dark matter. That means these super voids may not be void of the gravity. The super void will still exist and exert the pressure of gravity on rest of the filament, and the filament is basically merely the manifestation of the matter. That means wherever there is matter and it collapses into forming galaxies and stars, we see the a more concentrated dark matter, and we call that as a fabric of space and time. However, these voids which are just close by in the neighborhood will must contain some sort of dark matter, may not have the matter itself. So the matter, since matter is not there, only dark matter is there, the matter will not be able there is nothing to form stars. Basically the material to form stars and galaxies is missing in the void, but it doesn't mean that the void itself is not having anything. It must be having a lot of dark matter, or maybe some exotic matter which is exerting some sort of gravity. So the void may be empty space from our perspective, but it is not empty, and it is exerting gravity on rest of the material within this universe, or within the visible universe, or even probably have some connection with the other voids outside the visible universe. So I think this is something which is latest, and I thought I will talk about it in the science show live stream today. And I see certain questions here. Is Chandrasen, first of all, Nazul Khan, and he's saying hello sir. So Nazul, if you have any question, feel free to ask. Chandrasen saying that does it also include Booth's void? Of course, it's a very intelligent question, Chandrasen. Booth's void is one of the largest void in the close vicinity of the Virgo cluster. Virgo cluster is the cluster in which our galaxy exists, and Booth's void is one of the large void next to the Virgo cluster. So I think it includes the Booth's void also, and we believe, until now we believe that the Booth's void does not have anything, but with the latest study we think that Booth's void will also have a lot of dark matter. So further study is required in this area, and that is why I will keep bringing, if the scientists are able to throw more light on this subject and come up with new discoveries in the void section of our visible universe. So friends, as always, thanks for watching. If you have any suggestion, question, feel free to send in your comments, and I will catch you tomorrow again on the Science Show live. See you tomorrow. Hello friends, welcome to the Science Show, and today we have a very interesting find related to our space-time, which is we are constantly trying to understand our universe, and one of the intriguing mystery is that how different types of black holes become or merge together, become large by merging together. So we have not fully understood what is basically making these black hole merge. Simply because when the black holes fall into, if the two black hole come near each other and they fall into an orbit, then their orbit can get into very stable form, and for millions of years or for billions and for trillions of years, if there is no external force acting on the black hole, then these black holes will basically keep rotating around each other for as long as time permit. And yet we see that these black hole merge to become much bigger black hole. So what are the processes? The scientists have been able to find that out, and that the answer has come from globular clusters. And friends, as you know, that the globular clusters are the structures which are primarily responsible for one of the structure in the galaxy which is responsible for star birth. And since the globular cluster has a lot of gravity and a lot of gas in it, the gas condenses and form the stars. And in our galaxy we have counted about 150 globular cluster. Then there are other 1000 plus open clusters. We will not concentrate on those. We will concentrate on the globular clusters. Essentially, these globular clusters were the central core area of the galaxies which have collided with our Milky Way in the past, in history. So these globular clusters are very interesting. They are sort of the celestial core of the small galaxies which actually got gobbled up by the Milky Way in its journey. And these globular clusters basically create new stars which then eventually float around in our galaxy, form different, become part of the spiral arms of the galaxy. Our sun is also probably a product of these globular cluster. And this is very interesting because when the globular cluster moves around in the galaxy, it actually leaves the trail of the stars. And the age of the universe is quite high as compared to the age of the stars. So if there are stars which are born inside the globular cluster, the chances are they will actually also end their life pretty fast as compared to the life of the galaxy. So when they end their life within the globular cluster and they did not get chance to move out of the globular cluster, then based on the size of the star will collapse into a black hole. And once that happens, then the chances are that there may be multiple stars got converted into black hole within the globular cluster itself. And the chances are that these one or two stars or one or two black holes will start rotating around each other, and they will fall into a very stable orbits around each other, because black holes are very, very stable, easy to explain objects. What happens inside black hole we don't know. It's very difficult. But on the surface they have only 3 to 4 properties, and therefore they get into orbit and they fall into a very stable orbit around each other. So if the orbits are stable, how they can beat that and merge? That is the intriguing part, and the scientists did not understand fully the processes which will make two black holes collide with each other, because I think the black holes are very high concentration of gravity, and to manipulate that it requires a lot of energy. So to make two black holes come close or come into a trajectory so that they collide with each other requires a lot of energy. And this was intriguing fact which scientists were trying to understand, and they were trying to find the answers to this puzzle. What forms? So the latest study shows that because of the new star formation which creates multiple star, very large star in these globular clusters, and then these large stars basically burn hard and die fast, and when they die they create huge supernovas and hypernovas and then convert back into black holes. So once that happens, these supernovas and hypernova create all sorts of interaction with the black hole which are already present in the globular cluster. Remember, globular clusters are the remnants of the galactical cores which have been eaten up by the Milky Way galaxies. So essentially, they are the erstwhile galaxies, small galaxies. So they actually retain their shape, and the stars which are born in globular cluster will remain there, uh, and they will be affected by the gravitational push and pull which happens within the globular cluster. So the point is that these gravitational wave will basically affect these uh, black holes which are in orbit, and sometimes one of the member of this stable system, otherwise stable system, the orbit might change because of these changes which are happening in the globular cluster, and one of the black hole get into elliptical orbit, and once that happens, that is when the chance of two black holes colliding increases, because if one of the object is in elliptical orbit, in future it will eventually keep changing and gravitationally get manipulated, eventually collide with each other. And once these black hole collide, they will actually merge, and the resultant body will basically form even bigger black hole. And once that happens, these are some of the biggest collisions in the space, and this kind of collision creates huge gravitational waves which we can detect. So if we have now two gravitational wave detectors on Earth, so we actually measure the readings from both the detectors which are on quite far off distances on the surface of the Earth, and by measuring the time delays between recording at these two locations, we can then figure out what is the actual point from where the gravitational wave originated. And this process must be happening because many of these gravitational waves which we have detected on the surface of Earth are coming from these globular clusters. And this explains that, well, our gravitational wave detector detects these gravitational waves and coming from globular cluster, and these are very energetic, and we know exactly what could be causing these waves, because when we point our optical telescope at that location, we don't see anything, which is a telltale sign that if there is nothing visibly existing there at that point, that means there must be a black hole which is able to create this huge tsunami of gravitational wave. So this is something which was sort of a mystery, that how black hole are able to merge and become larger in size, and what are the processes which are involved in making sure that these black holes are put into right trajectory so that they can collide with each other and get absorbed into a much bigger black hole. That has been finally solved. That means a black hole can be gravitationally nudged, and only higher gravity than the black hole will be able to make those changes. So this since globular cluster is a good example, because things are rather compact in the globular cluster, very close by, so the gravitational impact in a globular cluster is higher than the rest of the galaxy, and therefore we are able to come to this conclusion that these black holes must be merging because of the gravity which is affecting on them, and that is the cause of merger of the black hole. So this is one thing which I wanted to talk about: latest finding, latest discovery, latest understanding of processes. And if you have any thoughts and comments on this subject, kindly feel free to send in your comment. And as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again tomorrow with something more intriguing. Enjoy your time in space time. Catch you tomorrow. Bye bye. Hello, friends. Welcome to the Science Show. And today is January 3rd. And I would like to basically pick your brain in our Science Show live stream about the dark matter. And as you know, the dark matter is very elusive, which we can't see, we can't feel it. It passes through all the time from through our body, through our planet, sort of omnipresent material. And that is why it is very elusive. We cannot even see it. And therefore some scientists have said that we can probably find out the effect of dark matter, probably do the research. We place atomic clock near the sun. So that is the hypothesis that the scientists have said. It's a very good idea. So let us understand what will happen if we place an atomic clock very close to the sun and how this whole process is going to work. First of all, let us understand what dark matter is. Well, dark matter, believe it or not, is the majority of the substance that exists in space. And as per our understanding, dark matter comprises of all matter. 80% of the matter, or probably 80% of what we material that we have on our space consists of dark matter, the matter which we cannot study, we cannot see, and we cannot feel. We cannot even detect it in our sensors. There is no way we can interact with the dark matter. So can you imagine, friends, how peculiar this property of dark matter is? And we are made of only 20% of the stuff. Rest 80% is something which we cannot see, we cannot feel. Very, very elusive. We cannot even measure the properties. We don't even know what kind of material dark matter is. Is it particle? Is it wave? Is it electrons? Is it fermions? So absolutely no clue about dark matter, yet it fills up our space, and it is the majority of the material that is available in the universe. So therefore it is very, very mind-boggling problem for scientists, because if dark matter consists of all the material which we cannot see, what that material is, that means the reality of the universe is something which is completely hidden from us, and that is what is baffling the scientists for very long time. And the theory that the new group of scientists that are proposing is putting atomic clock near the sun. So I will come to that in a bit, but the theory is that if there is dark matter everywhere, and dark matter is responsible for creating galaxies, creating stars, bringing the everything together, create gravity, and because of the gravity we exist, because our body takes shape, our planet takes shape. Therefore dark matter must be playing a major role in the formation of the universe itself. And if there is dark matter in the galaxy, there must be dark matter in our own solar system. We cannot imagine that, well, the dark matter is there in the galaxies, but in our solar system there is nothing like that. That is wrong. So the theory is that there must be a lot of dark matter, because we have these large planets like Earth, Jupiter, Sun, central star, which is very huge. So in order to form these bodies, there must be a lot of dark material available inside the solar system also. So instead of trying to study the dark matter out there in the galaxy, we can start by studying the dark matter which may be available in our own solar system. So that is the theory behind this new technique which has been proposed, and it's a very good technique. In fact, I will tell you that this is a very logical step, and if this fails, then we can actually move on to some other technique. But I think this looks very logical. This is putting an atomic clock near the sun. And as you know that the sun has a lot of gravity. 99.8% of the mass, visible mass, is present in the sun. And if the theory is about dark matter is right, that means whatever material that we see in our solar system, 99.8% is in sun. That means at least 5 times more dark matter must be available in the sun itself. So sun visible part is one thing, but the invisible and visible part must be exerting huge gravity. So if you send an atomic clock near the sun, it will impact the atomic clock gravitationally, and that is the whole idea. And as you know, friends, that atomic clock is very, very precise, very accurate, but atomic clocks are also affected by gravity and the theory of relativity, which was framed by the great Einstein. So if you send the atomic clock near a high gravitational concentrated area, then the theory is that because of the high gravity, there will be a time dilation. The time has to slow down because the gravity is impacting the atomic clock. Yet atomic clock is very accurate, absolutely accurate. There is no discrepancy or there is no time losses. So the clock, the gravity clock, will not feel anything. But when we observe the clock from Earth, we will observe the time is slowing down. And since it is getting relativistic time, it will start slowing down because the gravity of the sun will start impacting the atomic clock, which is there near the sun. And then we can actually have this atomic clock send a signal about the time of probably ping another clock which is not close to the sun, probably near the Earth or even in the open space where there is no other body around that planet. So we can actually have the atomic clock close to the sun send a ping to the clock which is not in the high gravity area, and that will give us some implications about how dark matter or how much dark matter is take effect. So indirectly this method will help us analyze the effects of dark matter, and sun must be having a lot of dark matter, and that will also help us create a model around the dark matter in the sense that if we observe something visually, we can also run these new equations and tell how much gravity this body must be having, because the theory is that at least 5.5 times more mass must be there in that visible body. Same is true for Earth. If the mass of the Earth is x, that means the real gravity or gravitational mass must be 5x on Earth. So this method will help us create new theories, new formulas, new equations which we can feed in our computers and run different simulations. So this will also be very helpful when we actually travel out in the interstellar space, and when we are getting into unknown, we will also get chance to analyze various celestial objects or even black hole. When we observe something high gravity, then we can also find out how much gravitational pull the black hole, which is not visible, must be exerting because of the dark matter which exists inside the black hole. That will also help us prove whether there is dark matter inside the black hole, because black hole is not supposed to have exert the gravity. It exerts the gravity and we do not see any light coming out. So that will also solve some of our problem regarding the black hole. So I think this is a good idea, and as and when the results are out, I will bring them in our science show, and I meet you every day at 3 o'clock live and talk about these intriguing discoveries and inventions which are happening in the area of science. So as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again at 3. Meanwhile, I look forward to receiving your messages, especially on this subject. What do you think? So have a nice day, keep rocking, and I will catch you tomorrow again. Bye bye for today. Hello, friends. Welcome to the Akulmach Science Show. And today is January 2nd of the year, the new year, which is 2023. So, this is the first live stream of the Science Show this year. So, let me take an opportunity to wish you all who are watching me live or even subsequently a very happy new year, a successful one, and all your endeavors come true in the coming year. All right. So, let's start with something which is not futuristic. It sounds futuristic, but it is actually happening right now. And the information is that NASA wants to create launch pad on the surface of moon. And why they would like to create launch pad? For a simple reason, they are preparing themselves to land on the surface of moon. And this is very exciting. This is exciting because they are going to use the 3D print technology, and in order to create the launch pad on the surface of the moon, they have actually conducted a sort of a contest, and one of the company from Texas has won this contest. They have proven to NASA that they have the right skills, right initiative, and also the right experience to 3D print the habitat using moon dirt, which is also known as regolith. So this company is called Icon, and we are not promoting this company, but we're just giving you information of what is going to happen in the near future. Now this company has got this contract for 5 years or 6 years, and the net worth of this contract is nearly 57 plus $1 million, and they would basically send AI enabled autonomous 3D printer, large ones, really huge 3D printers, to do the 3D printing and create the habitat on the moon. They will start by creating the launch pad, the landing facilities for NASA future missions, and then they will also create the habitat. So this is amazing because now, although all these years, last 50-60 years, we have been hearing landing on different other planets becoming now going to become a reality. So this is why this is very interesting that NASA has engaged a private entity which is expert in creating in using the 3D technology in creating different types of homes and shelters. And when it comes to creating the shelter, I think we cannot take the raw material from Earth. If we are moving to moon initially and then subsequently to Mars, we have to have a robust technology before the humans arrive. The habitat and laboratories and all kinds of facilities, including launch pad and landing pads, road infrastructure, etc., should be made available. The building should be already prepared. Maybe the first settlers will have to create plumbing and electric work. As of now, it looks like that is the activity which will be taken care by the humans. But who knows? Tomorrow, another contract like this can be given to an electrical company which will use bots to lay down electrical cables and water supply. But I think we cannot do any of these things unless we have the habitat ready. And the biggest advantage in using Icon technology is that the entire machinery, the 3D printer, will be AI controlled and will be able to use the normal moon soil or regolith to make a concoction of building material, lay down the print, whatever print humans decide, whatever different designs for different types of buildings, and the 3D printer will be able to create that slowly and keep building it. So even after the first mission is over, the 3D printer can be redeployed in something else. So that is why the contract is for 6 years, where the 3D printer will keep printing whatever different designs developed back on Earth and fed to the computer and these machines will be working in a low gravity and zero atmosphere environment using the solar energy or different kind of electrical power plants. So I think this is amazing information and very exciting, and it looks like that the dream of settling on different planet is quite nearby, quite close in future, and in next decade we should have a colony on the moon where we can have sort of a permanent human settlement on the surface of the moon. And all this will be created by using the lunar dust. We don't have to carry any material, construction building material from Earth. All we need to do is send the 3D printer machinery, land them safely on the surface of moon, and they will get started. They will start to work, and they can be completely controlled from Earth, the command center on Earth. Very similar to, we have the rovers roaming around on the surface of Mars. They do their own activity, but then they are fully controlled and monitored by the command center on Earth. So similarly, these kind of 3D printers which will be deployed on moon by Icon will be monitored by their own team, and they will carry out the design whichever NASA decides to build. Whatever design NASA wants them to build, they will actually carry out that contract work using their robots. Well, why Icon has been chosen? Because a couple of years back, NASA ran a contest where they invited several companies, and they said that can you basically build a habitat using whatever technology. So many companies participated. They came up with most of them came up with 3D printing. They came up with their design, but one of the challenge of building on a different surface, different planet surface, is that building material. So if you use cement and stuff like that, which is readily available on Earth, then it will be very difficult to basically send the cement and water from Earth. So I think many companies qualified, and Icon was able to prove that they have the best technology to create the habitat or different structures using the simple dust. So this is something which they have done, and they have also proven themselves. They have already built and delivered 100 3D printed house in on Earth, in Texas, in Georgetown. So they are not only waiting for NASA to give them the project, they are also deploying these 3D. You can see in this picture, these machines are huge, and they are like overgrown cousins of the normal printers, DexJet printer that we have sitting on our desk. But they use a huge nozzle, and instead of ink, they use these machinery, the regolith, mix it with water or something else, and basically print a design. Now when they are printing that design in physical world, they can have any design because it would be computer fed, computer controlled. So that is why you don't have to build a very squarish building as we are used to, because of the structural strength that we need. You can actually build any shape, any dome or any curve, because the 3D printer is able to create that curve, etc. And these buildings will be extra strong also, and you can also have air cavities in between, so that or multiple layers in the building, so that it can be protected from the radiation, even small meteorite strikes on moon, and also provide insulation. So that is why these kind of buildings will be very, very viable when people start traveling to moon and Mars in future. And Icon is one of the company which has proven, so NASA has actually given them the contract for now. But I'm sure there are others also which is going to come up, and as the requirement grows, more and more companies will get involved in building habitats and different structures on bodies, including Earth, as well as on moon or Mars or any other planet in future. So as part of the contract, they will be building or starting to build the humanity's first settlement outside of Earth in the known history. So this is amazing because this is going to happen now. This is going to become reality, and that is why this is very exciting. And a company like NASA, which is completely funded by the US government, being run by federal budgets, they have decided to offer a private contract so that the private company can use either SpaceX or other private entities to launch their robotic construction machinery on the surface of moon, start building the launch pad as well as the landing pad for NASA probes, and then continue printing habitats for the astronauts who visit the lunar sites, camping sites, and provide help to have the first human settlement on a body which is not Earth, outside of Earth. So this is why this is exciting, and we have started this year by giving you information which is quite exciting. And if you have any suggestions, any questions, please feel free to send them to us. We will respond to your questions in the next program, which is tomorrow. So meet me tomorrow at 3 p.m. Until then, keep rocking, and please take care of yourself and keep imagining. Bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Science Show. Today is December 30th. It's the last working day of the year 2022. And today in this episode, which is the last episode of the year, we want to discuss about the settlement on Mars. You know, we have been trying for settlement, and there has been a lot of exploratory probes which are going around and, trying to identify which is the best place for humans to land, etc. And where are the resources available? I think that research has been going on for some time, but believe it or not, Mars is a large place, and few probes that we have sent, we can count them on the fingertips, are not sufficient to basically make a complete geological map of the planet. And when we land there, we should know exactly where are the resources, where we should be settling down, where is the place for building our habitat, etc. And because of this requirement, the new theory that has come out is basically to use some sort of autonomous rovers, basically to roam around the planet Mars. And we would not need such high-tech rovers that we have right now. These high-tech rovers are sort of heroes, and but we would need a smaller, swifter, and less power consuming rovers, and many of them. And when we actually have many rovers exploring every nook and corner of the planet, we would need some sort of a technology or a thought wave to create these rovers and also report back. So the biggest challenge is, how do we control these rovers even if we manage to send them on the surface of Mars? And that is where the constellation of satellite comes in, where the low cost several satellites around the orbit in Mars can establish a communication network between these smaller rovers which are roaming around on the surface of Mars, and then beam back whatever they find. These rovers can be equipped with some sort of cameras and also other analytical tools available on the on board, so that they can carry out certain analysis, at least carry out the geological survey of the planet, so that the geologists know exactly which part of Mars has what kind of resources and what is the terrain. So Once we start building that kind of information, we would actually get a lot of this information and we can actually start maintaining database. But the biggest challenge is how do we take these rovers, and what it takes to create these rovers. I think a plan is required. Even if most of the scientists and mankind believe in this idea, the important thing is to basically make a plan, make sure that we start building these low cost, smaller rovers, and they can survive the re-entry on Mars, and they can be autonomous at the same time. So I think all of this low cost, autonomous are very, very powerful words when we think about this particular project. Because even if we manage to send humans, then humans will have to do the same study, and they will have to work very hard, and probably human require more life support, etc. And they will not be able to cover, they will not be able to will not be so efficient, just like these autonomous rovers which can roam around in every valley, every mountain, every riverbed. And therefore the idea is to basically start planning these rovers which will be autonomous, low cost, and have basic machinery on board, things like camera or infrared camera, so that they can be operating during the night also, and certain analytical tools so that they can do a little bit of analysis while they are exploring. And when they die, they just simply die, because there are so many of such rovers which will keep exploring different parts of the planet and start beaming back information and photograph back to the satellite constellation which is in the orbit. And navigation of Mars is not so easy. We have only 5 or 6 of these different rovers, and exploring only very limited area on the surface of the Mars. It's not easy. It's a very, very hostile planet with the terrain not conducive for long-term human settlement at this point in time. So if we have more geological information, we know exactly what element is lying where, then it will help the future human settlers to basically build their colonies, or a bunch of colonies on the surface of Mars, so that they can actually have different kinds of skills available in different colonies, so they can scatter themselves and do different activities in different parts of the planet. And as a society, they will be able to make a viable permanent settlement, and that is what is most important. And when we are talking about this kind of existence on the surface of Mars, we would need a lot of this information. So I think it is a very good idea to start building these low cost rovers, start sending them across the planet, and let the rovers explore in an autonomous manner and beam back all the information to the satellite constellation. Now when we talk about this, the satellite constellation as well as the network of rover which are exploring the surface of Mars would require a tailor-made AI engine or a AI program, which will then control all of these rovers and ensure that the information which is coming from these rovers are beamed back and updated into the right database back on Earth. And back on Earth, you would need an analytical tool to basically analyze all this data, so that when human look at it, they will actually exactly look what material is lying on the surface of Mars. So I think it's high time to start building this kind of database even before planning a manned mission to Mars. And I think this is a prerequisite, in my opinion, if we want to colonize Mars, simply because if we have more information about the new colony which in future humans would want to set up or aim to set up, then it will help the future settlers to plan their activities in a much more organized manner. And to build the satellite network and the rover, I think we have already tested the small satellites. Today's technology or the current technology, you can make things in a more miniaturized manner, and can also pack a punch, so that in small package you can have much more equipment for communication and for or different kinds of mechanisms. So you can have one or two rockets or space vehicles will be able to send the entire constellation to the Mars. And once these small satellites are in orbit, you can actually plan which satellite will go where, etc. And because Earth is a very large planet, and if you compare Mars, it's almost half the size, so you would not need so many, even these small satellites, which are much more powerful, smaller, and will have long life, but you will still need a fewer satellites to cover the entire planet. And I think this can be done in one or two launches of the space vehicles carrying these satellites, and maybe a couple of more launches to drop the rovers on the surface. So once we are able to do all this, build a huge network of surveying mechanisms on the surface of the Mars, and also communication mechanism in the orbit, then humanity will be in a better position to make future Martian travelers or Martian settlers to have a successful permanent existence on the surface of the Mars. And this kind of study will also help us to map out other future projects. Probably once we have a model around this, we will be able to create a much more robust model in the future if we want to now settle beyond Mars into Titan or Europa and any of those different bodies much beyond the orbit of the Mars. So friends, I think this is what I feel. If we want to settle on Mars, first we need to collect the geological data, and I think the best way to do it is to create these small rovers. If you agree with this, or if you have any comments or suggestion, feel free to send in your comments, and I will catch you next year on 2nd January. Until then, as always, thanks for watching. Have a blast on the new year, and I will catch you in the year 2023. Bye bye. Friends, we have a very specific image in our mind about the formation of our universe. We know that universe is filled with these nice spiral galaxy type structures, and then there is one galaxy followed by a void. There is nothing in between, and then there is another galaxy. So this universe is divided into these chunks of these islands of life where the stars are born, and billions of stars come together to create one galaxy. And then this model is repeated again and again and again into the entire observable universe, in fact beyond that also. So this is our thinking, and all of this matter is brought together by the star forming elements of the dark matter. So this is our brain, this is how our brain perceive the universe. But I think today I would like to draw your attention about the empty space between galaxies. And when we say that empty space between galaxies, is it really empty? That is the topic of discussion today. And therefore, let me draw your attention that recently the astronomers have seen certain faint glows of the stars in these empty spaces. So as we basically explore further, there is interstellar space that is a space between stars, and then there is intergalactical space. So assumption was that in the intergalactical space there is nothing exists, in the sense that there are no stars, because the gravity is not strong enough to collapse the gas, and also the gas is so rare that the material is and the gravity and the material is not sufficient to bring the lot of material come close and kickstart the formation of stars. That was the thinking, and that is true also. But recently scientists have found that there are certain faint glows of stars which exist in the intergalactical space, and well, it is very difficult to see this. If there are stars available in this area, very difficult to see them, simply because they are very far off and there are very few. So collectively also, as a colony of stars, it's very difficult to look at them. And just to give you an idea how faint they are 50 times fainter than the galaxy nearby. So in case there are stars between the galaxies in the empty space, the point was how they got there, because we know that based on the current understanding that the stars cannot form there. There is not enough gas or material or gravity in those areas. So since the material is missing, the gravity is missing, what phenomena would be causing formation of star? So I think the thing is that now scientists have a very clear idea, especially after studying these faint glows between the galaxies. The scientists believe that these stars were actually born inside the galaxy, and when the galaxy interact with each other, they interact with gravitationally. Even though nearby galaxies don't collide with each other, but they affect each other in the form of gravity, because galaxies are very large objects. They have a huge weight, and they comprise of many stars, billions of stars, and probably billions of black holes. So galaxies are very large objects having a lot of gravity, and whenever there are two galaxies passing by each other, even without colliding, there is some sort of interaction that happens. And because of this interaction, the stars which are in the exterior most area of both the galaxies are nudged differently than rest of the stars, and because of this nudging motion, some of the stars can be left behind when the galaxies interact and pass by each other. And so even though stars are born inside the galaxy, because there is sufficient gas, material, gravity to collapse the matter and form a star, but because of these interactions, gravitational interactions among the nearby galaxies or passing by galaxies, some stars can be left behind, or as we speak, they can be orphaned, they can be marooned out of their galaxies, and then they exist in the intergalactical space, which is sort of a void. There is nothing there except a few left away stars. And that is why this finding is exciting, because we used to feel that the stars cannot exist outside the galaxy, but now we see that these stars are not only there, but they have been left behind by galaxies, and there is a complete potential that they can be absorbed by passing by galaxy in future. So there is a lot of activity going on in the intergalactical space, and it is not impossible to explore those stars. And if we have the technology, go to those stars. Maybe those stars may have a planetary system, and maybe some life living in alone in the void of the space. So that is the important part of our discussion today, that we feel that sometimes that the stars are only found in the galaxy, but there could be instances where even black holes and a lot of other material can be found outside the galaxies. And this is true that the star birth happens within the galaxy itself, and there are nebulas and there are material available in the galaxy which will eventually cause gravitational collapse and thus forming the stars. But once the stars are formed, they can be migrated out of one of this weaker interaction within the galaxy, or sometimes the supermassive black hole in the middle of the galaxies can throw a star out. So let's imagine a situation, hypothetical situation, when there are two stars, and these two stars are basically absorbed, or the star system is being absorbed by the central black hole. Then as per the Newton third law, if one of the star falls into black hole first, then the second star will be slingshot outward at a very high speed because of the when the star disappears in the black hole, the other one will go in the opposite direction at equal and opposite speed. So there could be instances where these stars, high hypervelocity stars, can also be thrown out of the galaxy, and they can exist in the empty space or the void between the galaxies. So I think this is something which is the mystery, and there are many orphan stars which exist in this wide area, and I think there is a need to study them more. So I have a viewer, Chandra Sen, and he's asking me a question, and he says the glow must be from IGL, which is intra-group light. How would the Earth be affected if the two galaxies collide? What sort of galaxies would it be? Two. Okay, so I think there are two parts of your question, Chandra Sen. That the glow, you are saying that it could be intra-group light. So what does it mean? Well, the light which the astronomers recently seen is using some other techniques, very advanced techniques of interferometer of light, and they have been able to detect this faint glow which is coming from within the galaxies. And in order to study these stars, they have to hide the light coming from the nearby galaxies. Only then, otherwise, if the galaxies are very bright, then these stars' light will be completely overshadowed by the light coming from the galaxies. So first thing in the new technique is they have to hide the nearby galaxies, and then they can see there are stars between the galaxies in a void area. Second is that if the galaxy collide, obviously if the galaxy collide, then the mayhem will get loosened, and we don't know which star will survive in the new galaxy and which will get thrown out. So I think you have a good point that some of these stars can also be thrown out because of the galaxy collisions. So there are several ways of understanding this mystery, and you have very intelligently put this one also, that a collision can also leave the star behind between two galaxies. So I think this is something which is very interesting. So Chandra Sen, thanks for sharing your thoughts, and also being a very valuable viewer for our live streams. So friends, if you have any other question, feel free to send in your comments. And as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you tomorrow with something more intriguing. Enjoy your space time. Till then, bye bye. Hello friends, welcome to the command center. We are somewhere in space, and we are exploring the space-time and trying to find out, unravel the mystery of our universe, which we don't understand fully. And one of such mystery is the quasars. Quasars are some of the most energetic objects, very far away, but these are huge objects. These are galaxy size objects which emit lot of energy, and they are almost 2 to 3 billion light years away from us, and most of these quasars are visible to us and emitting huge amount of energy. And today topic of discussion is why these quasars emit these emissions from the poles. And obviously the quasars are something which are large galaxies with supermassive black hole at the core of these galaxies, and the size estimate of these supermassive black holes are huge, humongous, and something like couple of billion times the mass of our sun. And when they become active, they actually start pulling in material from the host galaxy start consuming them, and as a result most of this material come near the central black hole, start to fall inside the black hole, and because of this process of falling inside the black hole, they collide with each other and generate a lot of energy. And also they move at very high speed, and in fact they are moving so high that they are called moving at relativistic speeds. So the material which is trying to fall into these supermassive black holes in a quasar are moving very high, very rapidly, and these laser type jets appear. And now this effect of quasar is not limited to only the host galaxy, because of these laser jets which are coming out from both the ends of the pole, because obviously the rotation is like a disk of the entire quasar. And these material which is sort of plasmatized and coming out from the poles of these things. And when these plasma type laser like material actually get into space, it start affecting the nearby other galaxies. So it is the effect of quasar is not limited to the host galaxy. It has the power to also alter the space and alter a couple of other galaxies which are nearby. And also many things can happen. They can actually create, these jets can alter the structure of these galaxies where they strike. And also because of this heat and the energy which is generated by the quasar, the nearby galaxies also start losing a lot of this gas. And so these are the things which are very, very highly energetic. One of the most energetic thing that we notice in our space. And the heart of all this is a supermassive black hole. And supermassive black hole, they exist. And as you know, friends, that it is very difficult to see the black hole. But these supermassive black holes are special. They are active. They are actually consuming things, and they are ensuring that the environment in the whole galaxy is fine-tuned to provide them material which they can eat and generate these jets. And these are so bright. They are very, very bright. The material which is about to fall into this black hole, which is supermassive at the center of this, is extremely bright. This whole phenomena is known as quasar. So you can imagine that the entire galaxy is sort of burning. And these galaxies are huge. These galaxies are several times the size of the Milky Way. They are huge, and the central black hole is also pretty big, and the entire object is glowing at such a high rate that even after 2 billion years we can actually measure their energy, and we can actually estimate the size of these galaxies, and also the energy which is emitted by quasar. And believe it or not, we have found that these are some of the most energetic phenomena or the object that exist in our space. And so several things we understand, but several things we don't understand. For instance, we know that because of the very extreme magnetism, the plasmatized material in these quasars are pulled towards the poles. And since the magnetic field is the weakest at the pole, the huge laser type beam is thrown out in the open space, and these beams of the plasma, very hot material, is almost traveling in a straight line and almost traveling at the speed of light. We know that there is a speed limit in our universe, that is, no material can exceed the speed of light. So they are much slower than the photons, because these plasma material is obviously being shot out at very high energies, but they are moving very, very close to the speed of light. And that is why we can see them, because when they are in a laser formed like a laser, just like we do it in on Earth, we use photons to to basically polarize light in such a way that the laser beam can travel for very, very long distance without getting any distortion. The same way, this material is plasmatized and then shot out from the poles, and they have the ability to keep on